in from Loops with the well, making the spray.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Welcome here live from Katowice, Poland. We are going to be bringing you the PMPL Americas once again as all the PUBG mobile action unfolds before your eyes and you get to see which teams are moving on up the leaderboards here for the Pro League. My name is Kyle Laris, a very happy boy here to be back, ready to go for our next game day. And joining me in the mythical world of space over to my left-hand side, I have two gentlemen here for all of the action. It's 7 and it's Hot Jukes. Guys, I haven't even spoken to you today, but we're back here, 7. We're good to go.
I miss you, man. It's been 24 hours without you. It's weird now. I'm getting used to just seeing you every single day.
Yeah. It's been a busy 24 hours. I'll tell you that much. How about yourself, Hot Jukes? Looking good.
Thank you. You looking good as well. I could see you there as you just appeared. I was like, man, what a handsome man. Today, excited for the last day. This is at least my last day scheduled here on the desk, but just ready to see some more PUBG Mobile action. You know, only 5 days left. And yeah, the leaderboards right now, I don't know who's going to take this whole thing yet. So let's get into it. I'm pumped.
Absolutely. We just, we had week 2 and it was kind of a stark comparison to week 1. The top 6 was very similar to week 2 from week 1, but there was a little shift. Wildcard Gaming had fallen down just a little bit. We can take a look at the overall format though, of course, as we are in the midst of week 3 right now and tell you how things are going to be shaping up. 20 teams go head to head across the battlegrounds here, divided up across those 5 groups, and of course we will only ever have 4 groups playing per day, apart from that final day where all the teams will be playing to even up the games, and then the standings will be finally determined. We are not far off, 7, getting to that final day. We are not far off concluding the PMPL Americas to not only find out our PMPL Americas champion, but also find out which 8 teams are going to World League.
Which 8 teams are going to be going to Worlds League, and also who's going to take the grand prize. Right now, Loops has a pretty good lead, but we've seen some insane daily performances from certain teams, so I wouldn't be surprised if they try to go ahead and challenge for that first place.
Definitely. Let's take a look at the prize pool then. Not only, of course, those 8 spots at World League, but also what the money can be won here for this Pro League. We have 50,000 for first place. Do not forget as well, though, whilst that teeters all the way down to the 17th through 20th teams, you get the MVP prize, which is very, very important for that one particular individual that's rocking the leaderboards and rocking out the damage and kills, I suppose. But also there is the bonus each week as well, Hot Juke. So even if you are in a position come this week 3 where you might be down towards the bottom of the leaderboards, there's still a pretty decent incentive to go as hard as possible, even for just that week, to try and get yourself some extra money.
Huge incentive indeed. If you just look at the difference in total between 3rd place and 6th, we're talking about over double the amount of money you could possibly win right here. So it's kind of crazy because I think we're at this pivotal point right now where all the teams between that kind of 3rd through 8th place right now can still have a chance to make it into the top 3. So they got to have some major performances going down. And like you mentioned earlier as well, all the teams that are in that bottom of the leaderboard still have to make it in the top 8. So man, a lot at stake right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we kind of look forwards into the next 5 days of gameplay here, one thing that is very evident to me, gentlemen, is that still anybody could have an amazing day, an amazing kind of result, and actually push themselves far out the leaderboard. 7, when we look at what happened last play day, Cloud9 was able to top that leaderboard, I think with 94 points in that single day, and they'd not had the easiest of times by any means before that, but it shows that they have the chops. People like Beowulf are kind of pushing that team on into a powerful position to get them rocketing up effectively if they keep going.
Yeah, and I'm glad you actually mentioned Cloud9 because it was one of those teams that we've been saying they need to go ahead and kind of make a push for it. They couldn't wait any longer, and hey, the results showed. First game, last time played, 4th place, then 15th place, fell out, but they were able to go ahead and recover 2nd place, 1st place, 3rd place, so a consistent top 4 at least for them. That's good. That's what you want to go ahead and see. And keep in mind, the highest score that we've seen so far out of all the teams was Tempo Storming one day, 122 points. So you could go ahead and put up a performance like that and go ahead and just propel yourself through the leaderboard and get some extra cash and also secure that 8th spot, because as you mentioned, the last day all of the teams are going to be playing, and that's going to be very hectic.
Yeah, absolutely. As everybody tries to scramble to get themselves as many points as possible. Let's take a look at the rosters, how they shape up here for week 3, and also that group allocation, just in case you're slightly unaware. Last play day we had the groups shift due to the fact that we'd finished with weeks 1 and 2, and then coming into week 3 now, of course, here, everybody is in a position where, you know, the seeding has changed a little bit. Here's Group A, B4, Cloud9, Tribe Gaming, and Mezexis. Jukes, off the back of what I've just mentioned, with Cloud9 doing very well in the last play day, who knows where they'll end up?
You're definitely right, and I really can't stress enough that I think every single day right now is equally as important, because you're going to still have certain teams sitting out through some of these days. So the amount of time that they think they have to be able to actually move up the leaderboards is less than a lot of these squads think. So today is extremely important, especially for a team like Cloud9 if they want to solidify themselves as a team that's going to make it in the top 8.
Yeah, definitely so. And of course, B4 in there at the moment doing very well for themselves regarding the overall points distribution. They were first in week 1, second in week 2. But anyway, let's move on. Group B, Loops, Omen Elite, Creme Betis, and Team Solid. Loops is still in first place, 7, correct?
Yes, they are currently in first place with 573 points. You know what? We'll be able to see the leaderboards in a little bit. All you need to know is that Loops has 247 kills, almost 33 kills more than the second place team in kills. That is insane, honestly, especially for a competition of high level like this. And I think out of that team, a couple more teams that we would need to go ahead and mention is Omen Elite. Omen Elite needs to have a great day, especially today. If they don't, then there goes pretty much their hopes for the tournament. And another one that we were kind of memeing with the boat rotations in Sandhog and whatnot, but it was actually working out for them, was Creme Betis. I feel like they are finally starting to come into their own playing style. They just need to go ahead and make sure they get more kills. They're getting the placing, but those kills will come in handy big time towards the end.
Mate, no meme. That was one of the greatest plays we've seen at the PMPL. What do you think, Jukes?
Hands down. Like I said, that was the most 200 IQ rotation I've ever seen. And man, dude, I hope to see some similar shenanigans come from Cream here today.
Yeah, get that sailing hat on. We've got Group C coming up, though. We've got XQ, Team Queso, Lazarus, and Shame. XQ and Team Queso, the two names that I'm really kind of spying on here, Jukes, as two of the potential frontrunners here to get themselves those top 8 world spots. What do you think?
Oh yeah, XQ Gaming right now currently sitting pretty in third place right now. I think that this is going to be a big time battle between them, of course, B4 and Loops to see who's going to win that extra cash. And like you said, I mean, first place is $50,000, second place is $25,000. That's a lot of cheddar. So they're going to be competing extra hard here these next few days. And that spells trouble for a lot of these squads that are going to be trying to make it in the top 8 because they have a gap to make up. And these squads are going to be playing just as hard to be able to make that money. So, man, this one can go either way today, I think.
Yeah, Team XQ and Queso going for the cheddar. Queso going for cheddar. I'm okay with that one. 7, you were saving this boat for a while. Jeez Louise. Anyway, let's move on to Group D. We have wildcards, Tremkareta Fracao, Ace1, and Grunto Esports. As I previously mentioned, wildcard in week 1 had I think a second place finish overall. Week 2's performance was just a little bit lower than that, maybe in kind of that 5th or 6th place performance, but they're still extremely powerful. And Ace is one of the guys I feel in the lobby 7 that can rival someone like Carrillo, who got MVP in week 2, for that kind of spot. What do you think?
Yeah, and I can totally see that happening. That's one player from that team that just keeps showing performance after performance. And trust me, he's trying to make a statement here. He has never been able to be here before, and I'm sure he has a little chip on his shoulder that says, you know what, I want to make sure I get that MVP to just be able to shut some mouths up on Twitter.
That's fine by me. You know, if any way you want to get the MVP, you know, and do whatever you want with it, that is fine. Let's take a look finally at Group E here as well. Tempo Storm, Pittsburgh Knights, Alpha 7, and Cool 2 were not playing in our previous play day here, Jukes. So Tempo Storm and Pittsburgh Knights especially are looking to run and gun here and get themselves some big points today.
Oh yeah, so now that they've sat out, they're gonna have a little bit of a point difference here, but every single game going forward is gonna be especially crucial for these squads right here, especially Tempo Storm and Pittsburgh Knights right now. They're currently sitting in 6th and 7th place right now pretty comfortably, and with having that game gap, that's gonna help them out as well. You just never know though. You have a lot of teams hungry going for their spots right now, so they cannot afford to have a bad day.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is our groups. That's how those shape up here. Oh, I've got so much energy. I want to get into the games. Oof. Oh, it's a good day.
Shake it off,
day. Shake it off, shake it off. All Taylor Swift, all Taylor Swift. Of course. All right, let's... where are we going next? We've got something coming up, I'm sure. Let's highlight some of our teams here as well, because we were talking about it before here, guys. Tremkreta Furacao, one of the teams that, for me, when they've got themselves some chicken dinners on the board, when they've got those chicken dinners, their moves look very decisive and calculated, Jukes. What do you think about Tremkreta Furacao coming into today as well?
As far as when I look at their play style, I kind of find them similar to Tribe. You know, I think that these are both two teams that have strong gunners. They really do work well. When they get the zone, man, they are really tough to beat. They can make it happen and they finish strong. It's just that when it comes to those areas where they get those really tough hard shifts, sometimes they get caught making really awkward pushes, not really pushing together as a squad. And I think that's where we see that little inconsistency come from. But man, if Trem and Tribe, two teams that can really fire on all cylinders, they're a team to be reckoned with for sure.
Well, as you mentioned here, Tribe is the other team we're taking a quick look at, and of course, especially on that Sanhok Game 7, they had a little bit of circle favor, that's fair to say. However, you don't win without the skills to back up that circle favor, and they certainly did that.
Oh, and they were definitely able to do that with 14 kills, so they were able to take advantage of the situations, and that's something that I've been saying over and over again from Tribe Gaming, is whenever the game actually gives them an option to go ahead and do well, they take full advantage of it. But lately, it's been kind of off. Just looking at their points, the most points Tribe has ever gotten from a single day was 102 points. So you know what, I'll let you talk more about Tremkreta, and then we'll talk a little bit more about Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, let's take a little look here, as there's been definitely standout performances for me. When I feel like the playmakers on the field, Senab has been one of the guys for me that has stood out. I don't know about you guys, but when you look at the numbers behind all of it, Swagwin is fragging. He is killing. He's bopping nerds, Jukes.
Definitely, and that's the kind of player that he's your playmaker on the squad. The one where, guess what? Oh, we had a bad rotation. We lost 2 members, but you got Swagwin, V2K, Senab. All these players pretty much are able to go ahead and make it happen by themselves, but man, Swagwin has really been that guy to be able to get it done when the time is needed and the times are tough. He gets it done for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Who knew cool penguins existed? It's amazing to see. It's amazing to see. How about yourself, Seven, when you look at Tremkreta, when you look at those names, who stands out for you?
Something that stood out there for me from Swagin is that he had knocked 73 people. So he's not being able to go in and finish almost anybody he knocks. They have like 58 kills, but that's insane. 73 knocks, that's really good to see. And as you mentioned, Senab is one of those players that has actually come clutch for that team, and having experience being in a place like this before is so good for him, especially to other players in his squad that might have not been here in this place where the pressure in a way is kind of on.
Let's focus then on Tribe Gaming. We managed to catch a few of their moments here just before, but again, as previously mentioned, someone like Acer is definitely one of those people that's going to try and contend for the MVP spot. I mean, Swagwin actually might be doing so as well, but jeez Louise, Sam, if you could just calm down a little bit. Why am I talking about Acer? He's on wildcard. Never mind, let's talk about Sam, because those numbers don't lie, Jukes.
Definitely. I mean, Sam is their off-angle specialist, and for the longest time, at least in my experience, a lot of the OGs here in the PUBG mobile community always viewed Sam as being one of the top gunner in North America. I mean, this guy is a laser beam. So yeah, having that off angle, he's really strong as a solo player. The only thing that I kind of see a little bit of struggle with is that sometimes he likes to go, when you have such a strong gunner on your team, sometimes they get a little overconfident. They want to go ahead and take other squads on by themselves, and then guess what? You get caught a 1v2 and get knocked out early. So I just want to see a little bit more tightness coming up from Tribe, and man, dude, they can get it done.
Yeah, they definitely can. I mean, even like they have a kind of a veteran type of squad as well when it comes to it. When you've got names like Seagut in there, we've seen him been playing for ages and ages. Anyway, let's take a look at the overall rankings as to how those look right now, with only a few days remaining here for the PMPL Americas. Loops is up towards the top there as they stand strong and proud, almost 40 points ahead. And that is not even just one big chicken dinner. That would be one monumental chicken dinner for someone to try and take to then overpass Loops, who's going to keep their average up here, 7. So it's going to be difficult trying to knock them off the perch.
Yeah, you would definitely have to have an insane game or just try to win back-to-back and just maybe not even with kills and hope that Loops just kind of gets knocked at 16th or the last place, and that's not gonna happen. From what we've seen, even if they do end up getting knocked on 16, they're still able to back it up with kills. And just going back a little bit more on Tribe, as we see them right now in 10th place, their best day so far has been 102 points max, right? In week 1, they averaged about 50 points per game, and then something happened, and in week 2, everything just fell off, and they started averaging 31.75 points per game. So hopefully today, they go ahead and step it up. And something that I noticed from them is that they're not working together as a team as we saw on week 1. So maybe they could go ahead and readjust and have the performances that they had in week 1.
7, big fan of these average points breakdown. I want more of that in the future as we have our 11th through 20th here. And you can see, unfortunately, there is still only one team that does not have a chicken dinner, and that is Ace 1. I kind of keep harking on about it, but we want it. We want to see it, Jukes. We want to see it happen.
Get it. Come on, guys. You can do it. You know, it's so crazy just looking at this scoreboard and seeing teams like Alpha 7 and Cold 2 in 17th, 18th with 3 chicken dinners. That just goes to show how consistent a lot of these squads are. And man, if the crazy part about this whole thing is, you know, Loops, they want that big money right now.
Oh, yeah.
And if teams are just going to go for placement and only get 15 or 16 points, Loops can have a few bad games, but then guess what? What if they go off on one and get 30 or 40 points? I mean, it's going to be tough to compete with that.
The majority of their chicken dinners have been so big. Sorry, 7.
I was gonna say, Loops can afford to have like an off day. Some of the other teams, like, they cannot afford any of that. So it's crazy to keep that into perspective.
Yeah, it's a very good point. Let's take a look then and put it today into perspective. We have 5 games coming at you. It will be Erangel Sandhawk, Erangel Vikendi, Erangel. So you get a triple serving of Erangel, triple scoops. That's the vanilla. We got Sandhawk, that's the chocolate ice cream, and then we've got Vikendi, which is just actual ice cream. But anyway.
No more bookend?
I don't know, no bookends. No toaster racks, no nothing. It's ice cream now. All right, Erangel to start things off, 7. Talk to me about it.
And I think in Erangel, one of the teams that we're going to be looking at today is going to be Temple Storm. As you guys mentioned, they didn't get a chance to play in the last broadcast that we did, and that's one team that I hope they go ahead and continue more consistently. They kind of fall off every now and then they come back and have some amazing days. So hopefully today they'll be able to go ahead and just push a little bit more on the leaderboard to see if maybe they can get in the top 3, because after all, keep in mind, these teams are not only fighting for the top 3, they're also going to be fighting for the prize pool.
Absolutely. Jukes, how about yourself? Looking forward to Erangel.
I'm going to be looking at Tribe. I really want to see how they perform today, because this is such a crucial event for them. I want to see more aggressiveness from Seagut. I mean, this is a player that I played with personally. I saw him 1v1 Stereoton on his iPad in Dubai. This man can get it done up close. So I want to see that aggression. I want to see them work as a squad and be the team that I know they can be, because man, when they're working on all cylinders, they're one team to be reckoned with. And man, today they have to have a good day if they want to make top 8.
And we saw glimpses of that in week 1. We saw it. It's not like this is a myth. It's not like this is some kind of conspiracy. We've seen it happen. Take off your tinfoil hats. Anyway, regardless, let's move on and talk about the rewards that you guys can get if you're watching the PMPL Americas in-game. So you can get yourself some goodies over there. So make sure you're doing that, as well as watching over on Twitch and YouTube. Join us wherever you may be. And that will be awesome stuff. 7. We are going. I'm letting you disappear for now. I'll talk to you throughout the game. I'll say, hello, guys, and, you know, it'll be great. I'll see you soon. Oh, Jukes is already gone. Bye, Jukes. All right, see you. All right. We are going to bring on our commentators here for Erangel to start things. I've got so much energy. I don't know. I'm bustling, boys. I'm bustling. Hi, John. Hi, Xander. How's it going, boys? John?
Going well. Going well. You must have had one of those Mountain Dew game fuels, isn't it? Isn't that
Maybe. Just
what you been?
Energy in a can. Jeez Louise. Got it all going.
Fantastic stuff.
How about yourself, Sander?
I mean, look, I drank an energy drink earlier, and I feel like all of the caffeine somehow has mystically just transferred to you. I don't know how that's happened, but it has happened. You're an excited guy. I mean, you got your new car. You're looking fine as hell in it. So I'm ready. I'm ready.
All right. Well, you know what, John? I'm going to get your answer later on. I am sorry for interrupting you. And you guys enjoy the game. Enjoy.
That's all right. Thank you very much, Ringmaster. We're going to be heading into the circus of play once more. The team's hoping to put on a show more akin to Cirque du Soleil, but some are going to end up more like Bobo the Clown. We'll have to wait and see who's going to end up as which.
Yep, I mean, there's going to be some acrobatics, that's for sure, as we see these players do parachute out the plane. But it's pretty much towards the eastern side of the map here, so most teams are going to be happy. We have seen like pretty much an eastern shift for most of these players playing towards Prison Shelter, Mansion, Milta, as well as Novo, so most teams can be happy with this. Obviously, a few teams like Team Case are going to be moving over to Primorsk. Other than that, things are not so bad. I mean, Severny shooting range Stalba is going to be completely clear. Wildcard's not playing today, and Trem's not here either. So that little rotation from Rozok off to the western side across the bridge, that's going to be camped as often.
Should be pretty simple for a lot of teams, and I think the one thing that I'm expecting here is Team Queso to change up that drop location, right, Blank? Because that's what we saw in a similar path.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see what happens. Cloud9, they had a really nice day on day 11. They were like, they were always saying on the test, I believe it was 91 points total. And it was some pretty consistent games as well. So it's nice to see from Cloud9. They've dragged themselves back up to 9th place with very optimal chances at actually making it into World League, into that top 8. They just need to keep this momentum up, keep it going. We're going to get the first circle on screens very shortly. Also wait for these teams to drop on down. You got Omen heading over towards Milta, and it's a north circle. So let's see if anyone spots on the fact that Wildcard, they're not in the game. Severny's completely free. Let's go up there early. Let's try and take advantage, get some loot going because it's free. Lazarus are heading up that way towards shooting range anyway.
Yeah, they tend to loot around North George normally on Lazarus, so maybe you're right, they might decide instead to opt to head up to Severny. You can see 2 of them already in vehicles, despite the other 2 not even hitting the ground, so they are definitely going onto the tarmac hot and will be treading tires down their way. Team Queso, they did change up that drop location, Blank. We saw this on that similar plane path that we saw a few days ago. They are no longer dropping in Primorsk because it was very inaccessible on this drop. They normally do go there, but instead they're going to trash loot around Mansion, just north of it and southeast of Yasnaya. And it didn't really work out so well for them last time around. We'll see if their strategies can be adapted to that drop location.
Team Solid currently with 3 players as they head into the lobby. So Team Queso, they are under 2 massive pressure right now. If they do get taken out by a 3-man team, something's horribly gone wrong there. Lazarus, though, they've decided not to head up towards Severny. They're going to head to their normal place towards Georgiapol. What I do like, though, and you mentioned it very early on there, John, is they took 2 vehicles from just outside Yasnaya and Rozok. That's going to really slow down a lot of teams if they want to head north. They're not going to get those guaranteed vehicle drops. Lazarus have already taken them. They're in Georgiapol, and they can be kind of certain that no one's going to be hot on their heels other than Pittsburgh Knights, who trash loot round Gaka, don't they, right? And then they move it towards hospital area. So they've got a fair share of the circle. I think it'll be interesting to see whether the circle goes north or it hits on the south side. But let's take a quick moment to talk about the actual stakes at the moment, John, because we're on day 12, right? We're quite far into the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's at this stage where it's not that the points are more important. I mean, every single point that they've gotten up to this point is important, but it's where they start to hit the mentality, right? This is where champions are made, right? In the crucible, when you're really under pressure and you need to perform, this is where stepping up can be harder than probably anywhere else in the competitive scene. So
yeah,
hopefully these teams are going to be able to pop themselves up towards that top 8, which is really what a lot of these teams are looking for, but also on everyone's minds, that cool 50k top prize.
Oh, yeah, and I mean, you mentioned the Crucible there, and it's kind of like the Coliseum, right? Because at the moment, we've had the first, I want to say 10 days, where all these teams have been jumping in, they've had the wooden swords and shields, they've been battling against each other, but things haven't been too bad. Now, everyone's armed with real steel, and if you have a bad day, it's not going to go well for you whatsoever. And here's Team Solid actually finding the first knockdown to Team K, so I already said it before, that's pretty awful considering you're going against 3 players. Immediately Isla is there, so Marco's at least looting quite safe so he can get to cover fairly quickly.
And this is the thing, Team Queso, this is an irregular drop spot for them. They don't know where these single players are going to be splitting looting towards, but this is very good info for pretty much everybody else in the lobby. They know that Team Queso have changed that drop spot, and they'll be aware of them on the eastern side. We'll see where they opt to drop. Cloud9 as well, we saw them earlier. They went down to Sosnovka military base. Now, they're normally a South George team, and again, it's an artifact of that plane path.
Yeah, they're just switching it up now, so they can head down here. Trem's not in the lobby, so, you know, sometimes they go down here too. But Cloud9, they've taken pretty much residence towards the western side. They will have to leave, moving up towards XQuest Gaming. If they've done their homework, though, they know XQuest Gaming don't actually stop looting towards the coastal side for quite a while, usually 7 minutes plus before they actually start to make a move, and it's usually Circle 2 that really defines their rotational path. So Cloud9 should have a pretty easy crossing over this bridge. No one's currently holding on the lighthouse or the gas station. XQuest Gaming just taking the time. This is what they usually do, get nice and looted up. It's what we saw them actually benefit them winning a couple of games, is the fact that they had so much utility on board and just kept on fighting and kept on fighting, and it felt like it couldn't go on, and it did.
Loops as well, changing up their drop location. They normally go to South George crates, but again, they are trash looting south of Yasnaya, and it seems like a lot of teams have decided this is their second drop location. Unfortunately, though, it creates a bit of a traffic jam, and in fact, no one, except for Lazarus in North George, are across the north side of the river.
Yeah, I mean, that's quite, this is what I was talking about before, is that Lazarus got pretty much most of the vehicles on the north side of the river as well, so they're going to be a little bit hard pressed. I mean, it's not going to be impossible. There'll be a lot of vehicles where people know the spawn locations, will have got some early, but if they'll start getting the tires popped, get pulled out of the way, there's less and less cars in this area. It becomes much harder to rotate, to move into a better position. Here's Omen, though, and they've pretty much made their way past Milta up towards Farm, and this is a team that struggles to get into the circle early, I find. They have a bit of difficulty in running into too many teams, but getting this initial pick onto Enshami Gaming, who have been a team that's caused them a little bit of problems in the backside, getting a first pick on them is going to be wonderful, because now Enshami Gaming, they can't play as aggressive.
Yeah, nicely done. They'll be able to get that flush as well. Team Queso taking some shots at Kultu, and actually Jordan is going to take a significant portion of damage, and it's Exil to finish it off with an explosion on the vehicle. One's down, and now Kultu, do they opt to stick around, try and get that res, or do they just send for those hill lines, Blank?
I think here, the optimal choice would just be leave as soon as possible. As soon as you get that kill, and you've got a knock on board, you know that Team Queso are going to be coming in hot.
Not going to be easy to get out of the sights of Team Queso. They had one of their players knocked early on, and they are angry about it. They're landing these shots like no tomorrow. 2 players down for Kultu, 1 confirmed. Looks like it will go down, but they trade 1 for 1. Again, Fran hitting the deck, but fortunately Team Queso keep all of their players alive. Kultu not so lucky.
I just think with the launching pad that Team Queso had there from the compound, if I'm Kultu, I'm just thinking to myself, you know what? We're in completely open ground. There are sharks swimming in the water. We just need to leave. I'm sorry, Yuang, but we cannot pick you up. Alpha 7 here taking shots off towards Team Queso. Not really getting all too much done. It's just a bit of an orchestra of bullets. That's about it, though.
Well, see if they're able to be as percussive as they are sold, but for now, the hills are quiet. Bullets do not ring out just yet. No firefights. Rotations coming through from everyone now in the zone. Interestingly enough, Cloud9, they headed all the way out to the west, so they're actually on their normal rotation routes from South George.
Let's just pretend we landed in Georgia Pole. That works too, right?
They're cosplaying landing in Georgia Pole, right?
Yeah, this is fine. Sometimes pretend is just as good as the real thing. Let's be honest. Lazarus, though, they're on the northern side. they're still holding up here, and it's not a bad spot either. Because I mean, let's split this circle in half from Rozoc. 15 teams on the south flank, 1 team on the north. They are literally the kings of the north. Very nice. I love it.
Fantastic.
Love to see it.
Well, hopefully they're going to end up more as actually. I was going to say something there, and then I thought, you know what? I'm going to be nice. I'm not going to drop any spoilers. I'm not going to, I'm not going to ruin the final season. They did a good enough job of that themselves. So,
Wait, what? What are you talking about?
Game of Thrones.
Oh, right. I see. Fair enough.
I was gonna say, are they going to be more? But then I
I thought
stopped.
you were going to drop some hot PUBG mobile knowledge, and I was like, whoa, chill there, boy.
No. Pop culture. That's
Okay, pop culture's fine.
that's what I was going for.
You will get burnt at the stake, though, if you do start unleashing spoilers on broadcast. I mean,
All right,
I
Melisandre,
unleashed some anime spoilers on the Twitch broadcast, and people were not happy.
Oh dear.
People were not happy indeed. I apologize in advance, so I'm sorry.
For the spoilers that you're also going to continue to drop. B4 close to Enxame, and it looks like both of them know about each other. I don't think you want to take this fight, really. I mean, remember Enxame, they're down a player earlier from the engagement with Omen. Looks like they're going to lose one more as well. Open fields not going their way. 2 knocks found. Enxame Gaming, I think they're down to 1.
Yeah, Enxame Gaming
Also-
knocking on all the doors on the inns, but no one's currently letting them in. And actually, rather than just saying, no room, they're opening the door with barrels in hand, so it's a little bit more frightening. B4, though, they're happily set up in the fields. They're on the south side, though, so they're kind of worrisome whether this circle does head to the north. And Omen, once again, stuck on the eastern side of the map. It really does not favour Omen ever, and I feel like they're starting to become a bad Omen rather than a good Omen.
Tempo Storm, they land Pachinki. They haven't had to move very far, but I think I'm right in saying that the rotation paths from Pachinki are generally quite strong, and it gives them a lot of platform to be moving in pretty much any direction. But where that direction is right where you are right now, it's going to be even easier for Tempo Storm.
Oh yeah, I mean, Pachinki is an excellent spot to rotate from. Now, the difference is in this lobby is that pretty much the majority of the teams like to play center. In different regions, different kind of leagues, we might see teams play much more on the edge side, in which case Pachinki becomes even stronger. So Tempo have had to adjust things a little bit, and I'm quite happy with how they're playing. They're keeping it cautious, try not to die too early. X-Quest Gaming have finally moved off to their north side, so they'll have to deal with them, but they've dealt with them enough to know what's going on with those guys. They should be okay. Right now, I am more interested to see how Omen get into the circle, because they've been doing a much better job of getting in. I want to say a bad Omen. I feel like that's no flame. That's more bad Omen in terms of the fact that this team does not get the circles they want. It is not enjoyable for them whatsoever, but I feel like they've been playing it much more smart, right?
Sure, we'll see how much they're able to hold their nerve in this engagement, though, because Alpha 7 are just over the hill line. They will be spotted out. However, they are going to have to move just a little bit. The next circle will pop, and they are actually going to have to go south of the river this time around, so we'll see how close or how far apart they do opt to travel. I don't think either team really wants this fight. But Mezexis, they pushed into Rozoc, and Tribe have just been bullying them out.
Well, I mean, that's Tribe Zone. Don't come to the Tribe Zone, because you're going to receive grenades, you're going to receive gunfire. I think Sam started off that one we saw day 11 there with the 360 grenade from that guy. I mean, he's basically a cyborg. And now Memo throwing in nades as well. And they're all stuck inside this one house. It's just disastrous.
Memo just walking up, nade in hand, but there's a player turning the corner. Luckily, Sam has the outside. A lot of damage sent on towards Memo, but has the micro Uzi, tucks right on in Vega, playing the bathroom. 1 versus 4, looking for another, but cannot quite find it. 2 is all he gets, but Tribe, all 4 of them stay alive as they wipe Mezexis.
That's a surprisingly good result, all things considered for Mezexis. Obviously, they don't get any kills, but that could have gone pretty badly.
I mean, it did.
Yeah. Could have gone worse, though. I mean, we did see that Memo was pretty much 1 HP, so there could have been 3 knocks and a potential team wipe from 1 dude. But Tribe make it happen, and that's the aggressive Tribe that I like to see. I mean, that's who they are. and it's what runs in their blood. And you know what? They're not going to change it now. It's day 12. I want to keep seeing it. It's probably one of my favorite playstyles in the lobby. Cromwell Betis, on the other hand, very passive team. They probably will have heard that fight towards Rozhok, but they're just biding the time. They're in the circle. They have the eastern side locked down. Omen are trying to come down here. So if I'm Cromwell Betis, I'm just trying to gatekeep. I like my spot here. I don't have to move too much.
Team Queso got a little bit of retribution over towards Team Solid for knocking one of their players early. They take one out in kind, but they're able to skirt around the rest of the teams and have themselves a little outpost into these future circles. And Tribe, just go back to Tribe for a second, Blank. This is one of the teams that we said we wanted to see step up in terms of consistency and coordination. And I think that's really what we saw there in Rozhok. We saw they were able to, they pinned Mazexis down, they moved effectively together, and at the same time, they were able to push into that building. And even though you take 2 knocks, you have all your players there ready to refrag. Yeah. And I mean, it would take a miracle. I think we've only seen it once at top level PUBG Mobile with KK Skur against RRQ Athena back in Berlin, pulling off a 1 versus 4, and that was some spectacular play. So it's 1 in 100 that actually hit.
Yeah, and even that play required some sneaky smokes to make it happen in the first place. And there was arguably misplay coming through from RRQ Athena. They had a rough time, but I mean, coming back to Tribe really quick, because we've been saying this, I think, since day 8 or 9 now, but I think they're a team that I like the play style. I think they've got a lot of potential, and they need to choose their fights better, which they're doing now. You've got a team come in, they use that fragging power, that coordination we're starting to see from them to, like you say, lock down Mazexis, take them out, and now they control the northeastern side, and they can start to think about, well, how do we deal with Omen next? They've got 2-2 splits, they've got a plenty amount of scouting coming through, but Omen will be the next on their hit list.
Looks like Team Solid are going to take a little... Okay, no, they're not even going to take anything. They go down in Charme to eliminate them. Sorry, that was... Yeah, it was in Charme, just on the northern throes of Pachinki.
Hey, John. Never better combo than Team Solid in 16th place.
I think Omen Elite and Tribe taking a fight on the top of the Rozhok Hill as well. One player goes down, flushing out a few from Omen Elite. If I'm not mistaken, it's just Nico standing now for the squad as Angry down on knee. So is Juicy, and Nade's going to ring on through. This is a really unfortunate turn of events, and this is the trap that they've laid. Nico very low. Seagut now trying to control it, but Cromwell Betis are over in school. They have to be worried. However, Seagut, up close and personal, has the micro Uzi, waits for the run out, but gets knocked. In response, another play coming through from Nico. As he is able to survive, will wipe Seagut and finds another frag onto Memo. Last player standing, his teammate's going down, but he's a sliver of HP, gets spotted out. And Tribe were able to close that one down, but that was too close for comfort.
It was, yeah, and they really shouldn't have lost a teammate there. And I think Seagut, I didn't like that play from him. I think he could have played that a lot more safe and just, been the crossfire. All he had to do was apply pressure. He didn't necessarily have to go in for the kill. They had them dead to rights. They'd already know they cleared one team from that side. Cromwell Betis haven't come up, so they're not necessarily going to come up now. You're going to take that fight a lot slower. But now we've got a bit of a freeway fight going on in between Tempo as well as in Xiaomi Gaming. Xiaomi Gaming are pretty much done for, in my opinion.
We'll see if they're able to stick it out, but it's a cold winter indeed for them.
We had the replay screen. Wow. We came back and Xiaomi disappeared. Abracadabra, and they are gone. We are now magicians on this broadcast, John.
Absolutely. I mean, it's certainly magical how Tempo were able to just hold that down. This is their ground, right? This is their stomping ground. In the same way that Tribe have held down on Rozhok, this area of the map is going to be so familiar to Tempo.
Yeah.
Seems like they're using that to their advantage pretty greatly.
Team Queso have come up against a bit of a bear of a team here in terms of loops. So they're fighting something quite scary, in which case you either want to stand still and not be too threatening or get away as soon as possible. Both are not good options, sadly, but they're the only options you have.
Cloud9 did pop off a little bit earlier in the kill feed. I don't know if you caught that, but looks like they're going to come under fire from Tempo's Storm. They're both on the western side. Tempo a little bit further to the south. They do control the majority of that area, but Sunken City now being occupied by, that's 4 teams total.
Lolo in the walls. I love it. I'm seeing him come up again going, and then back down again, and then back down
grabbing
again.
A lungful.
Yeah, he just flies up. Just the face, and then back down under. He's doing quite a good job cosplaying the submarine at the moment, but Lutz, they've got eyes on towards Alpha 7. Carrillo actually doing damage over towards Pittsburgh Knights as well. So, I mean, they're fighting on all fronts here, John.
This shift next coming through as well is going to be interesting for all the teams in Sunken City. I mean, if it shifts their way, they'll be okay, but as soon as they have to leave, okay, they're really going to have to leave. A heavy, diametrically opposed shift from Sunken City, but it's going to favor XQ. They have a strong compound, and B4 can hold on their side of the road for now, but they're going to have to cross at some point.
Yeah, Tribe actually got... Sam gets knocked by the blue zone. Call2 cuts them off there. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Memo's the last one alive. He does get into the circle. The circle's quite treacherous in terms of terrain, but it does provide for a lot of ditches that you can hide in. Loops, though, they know they have to leave, and they have to run into Pittsburgh Knights to do it. And I mean, if there's a team that can breach well, it's Loops.
Looks like they're going to spot out one. I think they know he's there around the corner. Will peek out just a little bit. Mike Uzi needs to be reloaded. And it's Chowski to be able to get the knock. Becker finishes it off for him. J7 not long for this world, and Loops now can start their pacing across Headshot Valley.
I mean, very well coordinated. And it's what we're seeing more and more out of all these teams is the old bait and switch. And Memo has been run over. And they're out. Carnage, like, he didn't even really run him over.
That was so slow.
He kind of just, like, tapped him with the tires. That is one of the most sad ways to go out of any game ever. That is like getting to 109, the pill for immortality is released, and then you die.
It's unfortunate. It certainly is. Alpha 7 take heavy punishment as they try to cross the open ground. This is why I call it Headshot Valley, Blank, because there is no cover. If you have not got one of these hillsides, your head is coming off. You don't have a choice. Beowulf just shuts them down. There's nothing you can do.
That is ridiculous. Beowulf, that's a cheeky little cleanup there. And now Ada's like, I've got some problems over here, boss. And Beowulf's like, no worries. I'm out here. I have the DP. I'm good to go.
And there's nothing you could do. So Cloud9 with a decent pickup tempo have made their way into the compounds, the buildings that still remain in the circle. Call2 on the northeast as well. The hillside being occupied by Loops, but they do have to move. They're not quite into the zone. Everyone else trying to jockey for those positions as well. Just Carnage left for the Pittsburgh Knights.
I think Carnage might need to incorporate the supreme weapon that is the vehicle to go run down all these 4 players. That would probably be my favorite thing to happen. But now they're going to be unleashed, but immediately they are spotted. I'm surprised they've not seen Carnage though. Come on, Doug. Yes. No!
Oh, goodness me.
Oh.
He jumps out of the vehicle, drop shot from Darden, and Carnage is eliminated. Pittsburgh Knights get styled on.
I wish that went differently. I wish Darden just ran him straight over. Unfortunate, Express Gaming have found themselves a nice little tidy spot here. Quite sneaky indeed, but B4, they've got one of the only compounds, but it is now unleashed out of the circle itself. Circle goes up towards Call2, who kind of struggled their way into this circle, but they have made it. It's a team that I actually enjoy the rotations of, and they may not be the most powerful team in the lobby, but they're certainly one of the teams that just knows how to hang on, essentially.
Don't know how Beowulf shrugged that damage off from the nade, but he's going to make it happen. Cloud9 taking control of these defilades over the side. First knock on towards Loops. They're worried about players in the smoke. He's going to clear it. Nice discipline there coming from Cloud9. Tempo Storm taking a fight as well, as they are going to have to leave the compound, but Cloud9 continue to roar on through towards XQuest Gaming as they're taking a fight on 2 fronts, and I don't know how long they're going to be able to hold this one up. 1 player standing for them. I don't know how long he's going to last. AZ falls as Cloud9 wipe him out.
Beowulf took about 4 nades there. I don't know if he's trying to become Iron Man. I mean, we can try and install the reactor over the heart, but I mean, goddamn Beowulf, that is bold. This guy has been playing, he's just on fire recently, and C9's starting to just crack out of the shell and be the raptor they were born to be.
Loops, all 4 players standing. You've got Cremreal Betis as well with all 4, as Cloud9 have that privilege as well. However, B4 under heavy fire, they're losing plenty, and I think that might be a few of them going down. Cremreal Betis equally unlucky. Cloud9 with the best of it. Tempo Storm yet to push out. You can see they're stuck, hunkering down.
I mean, every team is currently on the borders of this circle. And just something to really quickly note before all this action will inevitably take place is that Cloud9 started in Sosnovka military base. We've touted this team as a team that once they have Circle, they do really, really well. When they don't have it, they don't do so much. This time, they've traveled all across the map to get to here. They went from Sosnovka to Mount Everest to here next. So it feels like they've really, really upped their game.
Certainly have. We'll see if they're able to continue in kind, but first of all, they have to get through the rest of this game. Tempo able to take the fight with B4 at range, and we're able to shut it down, but how much longer are they going to last once Cloud9 turn their attention towards them? It's really not going to last you too long. Tensa gets knocked as well. That's 2 players down on knee for Tempo. 1 player standing. It's Rain.
Yeah, Urikeadu actually looking down towards Cloud9. Thing is, though, Loops have selected one of the best positions within the circles because they have the high ground. What they have to hope for is the circle going up towards them, but we'll see where this one does position itself. Will hit very shortly, uneven, spots out Rain, and that will be Tempo Storm going out. As I say, the circle will head down towards Cloud9. And now it's Loops who will have to come down from the hillside, but there's really not a lot of cover here.
I would say there's no cover here, Blank. I think maybe if you're lucky, there's 1 divot in the entire thing. Fortunately for Cloud9, fortunately for the lone survivor Abdul from Alpha 7 as well, they're on the slow side of the circle, which means that Loops and Cream Real Betis will have to move first. But look at that, 11 kills so far for Cloud9. They are really wrapping it up. Maybe looking for another as Becca takes a knee.
Yeah, and it feels like their confidence is returning. I think that's one thing that I'm most excited to see here. Escanor takes a shot from Anna from a long, long way away. Just curving the bullets into them.
Fair enough, he's certainly wanted on that one. Absolute madman, and they rack up yet another kill point. Cream Real Betis struggling to make this next push, but it is so hard, Blank. There's nothing to be done here other than just throw those smokes out and try and get in as fast as you can.
Man, watching Uneven on form is one of the most exciting things you can do. Abdul, however, still in the circle. He's moving across. Cream Real Betis, they're stuck, and now Loops know they have to fly in. Carijo goes down. Chowski also. And the charge from Loops just does not work well. Darted so low.
Gets spotted out. And across the way, Loops are going to be eliminated. Now it's 1 versus, what is that? 2 versus 1? Versus 4? Oh, there's only 3 teams left standing, but Cream Real Betis really have the worst of it. And now we are down to 2 teams, and it's only Abdul left. He's managed to make a miracle happen for his squad, surviving pretty much everyone else, but now Cloud9 can take this zone. They're 4 players strong. They've got so many kills on the board, and they're looking to find that final one. Abdul just behind the only defilade in the circle. Look at Ada. He's jumping about. He's hopping around like a little froggy. He's trying to land himself one of those juicy little flies.
Oh yeah, you know the rest of the team. They might not be very strong, but they're saying Davai right now. They're getting themselves in there. Abdul, he is not long for this world. Ada just playing it safe. I mean, Pyrus surely will spot him soon.
There's no way. There's no way that they don't find him out. He might just go down to the blue zone instead, and that's exactly what will happen. Cloud9 get denied their final blood.
17!
They've got so many kills. 17 kills
10.
on the cards.
10 for Beowulf. Wow. Now he really is living up to the namesake, isn't he?
Absolutely. He's slaying Grendel. He's taking names all over the place. And he's making a lot of waves in that lobby. Beautiful stuff to see Cloud9 come back on form.
I mean, Beowulf with that DP, and it felt like there was just no panic whatsoever when those nades were coming over the top. He was just, you know what, it's happening. That's fine for me. James, though, what do you think of that game? That was fantastic. You guys talked about Cloud9 on the desk. Here they are performing. Is it what you wanted?
Absolutely. That was brilliant stuff from Cloud9. Getting themselves, you said 17 kills, and it feels like a circle that they know very, very well in regards to this. I mean, John, they already did well in the first day of week 3. I think they did get themselves first place in that day in particular. And now a win off the back of that. They've got to be on cloud. Yeah.
Go on, say it.
9.
Say it.
You got to say it now.
I've done it. 9. There you go.
Yeah, no, fantastic stuff for them to come back. Well, as Blank highlighted during the cast there, what we'd really sort of said about Cloud9 is when they have the circle, they do phenomenally. When they don't, it's not so hot. They turn that completely on its head. Did phenomenally well.
Yeah, all right. Well, thank you very much, gents. I'll get you back for Sandhawk in a few as we now head over to Seven and Jukes here for this game. What a performance by them. They were running and gunning, blasting, killing everything in sight. These guys are hyped for Cloud9. Seven, how are you feeling?
One of the teams that we mentioned, they need to go ahead and make a push for it, and they did just that. And not only that, they got 17 kills. I think that is the most we have seen in a couple of days. And Beowulf, the dominance that we saw from him at one point, just shooting at anybody he got a chance to, getting the knock and confirming the kill. That is so huge for them. I think at one point when Cloud9 only had 5 kills, Beowulf had all 5 of those kills. So what an impressive game here by Cloud9.
Yeah, that was gnarly. You know, I don't know if I describe things quite like that normally, but that's how it's going to go, Jukes. 10 kills coming in for Beowulf. It's just phenomenal.
Whew, what a performance coming from Cloud9, and one that they needed more than ever. It's just almost like I feel like a Secretariat vibe coming from them. Like they always want to like win it at the end with style. We saw them do that in the scrims, kind of struggle early on and then come into full form in the late game right here, the championship rounds. And wow, what a game for them right there. Bayo with 10 kills. I believe he's the second player so far in the entire PMPL to get double-digit kills by himself right here. So man, this we talked about it earlier. This is a day that Cloud9 needed to have a big day on, and man, what a way to start it off.
Yeah, absolutely. And there you can see it, 37 points are going to be tallied up there for Cloud9 up towards the top. We have Alpha 7 in second place. They managed to sneak on in. Creme Real Betis and Loops, both teams had 4 players alive until the very closing moment of this game. Creme Real Betis towards the east, Loops towards that northwest side. And Creme Real Betis, them rotations, man, they played it pretty patiently and were able to do well for themselves. Here's our 9th through 16th as well, as we see XQ getting themselves a decent few placement points. Team Queso with a few kills here and there. But for all intents and purposes, Seven, this lobby was very stacked up towards the top, very top heavy.
Yeah, it was an insane ending there, especially like before even the ending. I think it was like Circle 6, seeing some of the teams that needed to go ahead and continue consistency, getting knocked out. XQG, Team Queso, PK, those teams need to go ahead and just continue on having the performances they have had before if they want to go ahead and stay in the top 8. If not, guess what? Teams like Cloud9 and other teams are going to go ahead and take advantage of that. If they had games like what Cloud9 just did, oh man, we're going to see a lot of shuffling on the leaderboard.
Let's take a look at the numbers put up here. 3.1k coming in for Cloud9 here. And you can see that they went through the wars with the 1,000 healing as well. Jukes, that's fantastic to see. What numbers they're putting up.
I mean, this is the Cloud9 that we have been waiting to see. The one that we know can perform exactly like this. Didn't have the easiest rotation. It's not like they got blessed with zone there. They had to push their way through and get kills the entire way again. And they did it against all the big name teams for the most part right here. Clutch game for Cloud9, and I'm so excited to see them coming into form here, especially at this pivotal moment here in the PMPL.
Yeah, week 3, they flipped the switch. The last play day was amazing with the 94 points that they got. 37 points here from this one game alone. And it does feel to me, Seven, like they're a team that will, you know, kind of capitalize off this, roll with it. Let's take a look at the Mountain Dew game fuel moments here as you open up, crack up a cold one, and get on with it. Let's do it. We have, I imagine there'll be a lot of Cloud9 in this, Seven, but do you feel like they're a team that's going to be able to roll with the momentum here?
Oh, definitely. We have seen them do it over and over again. I think the one thing that I'm going to be looking forward to is the next match, Sandhawk. They have not had the best performances there. I believe they might have won a game, but ever since that, it's just not very consistent in Sandhawk. And I mean, it is Sandhawk overall, but I want to go ahead and see just more consistency out of them, and hopefully they go ahead and frag out even more, because if they go ahead and continue to do that, they're going to be climbing up that leaderboard even more. And guess what? That's not only going to go ahead and increase their confidence going into World League, but that's also going to increase their wallets.
Yeah, definitely. Here's Omen Elite getting a few kills here and there, but they were eventually cleaned up by Tribe, I do believe, in that compound. Tribe were having a bit of a time. We'll actually look at that highlight later on as time goes by. Here's Loops getting themselves a few cheeky kills as well. And that is a good important thing to point out here, Jukes, is that every single time now we sit in these lobbies and we see Loops getting themselves to that top 3, top 4 position, the other lobby members got to be scared.
Definitely. And that goes for not just Loops, but for XQ, B4, Wildcard, all these teams right now that are in the top 8 in general. And you know Loops are always going to come out to play, but we just saw Bayo hitting some clutch shots right there. Tempo Storm, another team name that needs to get it done. Creme, Real Betis, they've been doing this passive, really unique rotation style, and they've been getting consistent points. It's just that I don't know if that's going to be enough at this point. They need to have a game like Cloud9 had right here. Some huge shots. Bayo with the DP, just straight slaying right there, putting the team on his back. What a great game from them. They needed it. They needed the XQ had a tough one on this one right here. With this kind of point lead, man, I think it's going to shake the leaderboards up big time.
Yeah.
And something that we were actually talking about, Jukes, before this broadcast started, we were saying is those teams cannot depend on other teams just having bad days. They need to go ahead and dictate what they're going to go ahead and do, as Cloud9 right here goes and proves it. Look at the difference in damage between them and then the second place Tempo Storm. That is insane. What a game. And I feel like it's something we need to go ahead and give them props for. And hopefully they can go ahead and continue that momentum, as we're saying, Kyle.
Yeah, if Cloud9, if everybody else could just get out of Cloud9's way here for this game, that would be fantastic. Although Tempo Storm were able to put up a lot of damage themselves, as Cloud9 was the thunder before the lightning here for the two teams standing out. And then Tribe likewise put up a lot of damage, and actually a ton of that damage was in the early to mid game, Jukes.
Oh yeah, it was. You know, they Rozhawk, that's their drop spot. They love to be there right there. And man, did they have some teams try to take it from them. They did their best, able to get some good, solid kills there. It's just the rotation, getting out of there was a little bit of a struggle. But man, I mean, I'm just going back and looking at Cloud9 right now. What a pivotal game for them right now. I can't even say it. That's how ridiculous it is right now, because man, we've seen them struggle throughout the leaderboards. They were in the top 10, it feels like, or the bottom 10 just a couple weeks ago, and then now, man, I can only imagine where they're at after this game.
All right, let's take a look at your highlights here and break down what we actually have for us. Who's got this?
I think Jukes want to go ahead and talk about Tribe versus Omen.
I'll start off right here. So you got Tribe on the hill right here, doing a little bit of a split push right here. And this is where it makes me a little bit nervous, is C-Gut right now. He's got Memo to his side. They looked like they tried to press together as a squad, but man, ended up kind of just going into a 1v1 against Nico. And these are the kind of tough fights that I hate to see right now. I mean, Tribe able to get the win. Great fight for them, 4 points on the board, but losing someone like that when you have a 4v1 advantage, those are those tiny little misplays that can make the entire game change for you right there. And I think that this is something, those little misplays are something that we see consistently come from like teams like Tribe and I think Trem Carreta. But here we got Loops, all right? Now we got Loops in a kind of similar situation. They're going and pushing together as a squad. And I really, really love this play, like Becker on the corner, waiting. He could have gone out and done the risk the 1v1, but if he gets knocked, he's thirsted, and that's Loops down to 3 members right there. And especially here at this high level, you want every single member up. And oh, Bayo just making it happen. 7, take it away from here, man.
Beowulf, that's one thing we were kind of noticing here. He was just going at him, and he wasn't only Alpha 7 players. At one point, he was shooting at Team Queso, and he was able to go ahead and wipe him. And as you can see right there, look at that, man. He was lasering Team Queso, even though they were laying down, trying to be snakes. No problem for my boy Beowulf. And something to actually mention in regards to the Pittsburgh Knights and Loops Esports highlight that we had there, that I feel like we need to go ahead and differentiate between them and Omen Elite and Tribe, is that one of the players from Pittsburgh Knights was actually fully distracted by the other players from Loops Esports. In comparison to the other engagement between Tribe Gaming and Omen Elite, is that the people that were pushing C-Gut, they had the full attention of the Omen Elite players. They weren't even distracted by the other guys. They didn't even have an angle on them. So it comes down to just the pushes and the execution that these teams are able to do.
Here's the overall rankings, as Loops will still sit up towards the top there, now extending their lead by a few little points extra. But Cloud9 has jumped up here as they move into 5th place. That's huge, Jukes.
Huge. I'm sorry. I mean, I can't even contain myself right here. What a swing in the leaderboards. It just felt like a couple weeks ago they were in, the bottom like 13, and then now just starting to turn it on here at the end. They're in 5th place, and with 282 placement points in total right now, and 464 total. They are not too far away from getting into the top 3.
I mean, we saw them start to roll before last playday, but it does show what the one good playday and then another win can actually do to the leaderboards for you here, Seven, if you're actually like on the ball with it.
Oh, definitely, and it's something that they need to go ahead and continue that momentum, because other teams like Tempo, Storm, and Pittsburgh Knights have 5 games. They haven't played the whole 46 games yet that other teams have, right? So we gotta go ahead and keep that in mind. Another thing to go ahead and mention that I was actually hearing from my boy John Allen is that he was saying for you to be able to qualify in a top 8 scenario here on this tournament, you need to go ahead and start averaging about 10 points per game or a little bit higher. And after that game, Cloud9 actually went ahead and propelled themselves to a 10.1 points per game average, so that is good to see.
Yeah, it's actually very good to see as well. We could actually talk about eventually the actual potential point cutoff as well for that top 8, and we'll see how that actually goes later on. But let's take a look now at the schedule. We have 4 more games coming at you here for today, and it will be Sandhawk coming up next. Then we got Erangel, then we got Vikendi, then we got Erangel. It's all good. So Sandhawk on the way, and these Sandhawk games, man, they've been racking my brain, Jukes. I've been thinking about Sandhawk a lot. Not that place, not been thinking about that place. If we can kindly remove that from my monitor, please. But beyond all of that, there's been great rotations that we've witnessed. There's been great fights going down that we've witnessed. There have been a variety of circles now. We're not just going to Quarry anymore. Sandhawk has been surprisingly entertaining to the nth degree here, Jukes, through the PMPL.
Without a doubt, I think that this is the one map that is, like you mentioned, one of the most entertaining to watch and the most hated by the players here, because it's literally anybody's game. It's such a tough map to manage, especially with the terrain. Yeah, it's a struggle. I struggle with the terrain as well as with the zone timing, because once you start getting to 4th or 5th circle, you have 40 seconds from the second that zone closes to start moving. And if you're out of position and that zone hard shifts off you, you have to start running immediately. You have no choice but to run, even if you're getting gate kept in other scenarios. So that's why we start seeing some crazy boat strats come from Krem. We start seeing some healing strats going on. I think that this is a map where it's anybody's game.
I need more of those boat rotations. Do you reckon there's a world, Seven, where other teams kind of watched back that game and thought to themselves, maybe those really wide boat strats might work? Because, I mean, it did work. A little bit of circle favor towards the end. He's going to find his boat. Where is it? That's the boat.
You know, sometimes the bow strat does end up working for you, and it does come down to the circle, right? And for Real Batiste, the last broadcast day, it worked out perfect for them. So I wouldn't be surprised if other teams were able to see that kind of highlight and say, hey, you know what? This is something that's kind of out of the box, but it ended up working out for them. Why not? Let's go ahead and give it a chance, because all it takes is one person to go ahead and do it, and other people are going to think twice about it. They're going to be like, oh, hey, that's actually an option.
At the same
something
time,
to keep in mind.
At the same time, though, I did see Jukes wince when I made the suggestion. So, what are you thinking about?
Wait, well, you know what? It's such a tough thing to see in Sandhawk right here. But at the end of the day, it's all about placement, right? Survival, that's going to get you consistent points. So if you can find a way to get on a boat and just survive a little bit longer, rotate in safely, and then start fighting into late game, it'll work for you. It worked for Real Batiste in your section. But the problem is, man, if somebody spots you in that boat, it's over. That thing, like you just look at it wrong and it explodes. So yeah, definitely high risk, but you know, hey, as we saw yesterday, high reward.
That's why I'm glad they did that 2-2 strat.
Yeah.
That's why I'm glad they did that 2-2 strat. So that way, in case they go ahead and blow up one, they can go ahead and maybe try to move on to the next one and get out of there.
If you're in one, there is one song that comes to mind, which is the dun 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 dun, the little coffin one. But anyway, regardless, thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll get you back in a few after Sandhawk is done, and we will head over to our commentary team here to bring you Sandhawk, bring you the jungle. And I did promise, and I intend to. John, how are you doing, mate? You can tell me about your day. You can tell me about anything you want. The floor is yours, John, because I interrupted you.
Oh no, it's fine. I was just happy to be here. To be honest, Caloris, thank you for letting me in.
Fantastic. All right, well, enjoy, guys. I'm gonna disappear, and we'll see you soon.
Later.
Thank you very much. Game number 2, Sandhawk as is tradition, and we're going to be heading back to the jungle. Plane path headed over the map, splitting it in twain, southeast all the way up to northwest.
Easy peasy for all these teams here. Nowhere is unattainable for these players. The sky is their limits here. I mean, it quite literally is, but they will want to go towards the ground. So the ground is the limit. But for Cromreal Betis, the water, because they can do whatever the hell they want when they get into boats.
Now, here's a question.
Yeah, go on, hit me.
Here's a question for you. Is the bottom of the sea ground?
Yes.
All right, glad we sorted that out.
I mean, it's ground level, right?
No, but like under the sea.
Ooh.
Like the ocean floor. Is that
Because people say that's the sea floor, right?
Is that ground, though?
Oh, God.
That's pretty existential.
I want to say yes. What's your counterpoint?
No, there was no counterpoint.
So yeah, this is just a question that you've come up with. You're like, this is a tough to answer question. I'm going to ask blank.
You're my color caster, Blank. I trust you to know these things.
I'm going to call it, look, it's ground, all right?
Okay.
Let's call it what it is. It's ground that's got a little bit deeper. That's
It's
all.
ground that's gone wet.
Yeah, it's just wet, deep ground. That's all it is. Circle, on the other hand, is northwest ground over on the northwest island. Pittsburgh Knights, obviously, Mazexis, as well as no one else, because no one else heads up that side other than Grunto. They'll have that island, and we once again have this weird little thing where do you go? Do you cross the river? Do you stay on by boot camp? Do you go down towards the southwest? Do you go up the mountain? You just don't know yet. Really, Sandhawk likes to play little games with you, and I kind of blame the desk here because they were saying all the players hate this map, and the map was like, wow, you all hate me. Cool, I'll give you a reason to.
Just affirming beliefs there.
Yeah.
Maybe finally Kalaris will have his wish of having the top of the mountain on the northwestern islands.
It's a classic. It's a classic finish, isn't it?
It's solid. It's a good fun. It's good fun.
Yeah. I was about to ask a really stupid question, but I'm not going to ask. I was like,
Thanks for telling me.
is on top of mountains also ground? I was like, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're an idiot, but yes.
Now, what if you take soil into space? Is it ground?
Oh. No, that's foreign soil.
All right, I'll let Elon know.
Thank you. I feel like I've had that one locked up in the memory for a while. I've been waiting to use it. But yeah, XQuest Gaming though, moving fairly quickly. Now this is interesting because if we cast our minds back to day 9, I believe it was. This is the day when Tempo actually had that really awful fight with XQuest Gaming, where they both, I mean, I would say XQuest Gaming forced it more than Tempo did. I think Tempo were like, okay, we leave now? XQuest Gaming were like, no, you stay.
We both stay.
We both stay. We both stay till we are both dead.
Yeah, that was the fight. That was the fight just on the northern point of the southwest island between XQuest and Tempo Storm.
Exactly. And what I'm highlighting here, at least, is the fact that, yes, on that same day I said I think it would have been better if XQuest Gaming just made a decision and just crossed the bridge. And they have done that today. So I'm really happy to see it. And they're changing things up. But I like to see a team that can adapt, John. That excites me.
Absolutely, and it seems like they're going to do just that. They'll be close to Mazexis, and it seems like that's not going to phase them one bit. We saw on our screens just then a couple of shots being popped off towards Mazexis. They did take a little bit of damage. So now XQuest Gaming, they have some area on this hillside towards the top of the mountain. Omen Elite as well, they've made that same decision to cross, and they'll be pushing across the river behind XQuest, but up close and personal.
Yeah, it's Darius here. Will unleash, but the zigzag. There's not much you can do against that. That guy's like a snake coming up the hill at the moment.
Unfortunately, everybody seems to take your advice on board and made the decision to cross.
I know.
All at the same time. It's Loops facing off against Omen. It's XQuest and Mazexis trying to vie for this compound, and it seems like it's going XQuest Gaming's way, and they're fighting again. Hang on a minute, that's the Pittsburgh Knights as well, coming into the fray, getting some knocks.
Yeah, they stole that kill away from XQuest Gaming. I did enjoy how one player from XQuest actually went to scout for the other players before Darius had even died. They were that confident they had that one. But Pittsburgh Knights, on the other hand, they've taken control of the high ground. XQuest Gaming kind of locked in now, though, between Mazexis But it really depends when Mazexis leaves. The issue for Express Gaming is that they're also unsure when Mazexis will leave, so they're struggling. But Pittsburgh Knights, when the next circle does hit, will have to control more of this mountain. So Express Gaming will have some solace knowing that there will only usually be 1 or 2 players still watching them. But Mazexis have come back for a bit more of the action.
Certainly have. And Tempo Storm, they've changed up their rotation path, Blank. Instead of heading out towards the point of the Southwest Island, they've headed up to the west of Boot Camp. They've stayed on the main island and have not opted to cross yet.
You know, I'm going to make a bold prediction here and say that actually the circle is going to land pretty much west side, just beneath Camp Alpha. That's where I'm saying the circle's going to land. But we'll see.
All right.
With time. I don't know. Something in my mind, seeing these circles day in, day out, it was like calculations. You know, just all those numbers running through my head. And yeah, that's what's come out the other end. It could be complete rubbish, but you know, we'll see.
Is it like those hacking scenes in all of the Hollywood films? It's just,
yeah,
you know,
but the guy turns around and he
goes,
goes, firewall's too strong.
Oh, okay, we went different ways.
and then the movie just goes, roll credits.
All right, Tempo Storm have made the crossing as well. They made it jumping off that cliff. This is a rotation that we saw, I believe it was Cloud9 try to make on the map that we talked about earlier when it was a similar circle. And in fact, no one else really jockeying for that spot. And Tempo Storm are going to take advantage of that. They managed to send their forward guard over towards the northwestern island, and the rest of them soon to rejoin.
Yeah, Team Queso usually hold here. Team Queso usually have a problem because they have to deal with Grunto and then also Lazarus. This time, Team Queso's on the defensive side, whereas Tempo's kind of
only
taking
just
up their
clocked
spot.
something. I have to interrupt you here because Cream Real Betis.
They are doing it!
They're doing it again.
Yes!
They're sailing the 7 seas.
The sea is your limit, boys!
Oh, fantastic stuff.
Raise
Sails
the
billowing in the wind,
flag.
majestic. Oh, lovely, 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 lovely.
Crim Real Jolly Rogers. Thank you very much. You know that the Pirates, they didn't really fight all that often. It was very much like more of a branding thing, where you would raise the Jolly Roger, and also they would paint big pieces of fabric, drape them over the side to look like the hull. So the idea was when you dropped onto an Empire-owned ship, you would just raise the Jolly Roger, get the cannons out, and they'd be like, well, we don't want to die, so here's some booty. So hopefully, Crim Real Betis, they can get some treasure, some loot in this game by making this crazy rotation, and also scare off some teams in the process.
Certainly going to strike fear into the hearts of anyone who isn't looking at them.
Yeah, history of blank.
No, it's interesting stuff, and
thank you.
Well, we'll see just how effective that shock tactic is going to be. I mean, I don't think anyone's going to expect them to do it twice in a row. No one would ever expect them to do it again. No one would ever expect them.
Absolutely not. So, I mean, B4 were the ones who got caught out last time by this rotation, by the way. And if Crim Real Betis swing round and come up behind them again, there's a potential. And thank you, observers. I love you guys so much. We've got the pirate cam in the bottom right.
Dude, they got the grog on deck. They are having the time of their lives right now. Everybody else, though, they're a little bit more worried about those sight lines, and they're trying to figure out where they can get into the next circle. The shift will come through. It heads pretty northern and still split between 2 islands.
It does, so a bold prediction. The firewall was too strong, after all. And it goes towards, like you say, split between those 2 islands. And the weird thing is, because most teams have dealt with this circle where it either goes boot camp, the southwest, or the northern island, they've all set themselves up in a position where they can hold all those areas. They haven't, however, set themselves in a position for where Cloud9 is holding. Now they all have to rotate through one another, and they're all going to take hefty damage. You can see Tempo Storm already taking a fight with Team K, so trying to get some position there, knowing this is the best place to gatekeep.
2 players down for either squad. Specs standing. HH24 is confirmed, so he's the last player up for Tempo Storm. 2 players for Team Queso. But this fight will be known, and in fact, Tempo Storm, they just get eliminated. They get rolled down in 16th.
I mean, this is a place that Team Queso had difficulty with breaching Grunto. So, I mean, kind of unsurprising that Tempo have great difficulty as well. You have to move up this way to gain any ground. You move too much off to the west side, you get shot from the players on top of the mountain. Now it's Omen taking a fight with Tribe. Tribe this time weren't able to catch out the teams who are making the river rotation because they took quite a while moving their way up. So they're playing much, much slower. And I think that if I'm this team, what I'm just hoping to do here is stay alive as long as possible. Still have options available to me. I can go down to boot camp. I can rotate past Paradise Resort. Oh my lord, I was trying to say Paraíso. Puerto Paraíso, yeah, no, it's bad.
Yeah. No, Miramar not on the rotation. We're having another Erangel up next, I believe. But
I know.
There's one scene that I want to talk to you about in the Pirates of the Caribbean Curse of the Black Pearl. It's when they've moored up the Black Pearl out and they bait out the English ship, and then they start walking underwater to the boat to try and board that way.
Yeah.
This is what I feel like Creme Real Betis are doing right now. They are swimming towards the coastline before.
I mean, B4 are
in the fire
really scouting it, but they're.
I don't know if they're looking.
I would say they are. I'm gonna put these guys up to be like the alliance here. They're going over the side. They're the Queen's men. They're looking for any invaders. I mean, Creme Real Betis, they're making their way. I respect them though. You know, I'm supporting the underdog here. They just want to make some cash. They just want to get a chicken dinner, you know? That's what they want to be in their chest of treasures. Just a chicken dinner, steaming, hot, ready.
We'll see if they're able to curry favor with the Curse of Cortez's gold. But for now, they're going to have to get back up onto the land. And B4 are, in fact, going to move away from that northern peninsula. I mean, we've talked quite a lot about these teams, but in the meantime, players right in the center of the map have started to take control of these right at the top of the mountains. Pittsburgh Knights have some sniping angles.
B4, no. I'm pretty sure. I don't think. No, actually, I don't think they do. No. No, they don't. They absolutely do not.
They're unfazed.
This is incredible. This is probably one of my most favourite things ever. I mean, Creme Real Betis might get a bit of a cold coming out of this one, but other than that, they're making headway. They're making headway.
It's tropical waters, you know. It's going to be nice and warm. It's very wet. I'll have to watch out for the gal.
True, yeah. I'll find a hairdryer somewhere close by. Next circle. Moving to a cinema near you very soon. Very soon is now. As we see it go back towards the northwest mountain. So it's another hard shift on the cards. Cloud9 going to have to react to that accordingly. Call 2 also on the northern side. B4, they've not been having the most stellar of games we've seen from them before. Kind of itching to get into the circle and then getting caught out a little bit. Mazexis in front of them. They are going to take a fight with them soon. Mazexis have spotted them out early on.
Ooh, a nice shot onto Levi. Catches them outside of the walls. They finish that one off, no bother, but there's shots firing back their way. Ooh, tickling damage, but not quite able to get the knock in response, and they can lay down that covering fire to get everyone nice and safe.
I mean, Lazarus as well. This is another team to be talking about, just because they had a really good run before. Russell able to put down so much fire. But yeah, B4 and Mazexis, this is an interesting fight because B4, they just lose one player already after just making a grueling rotation all the way on the clockwise towards the very, very north side of this map. And now they have to start considering making their way down. So both times their gamble on where the circle will land has not paid off. And now Mazexis is making a lot of issues for them.
It's certainly proven to be tricky, but they do have to move for this next zone, and they are not currently in the blue, out of the blue for the next one, and they're going to take a couple of shots. XQuest Gaming clashing with Pittsburgh Knights as well around the top of the mountain, but it's going back and forth on that. Not really too much more going on between these two squads. They don't want to take this fight just yet, but they have to be worried about Creme Real Betis, who are just now beaching up towards Hartin and will be flanking in behind, and B4, it's so unfortunate for them, but they might get... they might come a cropper to this as well, but Abdul might prove to be the early warning system. The Alpha 7 player who crossed up to the north, playing split from the rest of the squad, is going to be close to Creme Real Betis as XQuest Gaming try and take control of the top of the mountain.
I mean, Abdul seems to be the security measure at the moment for Alpha 7. We saw him get all the way to the end last game and not even get killed by anyone. He went out on his own terms. So Abdul looking to do something similar. Currently he is the 5th player on Creme Real Betis. B4 Pedro just behind the rest of his team playing backstop. It's S-Quest Gaming, though, trying to take control of this high ground versus Pittsburgh Knights. Now, this is not an easy place to take control of, but finally S-Quest Gaming, they decided now is the time to go. Pittsburgh Knights, they are currently split. This is perfect. S-Quest Gaming can get a really good control of this area.
Real Betis are firmly both feet on the soil. Dry soil at that, and they'll be able to push on through, but Mazexis might just come through and spot them out. Cool2 taking that fight on the crossing, going to be really tricky against Cloud9, who are still on that eastern shore.
Yeah, they will have to make the cross, and the cross is not going to be easy either. With Xiaomi Gaming holding onto the island here, and Xiaomi have kind of committed to this area. They're going to look for kill points. Cloud9 having a tough time, and there it is, boys. There it is. It is coming. It is coming on your screens very, very shortly. It will be the island right on top of the mountain there. And it will pretty much become an island because it will be split off from everywhere else. Making your way up onto this area, it's like trudging through swamps because you'll be shot at by so many bullets. Tribe, Omen, Loops, Team K, so they're all worrying. But it's Cloud9 and Xiaomi Gaming Alpha 7 that I'm worrying about.
Xiaomi probably have the best time of it at this stage. I mean, they're going to be able to get across pretty sharpish. Over on the south side, Tribe and Team Solid are going to clash. Only 3 players playing today for Team Solid, and they're going to lose one of them already, so down to 2. We've seen, though, that Kevin has been able to survive till the late circles, so we'll see if he's able to do that again in the same way that Abdul was able to do it last time around. Team Queso have made their way in, so have Real Betis.
Well, John, we've just had to be, we're adhering to the 1 meter rule now. It feels like all these teams are adhering to the 100 meter rule because we've still got 15 teams at 17 minutes. And it feels like everyone's able to play around one another very, very easily now as we head into the later days of this league. And it is beautiful to watch PUBG Mobile just developing within its own little microcosm in terms of a league. But we will start to see fights soon. The circle can only hold so many teams.
Everyone's going to be pushed in around these cliffs, so you've got to have various different elevations of fight at this stage. Omen Elite finally coming into the fight with X-Quest Gaming. They're trying to take the top of the mountain, but you've got X-Quest Gaming and you've got still Pittsburgh Knights. Some of their players still waiting in the wings after having their tail turned, but Cloud9 as well, they are going to have to push across and try and zone it away. In fact, they're going to do so well as to get a couple of kills over on towards Xiaomi.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 have done a really excellent job to make it to here, but it's Minwoo. Drops around the side, finds one, looking for the other. Beautiful headshot, though, coming through.
Not quite able to find it. Xiaomi do get eliminated in that fight with Cloud9, and now Lazarus turning tail will flee. Russell standing up with Lolo. Lost 2 players for Lazarus, and they are very, very split. Irish, sorry, is still alive, so they are there. Cloud9, they want to try and push into this compound, but there is a player ready and waiting for them. Cool2 are there. Team Solid take the fight. And there's the shots. Hang on a minute. How did Cloud9 went out? Huh? I thought they were all alive.
I didn't even see that happen. Alpha 7, I think, third-partied with the alongside the help of a couple of other teams. Cool2 also involved in that fight, so I think just a lot of teams just turned on them again, like a magic trick into map number 2. We have disappeared another team. We don't mean to do it. It's just happening.
It is the Thanos circle. Half the lobby disappears. And just like that, they are left wondering what to do with all these piles of dust. Well, I have to wait and see if the top of the mountain is going to pay off for X-Quest Gaming. They took it early, and in fact, the circle does center on towards some of these cliff faces, and they'll have the high ground.
I mean, this splits up a lot of the actual playable ground here. I think X-Quest Gaming currently have the best shout of it because they have the option to come down. The other teams do not have the option to come up, if that makes sense. So they control a vast amount of this zone at the moment. Russell, though, he's actually in a position where he was able to get, I think, 6 or 7 kills last time in the exact same position. So we'll see if he starts to blast off, as you can see him here, just on his classic ridge side. Italux, though, as well as the rest of the team, they're out in the circle, and the Pirates will only live for so long.
Unfortunately, their ship is sunk. Only one player now standing for them out in the blue zone as well. They know where he is. Maxon taking damage, pops the first aid, but consumed by the blue, has to jump up, and rely on the rest of his teammates to provide covering fire, but they're not going to do it. XQuest Gaming are able to knock him at range. And in fact, still a player out in the blue zone for Cream Real Betis.
Indeed. B4 trying to make their way up. They do have eyes on XQuest Gaming. That's Cold 2 out. My God, everything's happened so fast here, John. It's incredible. Team Queso, they're out in the blue. You expect them to go out quite early. Loops have just held down this compound on the southeast side for so long, but they have to leave soon too. B4 trying to get a little bit of a better zone, but XQuest Gaming, they currently hold all of the mountainside. They'll have to drop at some point though, because the circle doesn't really favor them other than a small cliffside, in which case they will know where they are. But it's the circle that drops on top of Lazarus. Again, I was saying this before, this is where Russell started to shine last game, but he only has one other player to support him rather than the 4.
Blank, there's 2 teams who have 4 players right now. Loops and XQuest Gaming. XQuest Gaming have the hillside, Loops have a compound, but both of them are going to have to leave for the next zone. Gonna push down a little bit further. B4 have control of the valley, and as such, they will have a position in this next circle, but the issue is both Lazarus and XQuest Gaming could just drop those nades down and go fishing.
Oh, just at the wrong time here did XQuest Gaming move. If they'd waited just a tad longer, then they would have seen Loops leaving their compound, but now Chowski's able to get out. Just Russell remaining now. He's tucked away here, but Loops, they've found their way into the circle itself. They will hear this fighting going on, so XQuest Gaming potentially want to backstab on this. Whilst this is going down, and this is the best opportunity for them to fin the forces on the side of Loops, not necessarily to kill B4.
Oh dear, XQuest Gaming are going to spot this one out, and Loops are now pinned. Lazarus across the way, and it's nades towards B4. This is really difficult. How do you play this?
It goes back to Lazarus here. Yeah, the Loops are just trying to become one with the stone at the moment. If they could get inside the rocks, they would. But it's very difficult, and as
Drop a nade.
not a perfect look to make this happen.
Oh, he's popping in the Molotov
B4
as well.
making it even more difficult. This is so
HCL.
smart from B4.
HCL dropped down right on top of B4. He fell off the cliff. That's disaster.
Tactics. It is the absolute disaster here. I love those Molotovs coming through from B4 though. XQuest Gaming, they have to go down and they will die if they drop, so really they have to force Loops to fight B4. I think XQuest Gaming might just go out here.
Oh, they're going for it. They're jumping off in the vehicle. Down they descend into the valley. We'll be able to pop out.
Oh my
One of them
lord.
goes down, and Shifan as well, soon to follow. They tried to make it work. It was the only chance they had, but it's not going to happen. Carijo as well, going low, burning down to that Molotov as Federal does get knocked as well. B4 holding it down all this time. Russell is still alive. Still.
Oh, there we go.
He has a shooting gallery. He could just fire
Oh my
down
lord,
upon them.
does he win this?
There's nothing they can do. He's going to find one onto Loops.
Are you joking? They can't win. They cannot win. I think he's inside the circle and they cannot get up.
Oh, they're going to try, but it's not really going to be able to scale that one, I'm afraid. Lazarus gifted it. No! Russell drops down. He's going to fall so low HP and they jump out. He gives it back to them as Lazarus eliminate themselves. B4 find the chicken dinner. Goodness me, what a final circle.
Russell! Why?
Oh. He had it.
Why have you done this?
He had it. He had it in the palm of his hand. And he slips. Always 3 points of contact when you're climbing rock faces. It's the #1 rule of rock climbing, and he forgot it. Unfortunately, it gave B4 the win.
Just no chalk on the hands. Just didn't squeeze his feet into the boots properly.
Oh,
James,
it's so sad.
help me. Help me out, James.
Xander, can you say for me, I can't believe you've done this?
I can't believe you've done this.
No! It was so perfect. Regardless, you know, B4 getting themselves the win off of all of that. I'm a big fan of the Northwest mountain circles. I think they're nuts. And we saw it, Xander.
Totally. I mean, there is actually some smart play to analyze here very quickly before we send it over to the actual analysts. But I mean, B4, I think, just did a wonderful job of actually boxing Loops in. Like, the Molotovs they threw prevented Loops from leaving, and it actually gave opportunity for XQuest to shoot on them as well as Lazarus. So it opened up the victory for them. And I mean, through all odds, like, B4 have been traveling around the entire map. I don't want to watch that again. they've been traveling around the whole map, and then to get a win here is bloody fantastic.
Yeah,
I'm just
absolutely.
happy we saw the Creme Royale Betis in the boat again.
Yes, so am I. Oh,
was good.
we were losing it. We were like, yes, it's the boat. Anyway, right. All right, I'll see you in a few, boys. As we bring, we'll bring Seven and Jukes back on here. And shocked faces. They're... All right, bye. I'll do this segment alone. It's all right.
We were falling. We were falling. Sorry.
No! Oh,
Why?
You hate to see it right there. Oh.
I mean, Duke, surely he had it in the bag. The circle, part of it was up there, right?
Yep.
It looked like it was up there, you know, but hey, you know what? Sometimes you just got to do the Lion King strat, you know, just go down there, try to hit some 360 no-scope plays, you know, put it on the highlight reel at this point. Unfortunately, didn't work out for Lazarus right there. But I mean, regardless, still a great performance for them. B4, though, big game. They want that first place. They're in competition with Loops for it. So for them to be able to get 29 points, Loops still had a good one with 17.
Yeah.
But yeah, every single point counts right now for the squad. Oh, but that ending, though.
Oh, definitely so.
Heartbreaking.
Lazarus, of course, get themselves to second place off the back of that, and considering that it was the previous Sandhawk that they won was from exactly the same position for the most part, so they could have had themselves another chicken dinner off the back of a similar position. Let's take a look at our 9th through 16th as well and see how that looks. Cloud9 off the back of their win before, only the 4 points coming in for them. Tempo Storm went out ultra early 7 there. It was very unfortunate.
Yeah, as we've been saying, that's one of those teams that needs to go ahead and continue to have performances, and today's just not going their way. Now that's 2 days in a row. Hopefully going into Erangel next, they'll be able to go ahead and switch it up. And Omen Elite. I know it was Sandhawk, and something that we're mentioning, it's very unpredictable what's going to go ahead and happen there in Sandhawk, as we saw in the finale. Hopefully those teams can go ahead and pick it up if they want to go ahead and contest for top 8.
Mate, I'm so sad. Hurt for poor Lazarus. Poor Lazarus, but that's how it's going to play out. Let's take a look at the team stats here for B4, who not only got themselves the win here, but actually we saw them quite a lot throughout this game when we were focusing on what was going on, because they were up towards the north of that northwest circle, northwest island even, I should say, potentially holding off Creme Royale Betis from their boats extravaganzas, but 1,250 effective damage coming in here from B4 with the 9 kills and only 4 knockouts, Duke. So a few steals here and there, but they had a decent spot to be able to do it from.
They sure did. We saw that rotation, them going from north to south, and they took some time doing it. They obviously didn't go as north to south as Russell did, coming from the top of that hill onto the grass, you know. But regardless, they took their time, executed to perfection, and was able to get a great finish onto Loops, their competitors.
I mean, I was scared a little bit for B4 during that game when we saw the fight up towards the north actually break out for them. They were trying to hold out Creme Royale Betis, but then they'd abandoned their boat and then swam in 7, and then they found themselves in another fight. And if Creme had turned up a little bit earlier, maybe it could have been a different story for B4.
Yeah, and everything was going on. I think at one point even the casters were saying, I think B4 knows that Creme Royale Betis is out there in the ocean waiting. And then guess what? Metsexis comes in. They kill a player from B4, but it goes to speak volumes of B4, because as soon as they lost that player, they said, you know what? This is not the play. Let's go ahead and rotate. Let's take that top mountain, and from there they just start fragging out.
It's the Mountain Dew Game Fuel highlights here as we take a look at seeing how things look with Team Queso getting themselves a few shots early on, and a lot of teams found themselves in this rough terrain down towards that southwest island there, Dukes, trying to get across that little river. Eventually some did, but it is very tough to do so when these shifts happen.
Every team's nightmare, you know, when you're just trying to get into zone, you have no cover, and you got so many great gunners just shooting it down on your rotation in. Whoa, that was a really close one right there for Italox. Had that tunnel vision, but a drop shot able to get him out of there right there. Yeah, there's just not really much you can do when it comes to those positions. It was a really tough break for Omen Elite and for Tribe. I know that, you know, I was watching Creme Royale Betis' rotation that whole time, and I was rooting for them to be able to get in, but once that zone hard shifted south, yeah, B4 just had the easy line of sight on them right there.
And of course, execute towards the end whilst we're watching some of these final moments. So let's quickly take a look and see if we can catch our fall.
I can't look. I can't watch.
That's what it was.
The desperate spray as well with the Uzi. Imagine if you 360 that one, Jukes, eh?
If you want a 360 no scope right there, I mean, that's talk about put on the highlight reel. But if there's anything that I could say for Russell, though, that man had to have the strongest ankles in the game right there. That was a high drop, and he still survived it. I was shocked. I mean, I was shocked that he even was able to have any HP after that. But yeah, hit the ground just a little too hard right there, and unfortunately not able to take out B4.
Let's take a look at the total damage coming in across the lobby as well then, as it will not be B4 actually taking the top spot. It will be XQ, and I mean, Seven, they were channeling their inner Kyle Aris when they took the top of that mountain at the Northwest Circle, because I love that spot. And you're able to get a lot of damage out, but when the circle does shift away from you from up the top, it's a bit unfortunate. I saw that they tried to use vehicles to go down, it seemed, to try and alleviate some of the fall damage, but it wasn't happening.
Yeah, and at that point, it's kind of like a full send, right? You know you're going to have to push out. You know the zone's not in your favor. And guess what? Any place where you could actually get down from the mountain, it's gone. You have to either jump and hope that you don't die to fall damage, kind of like Russell did a little bit there at the end, or get on a vehicle and just go for it. And it worked out in their favor, to be honest. And as you were mentioning, maybe they've been listening to what you've been saying about the top of the mountain in Sandhog. now that we're being blessed with a little bit more of a northwest finish circle. But overall, great performance by them. Teams that I do want to go ahead and see them pick it up is Tempo Storm, Pittsburgh Knights. Even though they did almost get about 1,000 damage, I want to go ahead and see them maybe finish more of those kills.
Yeah, definitely. Jukes, any other things you're taking away from this game?
You know what, Russell, it happens to the best of us, if you're watching this right now.
Yes.
I remember, as a matter of fact, early in the tournament, I think that's a problem hill right there. That little rock is just a little too smooth, because if I remember, Beowulf, we had a situation before that I think that was exactly the same one. He had zone on top of that exact hill and fell off right there to his death. I mean, that's a tough break for Lazarus right now. But yeah, here we go into the highlights right here.
It's voting time, baby.
Let's go! I mean, look at this. Creme Royale Betis. It worked before, and it worked again. I mean, they got into the top 5 right here with the perfect rotation. And one thing I really got to highlight is B4. You know, B4, they could have sat back, they could have gone for the kills, but they know that it's zone over everything right here. They rotated in, and that rotation was a huge factor for them to be able to get this win.
Seven?
And something that kind of stuck out there for me at one point when XQG was, when one of the players of XQG was just looking at all the Loops player, I was hoping he would have a grenade. It would have been such an easy kill.
Oh, yeah.
And as you can see right there with Russell, he was starting to scale that mountain little by little, and it was working from him. I guess at that point, he just felt comfortable that, you know what, oh, I see like a little area down there where maybe I couldn't go ahead and land. He was just not expecting it to go ahead and bounce him up. But overall, I think that both strategy is just working wonders for Creme Royale Betis.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at the overall rankings then and see how things have shaken up. We have Loops towards the top. Now the first team to take over 600 points in the tournament. And John was mentioning to us that he thinks that maybe, 600 points might be that cutoff for that top 8. And if Loops is already there, I mean, is anybody questioning that they're going to be safe going into World League at this point? But it feels like they're absolutely solidifying that time and time again. But now B4 was not only the first team to get 5 wins, not only the first team to get 6 wins, but the first team to get 7 wins as well. The chicken dinners don't slow down, Jukes.
They sure don't, and look at that. It's so crazy to see that Loops is ahead of B4 with 34 kill points alone, and just that consistency for them is incredible to see. But one thing that I am definitely looking at more than anything else right now is who's going to make it in the top 8, and with Tempo still having a game advantage on the rest of these squads. Tribe, they had a great game to start off, but Tribe, Omen Elite, and Creme Royale Betis need to have some very, very big performances here, because as we've seen, these top squads, they're not letting up. They're all putting up big numbers right here, and you are already at a deficit, so you have to make up that gap, hope they do bad, and you got to do it in a big way. So a chicken dinner and some kills, I think, is a necessity for all these squads.
Let's take a look at the schedule then. 3 more games to go today, and we will have that good old Erangel sandwich with a little bit of ice cream center for that Vikendi. I don't know why I'm talking about ice cream a lot today. Maybe I just need to eat some ice cream when I go home. We got
cravings.
Yeah, I guess so. Erangel's coming up next though. Let's talk about good old vanilla. It is Erangel. Seven, what do you talk about for me?
Listen, man, you're Now got me thinking about ice cream, and I'm that kind of person that I can't have ice cream. But Erangel, what I'm gonna be looking at is seeing where Cloud9 actually lands, because going back to the first game, they took advantage of Trem Coretta not playing today, and Cloud9 did went ahead and go military. So it was good to see them go ahead and do kind of like a different strategy, something that we saw the likes from from the last broadcast day from Team Queso. Team Queso usually lands Primors. They went ahead and switch it up depending on the flight path, and they went to Mansion. So it's good to see that other teams are now starting to improvise. Another team that I would definitely like to see them improvise a little bit more would be Tempo Storm. They've been getting Pochinki the whole time, and currently if they did qualify to top 8, how are they going to react when now we got to go ahead and deal with people from Europe that are probably going to be landing Pochinki? I want to see different strats.
Yeah, it's a very good point. You can't take your drop spots for granted when it goes to something like World League. Very, very scary. And of course, as well, something that's not scary in the slightest is watching in-game, and you can grab yourself some lovely, lovely rewards. So make sure to go and pick some up. We're watching in-game. Open up PUBG Mobile. Join us there as well. Fantastic. All right, gentlemen, I'm going to banish you once again. Be gone with ye, as we now bring on the commentators for Erangel. They're gone. All right, let's bring them on, and let's have a little bit of a chat about all of these teams looking to get some points. We've got Snods and Dave here joining me. Snods with Loops now 604 points. Do you think they're going to be safe for World League? I think they're a shoo-in at this point.
Yeah. I think so, and I actually agree with Hot Jukes as well. I think the main narrative that we should be looking at is who's going to be there to make it in top 8. Obviously, Trem Coretta there now, but it's C9, it's Pittsburgh Knights that are still trying to fight for it.
Absolutely. Dave, any stories?
I'm doing great. We got 3 games to go here today, so I'm just revving up the engines. I mean, game number 1, Erangel, 17 kills coming out from Cloud9. Can they do the same thing here in game number 3? Currently, they're in 5th place on the overall leaderboard. I'm looking for them to finish top 3 today.
I think they're going to keep the engine roaring. All right, thank you very much, gents. I'll disappear, and you can bring us Erangel.
Thank you very much, Kalaris. Dave, did I hear that correctly? You think C9 are going to finish top 3, or was I just hearing things?
No, I 100% said that. I mean, last game, not the best, but game 1, Beowulf alone. Listen, I've said this multiple times. When Beowulf is fragging, the rest of the team is fragging. All right, Beowulf got 10 kills to themselves in game number 1, and that was on Erangel. So I'm looking forward to it. I think the team has got that fire going behind them here today.
Well, here it is. It's going to be game 3. It's our second Erangel of the day. Obviously, as you just said, it was Cloud9 who won the first one with 17 kills. So they actually joined Tribe, who had set that 17-kill marker in the first week on Vikendi, and actually as well for Beowulf. I think that was one of the kills he had when he had 4 or 5 kills in that open field, where one of them was stolen. I think it was Lukatas or something, where if he had got that kill confirmed, Dave, then C9 would have the record.
Yeah, I think there was one player, I forget who it was, but they had 11 kills in one game. So Beowulf definitely in that second place when it comes to individual kill count records. Looking at this game, though, looks like Cloud9, with the current playing path, will be dropping right out of the cargo hold door, sending it right down there onto a military base. We'll be sharing it with B4 over there in Novo, and not looking too bad. I mean, Alex, one thing that I've noticed here, at least, when we do get the cast Erangel, we have about a 80% military base finish ratio, you and myself.
Even now, military base is still going to be inside. It's C9. They're going to be very happy with that moving forward. And I actually wanted to touch as well on the fact that C9 are military base. They did it in the first game as well. And I think the reason being is there's no Trem Coretta. Trem Coretta aren't playing today. And we know typically it's B4, they drop towards Novo, and then Trem Coretta drop towards military base. Well, I think for C9, they've seen where the circles have been going, and they're thinking, okay, Trem's not here. Let's drop military base, let's loot up, and then let's see what we can do from that point forward. And especially as Team Queso aren't going to be playing towards Primorsk and Ferry Pier, this really opens up the rotation for C9 now to go towards the Eastern Bridge and pass up towards Gatka if they wanted to.
Yeah, hopefully they quickly get in and get out when it comes to going for that loot and get on over that bridge. And, another team, Team Queso, they are playing, but they didn't drop in their normal spot. But Ferry Pier as well, Grunto, they like to go for early bridge camps, and they are sitting out here today as well. So Cloud9 having that information in their back, you know, they know, okay, we should be able to get across there fairly safe and sound. So we'll see. We'll see where they end up taking us moving forward. Tempo Storm, they're also looking to make the come up here. Coming into this game, I believe they're 7th place on the overall leaderboard, averaging around 10.8 points per game. So they are definitely doing a great job here as well.
Yeah, and actually I want to touch about that point average as well, because for Tribe Gaming, I mean, even in the games earlier when they're going out in 8th, 9th, 10th position, they're still getting 8 or 9 kills. So they're still averaging around that high, you know, maybe not 10, but they're still averaging a high amount of points per game. I think the issue for Tribe isn't their gun skill, Dave. It's more about their placement inside the circles. It's more about going deep inside the circles without having to get 10, 15 kills each and every time you do it. Try and make it easier for yourself. Maybe have less audacious rotations going forward.
Yeah, and you know, at least when we look at game number 1 on Aaron Gold, they had the high ground near Rozhawk. I believe they took out like 2 teams from that position.
Yeah, they had 8 kills.
8 kills, yeah, and they also had a really clean breach on Mezix. They pushed into Mezix. I think 2 of them got knocked, but they were able to secure the kills and make sure not to get the thirst on their end. So they were able to reset, and that's exactly what they need to be doing because, you know, the past couple days, I believe they spoke about it on Desk, when it comes to Tribe, they take these fights. They're aggressive. They take these fights, but they're not as close as they should be. They're not grouped up together. So if one of them does get knocked, the chances of them getting thirsted are extremely high. And that's something that, at least in game 1 here, they played out a little differently. You know, they were close together. They didn't get thirsted. And when they play like that, when they play close-knit, it works out great for the squad.
I mean, you got to remember as well who's in-game leading, right? It's King A. He's got the 2nd most kills for his team. He's one of these in-game leaders that does lead from the front. I mean, Beowulf as well is a good example where if these players are having good games, the rest of the team seems to just fuel off of it as well. And for Tribe, you know, they're going to be right next to Criminal Batiste. We know Criminal Batiste likes to play a little bit more passive earlier. And of course, Cream are going to know that Tribe are going to be here towards Rozhawk. And actually, Rozhawk is a really important part of the map right now, considering that we have a very western side circle. And it's going to be the parts towards Potato Hill, typically where XQuest Gaming are, or it's Tribe at Rozhawk. You can try and split off that rotation from the east to the west, so that should be paying dividends later there for Tribe. And well, for XQuest Gaming, Dave, they've actually left Potato Hill just south of Pachinki very, very, very early. Typically, they rotate into teams like Tribe. We saw that yesterday's games. Instead, now they're here towards Ferry Pier, and they're inside the circle, and now they can try gatekeep this eastern side bridge against C9.
Yeah, I want to say it's kind of a similar story to Cloud9. Like, these teams, you know, they're comfortable now. They know pretty much the way of the land and where teams like to play. And just the fact that Grunto aren't in the lobby, XQ, they know Ferry Pier is going to be free and clear. There's going to be loot over there, maybe even some cover. And with circle number 1, it's not the worst spot. I mean, you got Quarry pretty much protecting you from Gatka. So there's a lot of wiggle room, especially down there in the south when it comes to XQuest. So I'm really liking the rotation down there. I'm not too disappointed with that one. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see them finish, you know, quite far into the game here, just based off their position alone.
Something I've noticed as well, we've got loops on our screens, and typically it's actually loops that drop really close to, where C9 used to drop. If you remember, it was South Georgia Pool. Actually, it was the last game yesterday when it was C9 who were dropped by loops, and they were in very close proximity towards Hospital and South Georgia Pool. Maybe for C9, that's one of the reasons they took Trem Corrector's spot as well, as loops were starting to drop towards South Georgia Pool. You've got Lazarus, who are just north of you, typically as well. Wildcard Gaming towards Severny, although obviously Team Solid are dropping towards Severny now that Wildcard Gaming are out. And actually, we saw loops drop towards Shelter, so it might be because of the playing pathing, the reason they went for that, how far away South Georgia Pool was. But either way, now loops have to make their rotation westwardly, as does, well, the majority of the rest of the teams in the server.
Yeah, I mean, 100% definitely because of the playing path, but it's also something that's interesting to start to think about, as I believe we have like 23 more games in total here, and then we're done. Then these teams move on into World League. But when we look at squads that do drop near each other, all right, Loops, they are 604 points. They have so many points. This is a team that can really try to do new things in order to prepare for Worlds, pretty much, in my opinion, of course. I know we're not done yet, but they have a lot of wiggle room. So if they do take early engagements with, say, their neighbors, Cloud9, over there in South George, you know, just to kind of, you know, try out new things, that will definitely ruin Cloud9's chances of qualifying. Yes, Cloud9, they're currently up there. They're in 5th place. But if you got a squad bullying you every single time you're on Erangel, which makes up the majority of the map pool here, you're going to quickly see your point lead slowly slip on out of there until you get to that point where you're just like nervous every single game. So I wouldn't be surprised if some teams like Cloud9, they start to change things up just because they got the heavy hitters like Loops, their next door neighbors. You never know what they might do.
Yeah, it's a really good point to make. I mean, I think as well, Hot Jukes mentioned it yesterday, and I really agreed with him. And he mentioned the Pittsburgh Knights. Yesterday they were standing out, and obviously for C9 now in 5th, you've also got teams that are rising up the ranks as well that are just below them around that 8th mark on the leaderboards. And if you did stand out yesterday, it almost feels like you are playing catch-up today. And that might be one of the reasons why we saw the Pittsburgh Knights make the instant rotation. They were the first team who rotated in this game so far, and they went straight into the center of the circle, just south of Gatka. Obviously, we know Gatka has a lot of open fields towards the south of it, so having an early compound in such a vulnerable position is really, really good to see from them going forward. And I think actually yesterday they must have taken so much in terms of time off to just improve individual play, but also VOD reviews, tactics and strategies, the whole lot.
Yeah, and we'll get to that in just a moment here. Next circle will pop. We see Cloud9, we see Loops, we see the Knights that we were just talking about in Gatka, pretty center here. Next zone's going to go on up, and not too bad. B4 on the edge. Tempo, they will need to push on out of Pachinki. Call2, Cream, and Omen are going to probably be in the most challenging situation right now when it comes to safely finding themselves in this next zone. But talking about the Knights real quick. This is one team that I've noticed, at least on Erangel, they are so good at utilizing the DPs. The DP meta is so strong right now. And if I'm not mistaken, there was like one game where Carnage, Raven, Jagger, all 3 of them, they were all kind of spread out and they were all prone in the grass like snakes, but they were all using the DP and just spraying down the enemies. And the DP, with it being so powerful, I got to look out for the Knights, because they're getting used to that weapon.
You mentioned these two teams, Kultur and Kremril Batiste, who have to make the rotation. I think the best pathing for them is to follow Alpha 7. Alpha 7, they've gone westerly towards Roshok. They've followed the road across the river. They're now in Georgia Pool. They're going to go South George, cross down from Hospital. And I mean, Everest is currently open. Typically, we see Loops who like to drop towards south of Georgia Pool, towards Hospital. Then they go towards Everest, although Everest is currently open right now, and it is inside the circle, so it could be a very good position to try to go for, as it seems like we have 1, 2, 3 teams currently following that same trajectory of going towards South Georgia Pool and then rotating southwards just west of Hospital. But then again, XQuest Gaming, they're doing the exact same thing but in reverse, as they're coming up from the south side going north. So they may meet very soon.
Yeah, and the thing is with XQ, they have a 2-2 split going on right now. So if Team Solid, the 4 members or the 3 members of Team Solid run into them, they're going to be at that numbers disadvantage. Looking over here, Irish, maybe taking them shots out there in the bush. Might have spotted maybe something moving, but
maybe Mezexis.
Yeah, Mezexis is going to be out there. They're kind of split too. 2 members, Jagger, going to be up here in the front lines with J7, doing some scouting, but they're rolling right on into Tempo.
And remember as well, we always talk about it with Gatka, it's the open fields, and currently Gatka is in the center of it. So in terms of compounds to use, there may not be too many, as Mezexis are going to be feeling that pain currently, as Gamma is going to be knocked. But that is in the background, as in the foreground we now have Tempo versus Pittsburgh Knights. And the Pittsburgh Knights, they have a good compound here, and this is the advantage I mentioned about rotating first and being, well, the first mover in any marketplace is you get that advantage, and it's going to be the compound for them to use. But Tempo, they realize that there is a team occupying it, and they think, it's not worth it crashing this one. Instead, we'll just wait and see what happens.
Yeah, and it, it really depends what market. I was the first mover in the Beanie Babies market in the 90s, and that didn't work out very
that paid
well for
off.
me. But,
wait, really?
It didn't work out for me, man.
I
held on to them too long. I still got Beanie Babies, so if you're looking for some, slide into those DMs. Looking around here, though, Quarry, B4, XQ, inside Quarry, shots from Mick popping off right now.
Yeah, XQuest Gaming, you mentioned it before, they went for the 2-2 split, and the issue is, you can see how far away Zyphan is from his teammate, Easy. Well, not quite so easy here, as he is dropped. Zyphan about 100 meters away here, so in terms of the probability of him being able to deny MixZero this confirmed kill is very unlikely. And for XQuest Gaming, was it just did they feel too comfortable in their 2-2 split? It seems like so.
A little too greedy right there. I mean, you got to stay grouped up, especially in zones like this. So they're going to lose one most definitely over there. Next circle does go on up. So if I am She fan, I'm going to get in the vehicle and quickly rotate on into AZ and HZL. But look at this zone, Alex. I mean, the east side is going to be deadly here.
Yeah, really, really tough. I mean, especially towards the southern side as well. Teams that are rotating the south of Quarry, I mean, Omen Elite and Charme Gaming, they may get shot at from B4, let alone the two squads I just mentioned. Towards the north, you've got Criminal Batiste, Alpha 7, who are now forced to make their rotations through each other. But then again, Culture, Team Queso, Team Solid, all these teams conjugating here towards the northern side, as it seems like these teams are expecting the next zone to go more westerly.
And I'm actually really happy that we got this zone, because usually when the circles are in this area, it tends to favor Gatka a lot. We find ourselves in Gatka fields, kind of in between Quarry. Oh, pull up right now, Alex.
Whoa, this is what I was mentioning about these two teams going to be rotating into each other. Culture get the drop, but they also lose Yang as well, as Metek is going to be hitting the deck from the side of Alpha 7, and these two teams losing players early is far from ideal, as Fran has the backup of always, because he's always by his comrade's side, although Micro Uzi, close quarters, is going to be the name game, as Lukatas, you can see the little, you can see his backpack, it's going to be that crouch who's trying to revive Abdul. But look at this, it's the DP28. Let's see if he can put it to some magic though, as he's down to just 5 bullets. Has to go for the reload here, or maybe he can try and connect them, and no.
The drop
switch out the pizzas in the middle of the firefight. And with that, well, Lukatas, he's got his own DP28, and he didn't miss the first shot, so there you go. And that's also going to be the cleanup kill as well for the side of Culture. But they are going to be finished off eventually by Creme Batiste, who are third partying.
The DP versus DP hipfire battle right there in the yellows. Call2 definitely caught off guard. Now just Luxy with the SLR on the outskirts over here. The last remaining member. Here comes Lazarus making the pull-up. The same thing with Cream as well. So Alpha 7, they can't catch a break.
Yeah, and it's all down to Lukatas, and for Culture as well, it's down to Luxy and Fran, and Luxy's far away from Fran, so Fran is probably going to be leaving.
Loops!
Luxy, yeah, he is going to be leaving Luxy alone, but Lazarus have even more players rotating in now. That's going to be 3 here from the side of Lat. 4 as Minwoo's here too, and they're going to be hearing the firefights that are going off just to the east of them, as Chromo Batiste, Spot Russell and Co rotating past. They are going to take a few pop shots here, and a few are actually going to be landing, although Lazarus, they don't want a part of this, as Loops are now here as well, Dave. Loops are going to be cleaning up some of the players here from Chromo Batiste, as Luxy managed to get a kill for his side, but then again, he is the last remaining player from the side of Culture, so that 1 kill onto Cream isn't going to be too detrimental there for them, although for Lukatas, he is just inside this last remaining building. Creme Batiste, they may want to try and get back into this third party as well, because if they can try and eliminate Lukatas and Loops, at least they'll get some kill points for this.
Loops, nothing to lose right now. They heard the gunshots, they saw the vehicles all pulling up, and they're like, listen, let's get involved ourselves. Let's go get into this party over here. And it looks like they did get 1 kill off of that. The next zone does go on up. Cream over here near the beaches, near the water, to their backhand side. Not going to be favored in this next zone. And Loops, the ultimate gatekeepers right now. Lukatas holding it down. Spotted and taken down and out by Becker.
Yeah, that's going to be Alpha 7 who eliminated first, as Luxy is still alive for Culture. And as I say, that actually gets another kill onto a Lazarus player. So that's 2 kills so far for Luxy, as now he's into a 1 versus 2. It's Minwoo and it's Lolo as well here, as this is towards the edge of the circle, towards the northern side. I mean, even if he can kill off 2 of these players here from Lazarus, he still has to deal with either Cream, Batiste, or Loops as well, who eventually have to rotate into them. Ooh, seems like Lolo and the sort of Minwoo as well. They're going to be quite scared to go for this, because the grenades that are landing here for Luxy are nearly perfect, because they're actually dealing out some shrapnel damage here, forcing a slight delay here for Lazarus. But let's talk about that in just a second, as Nitsu manages to force Darden onto his knees, but he's going to be revived here by Karilho. So he is fine and dandy for now. But Loops, they can't afford an early loss here.
Yeah, Loops definitely being peppered from multiple sides right here. And Cream going to use this time. Darden is going to be knocked down. The revive most likely going to be coming up from Loops, and they're going to utilize this time to just rotate and avoid this. They're going to leave Nitsu behind to make sure to kind of keep that distraction going on from the side of Loops here. So Nitsu over here holding it down. Meanwhile, the other 2 teammates from Cream on a wide rotate, sending it all the way to the east side.
And actually, Nitsu can maybe try and survive here as well and try and rekindle with his teammates. As Luxy, yeah, he's going to be killed off here by one of the players from Lazarus, but not before he took out 2. So for Culture, it's well, At least you took part points, I guess, as they do have 2 kills. And that's going to be the second team who are out here in our third match of the day, as Omen Elites are now rotating in as well, as they're going to be coming in. I'm trying to see what side, actually. It's going to be far towards the western side, too. They're going to be eliminating what was left of Team Solid. Not too many players, although I believe they are being third-partied right now by Team Queso, and yes, they are, but it's going to be Mazexis now catching Loops out in the open. It's 2 players here from Mazexis. They also have the other remaining players from the squad of Mazexis close proximity, so they can call in for aid if the beacons are lit, and they're going to be lit here, and they're going to be lit by the, well, smokes and the Molotovs and grenades that are about to be coming in here, as Corralho is going to be taken down to quite low HP, but then again, 3 players here are so far forward from the side of Loops, as Darius and Gamma, they have really good positions here. They can actually just show off their head, and that could be a really hard shot here for the Loops players to land, because their whole body's exposed, and Darius as well lands the grenade. This may force Loops back.
Huge grenades coming out right now from both Mazexis and Loops. I really like Mazexis, though. They got that one little dip on the left side of the road and also that ridge right in front on the right side of the road. So they can peek up, take some shots, try to mow down that grass, get some damage onto Loops. And here comes Mitz right now, popping up.
Yeah, Loops are trying to rotate, but it seems like Mazexis aren't going to be allowing them. That's another drop coming out from Mazexis. They're going to be wiping the floor here with Loops. And now they're confirming the kills. Dardin has been dropped. It's Kaoski and Karilho who have to try and make this happen here for Loops, as the zone coming in, going to be doing more damage. Gamma may be killed off here, as Dardin as well can try and finish off the 2 players from the side of Mazexis. Darius bringing down another player. Kaoski is going to be dropped. Darius is doing even more damage here, but eventually going to go down. Vega finishing off more players is down to Karilho. 20% HP. He's got 2 players to deal with here. Vega, 1 shot would take him down, but then again, he's the last player standing now as well for his side. It's a 1 versus 1. Vega going for the heal here. Corralho's not going to go for the heal, though this means he may go down from 1 shot from Vega. The Molotov coming in, forcing out the peak. Let's see if he can make it happen. No, he can't. Vega is going to be eliminating Loops out in 11th, and it's going to be Lazarus. 2 players remaining, but they still make it happen.
I really liked Carrillo. Top fragger in the lobby, by the way, just putting that out there. But I liked how they tossed out underhand 2 mollies to kind of keep the squad mates that were knocked down and out from pushing on up and get that information. But we'll get back to that Team K. So Axel fragging out, fighting Carnage right now. Alex.
Yeah, Carnage is dropped now as well. I think there's only 1 player standing to the side of the Knights. Yes, it's going to be Raven. And, well, he's trying to fly away, and it seems like he will actually get away. As Team K, so still have 4 players alive. Raven able to fight on for the remaining portion of this game, as we're only 20 minutes in and 10 teams left. So if the circle keeps shifting in mysterious ways, it's gonna put these teams under more pressure, which typically means the games do end up quicker with the chaos that ensues from the randomness. But I'm trying to work out what's causing so much damage here for Team K. So these grenades and these bullets, I'm not sure where they're being peppered from.
Pretty much getting sandwiched. You know, you got AZ from XQ behind them trying to make their way on in. You got Charme right in front of them. You got Omen all the way back there as well. I mean, this hard shift to the east definitely forcing a lot of these teams that, you know, kind of hedged their bets on the west side into quite the pinch right now, as Omen, they're finding out firsthand.
Yeah, I'd actually like to think that Cloud9 probably have the best position here in terms of the zones, and for Charme, it's not going too favorable for them. Paris Boy, last player standing, but maybe for not much longer, as, he actually makes this one work, and maybe go for a heal here, because the players here from Team K are a little bit too spread apart. Although Marco's here now, yeah, this should be it. Axel's going to be coming through the door, kicking it down, and there you have it. And Charme Gaming knocked out in 9th place, as Tribe now, they want to try take out their North American counterparts. This is a massive game for both of these teams. They're neck and neck in terms of the standings here overall. Both these teams, they big performances, and it's all coming up Tribe, as Zute in the vehicle so far away, gets to watch his teammates die as Tribe eliminate 3 of the players here from Omen.
Tribe over here in the swamps, you know, pretty much recognizing that push from Omen Elite across the open terrain. The wheat fields will be holding them down, but with the help of the third party from Cloud9 all the way out there to the east. These players waiting to see where this next zone will go. Looks like it's going to pop. Looks like Tribe going to be right there on the edge over here in the swamp. So we might see Shrek pulling up here very shortly. 6 teams remaining. Team Queso, though, one thing to note, they were able to get those revives after Paris Boy pretty much knocked out 2 of them, but was unable to get the thirst here. And this shack right on the edge, but they don't want to stay here much longer because they got the shack, they got the hard cover, but everything around them is wide open. So it's pretty much a death pit.
Hey Dave, you mentioned you wanted C9 in third and they just eliminated Tempo Stormer. We have to take a look at what's left in the lobby as well, as Loops have been eliminated by Mazexis, X-Quest have been eliminated, B4 have been eliminated as well. So this is the dream scenario for C9 as they're down to 6 teams, but they still have 4 players up. Whereas we look over at Omen, they're down to Zute. We look over towards Lazarus, they're down to Lolo. So, Queso, Cloud9, both these squads have 4 players up and they're going to be touted to maybe be the favorites to close out the third game here on Erringale.
Yep, and they're out there on the east. They have nobody behind them. Beowulf still in that second story with those sightlines trying to connect on some of these members out there. Currently, Zute in the smoke, getting sprayed down right here. Pyra all the way downtown. We'll be seeing Lolo connecting onto Lolo, not able to get the thirst, but definitely scaring Lolo, like, oh my goodness, they see me, even though I'm all the way out here crawling in and out. So Team Queso, Cloud9 will have to pay close attention to that one. And then over here, right now, Tribe and Cream.
Yeah, and that's an early knock as well for Tribe. So there's only 2 players left up for the side. Ooh, as you said, of Kremrul, Batiste, Unico has been dropped. So it's Nitsu and Italox that have to try and bring this one back for C9. Uneven was eventually taken down there from a far-range stray bullet, but he's going to be okay as they can just heal him back up. Tribe, they know this is a really, really important game for them, especially now as Omen Elite have been eliminated. The Tribe can try and get a high kill game here, currently standing on 4 kills, but if they can get that chicken dinner, they're going to be all the way up there on the leaderboard to try and close that 30-point gap, which they currently see themselves in. Although Nitsu throwing a spanner, or should I say DP28 bullets into the works as, ooh, yeah. Alucard has been dropped. Unico is still dropped as well, though. So a 2 versus 2 now here towards this rocky terrain. Italox now coming towards the flank side, but the smoke's making it so hard here for Seagut to try and trade these kills as Nitsu comes really close into the open, and this should be it now for Cream. Seagut, perfect angle, whips out the Scar. Oh no, but Nitsu again just darting around this because working out to be so difficult though as Alucard lands the grenade onto Nitsu. So that's Nitsu now dropped. It's all down to 1 player here from Cream and Tribe. Yeah. Tribe know it now. They're going to be pushing out for it as King A just, you can see he's calling the shots. Look how far away King A is. He's like, right, you go to the left, you go to the right, you kill him, and I'll do this. As Italox now behind the tree. They know exactly where he is. They can just spam the smoke and eventually finish him off.
The Thompson from Sega. Hey, I gotta give it to Cream though. I mean, they were stuck in an early engagement all the way in the yellows like 3 circles ago, and Nitsu holding it down, allowing them to rotate into this position in order to even get 4th place. So, I mean, big plays coming out from them. One thing to note from Tribe as well, they don't have Sam right now. Sam, like you said earlier on, is their top fragger. So for them to be in a top 3 situation, pretty much missing the glue right now to the squad, I mean, it goes to show you that they got what it takes here. And Team Queso still in their shack. Ayala popping his buggy, getting ready to make some moves happen. Beowulf behind the crate, behind the UASs, using them as cover right now.
I've got to mention, Beowulf did steal one of the Kremrul Batiste kills away from the side of Tribe, and that's why he was so far out. He was scouting for information, although he is going to be okay momentarily as Tribe actually get a knockdown onto Team K, so this may be their indicator to make their move and get inside that circle, try and get the best possible location. But they do have the best possible outcome going forward. Ada going to be dropped there by Tribe. King A, woof, now King A's here with the squad. The firepower is really going to start to show here for the side of Tribe, although C9, they have the high ground.
4 before. C9 with the high ground on the road. They have the UASs, they have the dossiers, they have vehicles to utilize. Here comes the push right now from Tribe, connecting onto Pyra.
Yeah, this is do or die here for Tribe as they're going to be out in the open in no man's land as they deploy the smokes to give them cover. As there's a wild Beowulf who emerges from the smoke. He's going to instantly be silenced as Alucard as well notices that Team Queso going for the third party, trying to deny any chances of this wedding being crashed because they want to try and get that chicken dinner. They want to be marrying that 20 points for free because they need it if they want a chance to go to Worlds, as that's going to be, ooh, Marco dropped. He has to heal himself back up now as C9 are down to just Ada, so it's really just Tribe here up against what's left of Team K. So as Marco has now been killed, Axel's dropped as well. It's Mystic, the only player standing. Tribe are just making a mockery of all of these teams. Yeah, Ada trying to go for the third party here, trying to get some more points for C9 because, of course, they want to try and get in towards third. King A, though, doesn't want any of this. Remember, this is now a 4 versus a 2 versus a 1, really, as, yeah, Ada's going to be finished off by Seagut. Now it's just going to be a 4 versus 2 as, oh, look at the push again from Seagut. So aggressive as that's going to be the win for Tribe. And they were the team who were looking to be highlighted. It was Omen Elite, it was Tribe Gaming. They're in 10th and 9th position, just behind Trem Caretta. And as well, Trem Caretta, they're not playing today, so that could be seeing Tribe make it up the leaderboard there.
D-Gut with the late game Tommy gun. You got Alucard with the late game VSS. They are coming in here. They are trying to shake up the meta. And I gotta say, the 2-2 split that they were able to utilize at the end was magnificent because they held the low ground and also the high ground, and they just closed out the game. And like I mentioned, Sam, you know, top 10 fragger in the entire lobby sitting out today from the squad. Tribe, to have their fragging power sit out and still get the chicken dinner, I mean, that's amazing here, Alex.
Yeah, definitely so.
Drew
Alucard
James
doing numbers as well. Very cool to see. Tribe getting themselves the win here. Fantastic stuff by them. A little bit more of an unconventional ending as well, Alex, with down towards near that swamp area. I liked the position that Cloud9 took, however, it didn't pay off in the end.
Hey, well, Tribe was saying, get out of my swamp, Queso. Get out of my swamp, Cloud9. And this is our swamp. And, you know, typically, as Dave said on the cast as well, it seems like we keep getting these Gatka endings. At least this one was a little bit different. There was a little ridge line. C9 looked like they had the advantage, but Tribe, they forced the hand of the two teams. They went and fought Cream Batiste. They went and fought C9. And then they third-party team Queso, who tried to third-party them. So, amazing from Tribe. Amazing.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to head over to 7 as well as Jukes here to talk about this. And actually, it's a great point that Alex brings up, kind of finishing that off, because when you look at how Tribe actually took this engagement, the fact that Cloud9 had Queso so pinned down, Jukes, it was kind of the perfect move for Tribe to come up on Cloud9, because they kind of knew Queso was in a whole bother of their own over on the other side.
They knew that they didn't have any cover at all, so they had a whole bunch of smokes there on that left side that allowed them to be able to kind of push for free the nuke 2 so they're not standing up anytime soon. We don't want to worry about them. Let's worry about the team in front of us. And this is the C-Gut that I've been begging and wanting to see so far. Able to get it done up close like I know we can do. Got that Tommy gun, getting some major kills for his squad. And this is another big game for Tribe at a pivotal moment that they needed these points. They needed these points, and this was huge for them.
Yeah, careful of this guy when he's got a violin case coming to dinner. This is some scary stuff here from Mobster C-Gut. Let's take a look at the points coming in. Tribe Gaming up towards the top, 32 points for them. Team Queso get themselves 21 points, and Cloud9 another 16 go their way. They've been having a pretty decent day considering that first chicken dinner win. But 7, when you look at Tribe going up against Cloud9, I feel like Tommy gun or not, I think he had a scar as well as in his other hand, and it was all C-Gut. He was doing work on C9 from afar and then into that close quarters.
Oh, definitely. C-Gut, I think right there he showcased something that Jukes was saying earlier. We know this man can go ahead and frag out, and he did that. Now, something I actually enjoyed about that whole sequence that we're going to be able to break down later on is just how collectively they were working. They were working as a team there, something that we just really haven't seen that much of in the recent days. We saw it in week 1 whenever they had that amazing day, and I think they got like 122 points or something along those lines. But overall, great performance from the team, being able to go ahead and show support to their fragger now that Sam's currently sitting out today, and C-Gut taking full advantage of that and making sure he hit those shots.
You can see here 9th and 10th, Mazexis and Loops. We actually witnessed that fight really go down between Mazexis and Loops, and for all intents and purposes, when onlookers are looking at that, they're thinking to themselves, Loops all day, Loops all day. But Mazexis were able to hold their own. We'll take a look at the team stats here from Tribe whilst talking about this. Jukes, what did you think of that? Mazexis popping it.
Oh my goodness. Mazexis said, you know what? I'm tired of you, Loops, right here. We're going to show you who the real MVPs are. Getting some really good shots in a clutch 1v1 there. I mean, that's a tough fight in general. When you're at edge of zone, you're in a panic there. And you know what? It could show a sign of a little overconfidence from Loops right there. They saw Mazexis on the kill feed. Maybe they didn't push it as tightly as they normally would have against that squad. And man, I mean, look, every single team that's here deserves to be here. They are some of the best players in the world. And if you make a mistake like that, you open the door. They're going to walk through it, and Mazexis was able to finish it out right there.
And opening the door here to damage, it's Tribes with 2,400 damage almost coming in for them. 740 healing and 12 kills, 12 knockouts. So very, very decisive about their engagements that they were able to take throughout this game 7 and put the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, we saw them taking engagements with other teams as well. Something that they kind of got me off guard, that I personally thought Cloud9 was going to go ahead and win that game. They just seemed like they were just misfocused. They were focused on Tribe. They were also focused on Team K. So I was hoping they would just kind of all put their focus to just one team and try to just finish them.
Now let's take a look at the Mountain Dew game fuel moments here for this game. We've got 2 more remaining after this. Jukes, what do you got for me? Talk to me.
Here we go. We got Alpha 7 right here, getting in against Cold 2 BG. Now, these are 2 teams that are pretty lower on the leaderboards right now. And you know that if they're trying to make anything happen, they know that they got to take them out nice and early. So we saw a pretty good, interesting fight here. This zone is always a really crazy shift. These yellows, I'm surprised were so heavily contested. Loops, I mean, wow. I mean, against Cream Real Betis right here, they had some really tough knocks at the start, but able to turn that fight around. But hey, one thing they couldn't turn around was a fight against Mezexis, as Darius hit a huge crouch right there, able to get that 1v1 against not just any player, but Carrillo, finishing him off right there. Great play from Mezexis.
7.
Yeah, and I think something that we saw right there from Vega, just being able to go ahead and finish loops, but guess what? They had another team pretty much just waiting for them to go ahead and do that. And right here, Team Queso actually had some great performances. And I think at one point, Enxame had 2 players from Team Queso. So we're going to be able to see that engagement right now. And I feel like teams like Mezexis, teams like Enxame, teams like Alpha 7, teams that might be going ahead and falling off too far down, a little bit too much of a gap between top 8 and them. I kind of hope those teams start becoming like a spoiler. You know, I hope they go ahead and start becoming just... they see loops, they say, you know what, let's go ahead and at least make a name for ourselves. Let's go ahead and just put something on our highlights, personally, as a player or as a team. And it's good to see Mezexis just winning that fight. I think that's going to go ahead and give them extra confidence. And I wouldn't be surprised if now we maybe see Mezexis having just that a little chip on their shoulder and saying, hey, we can actually win this fight. So why are we always trying to run away? Let's go ahead and actually challenge them and see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. And as previously alluded to, Seagut putting in so much work there. You saw it in the highlights. Let's take a look at the damage coming in, and Tribe stomps the competition in this game. Team Queso, Cloud9, and Creme Real Betis are able to make their presence felt as well. Creme Real Betis, Jukes, getting themselves on the scoreboard. What were they, top 4? Top 4, right?
Top 5. Yeah, I mean, this was a really interesting match because the teams that were all top 5 are basically all in contention for top 8 right now. You had Tribe, you had Cloud9, you had Team Queso, you had Creme Real Betis. I mean, these are all squads right now that are all fighting for each other to get in the top 8. So this was a really, really close one between them all. But man, Tribe able to get it done right here. And without Sam, it's a really interesting concept to look at it. They've already had 2 really, really big Erangel moments. And I think that just goes to show you how important the meta is right now in PUBG Mobile of playing as a squad. Even if you have better gunners, if you guys don't have that same synergy, you're not pushing together, you're going to struggle tremendously. But if you just have 4 solid gunners working as a team, executing it to perfection, you're going to have a good time and good success here. And I think that that's exactly what we saw Tribe execute today.
Yeah, definitely. 7, your thoughts?
And something for me that, not in regards to Tribe, but mostly for Cloud9 now, seeing them perform so well in Erangel, something that I noticed again is that they took advantage that Trem Coretta did not land military. C9 being able to go ahead and land military, being able to go ahead and just get that level 3 equipment, that's huge for them, especially in those later fights. Even though they were getting knocked, some of their stuff was still being able to go ahead and protect them. So something to keep in mind, especially towards the end of the day when we play that finals Erangel. It'll be interesting. And another team I just want to go ahead and see step it up, even though they have here, is Omen Elite. I feel like they need a win today. I feel like they need some time of an engine starter here. They're getting the placing, but they're also not just getting the kills. Same with Crown Real Betis. They're getting high placing, but they're only averaging anywhere from 3 to 5 kills. So hopefully they can pick it up on the kills.
Yep, just dying that on out. Let's take a look at the analysis highlights here. Here's the Mezexis versus Loops fight, boys.
Yeah, and right here, something that you're going to be seeing is all the smoke grenades and also all the grenades. And now, something that I did enjoy from Mezexis is that they had that level change advantage on them. They could go ahead and peek up a little bit and see where Loops was, and that's what allowed them to go ahead and rotate. But luckily, one thing that Loops was able to go ahead and use so good in this pretty much in this engagement was Molotovs right there at the start, kind of make it, forcing the player push a little bit more to the left, forcing them to go ahead and do extra mistakes. And right here, here. Loops, I think at this moment, I'm not sure if Loops was thinking, let's go ahead and continue this fight or let's fully back off. And I think it was that split moment where we kind of lost him the fight. And Darius pushing out by himself, being able to go ahead and at least get a knock on somebody. And Vega, this was huge for Vega right here because he had the awareness to say, you know what, I'm not even going to try to push it. Let me go ahead and heal up first. He's probably going to try to heal up as well. And then we'll finish it off with the 1v1. And once again, Loops using those Molotovs to their advantage. And the thing I also like about Mizexis is that their players that were knocked down, they kind of moved up a little bit more so they could get more information to Vega. But ultimately, Lazarus was just waiting for them to go ahead and finish that fight and third party them. And that's something that happens usually if you take too long of a fight. More teams are going to acknowledge all that pretty much where that sound's coming from and all the sound cues that the map gives you. And they're just going to be waiting to third party.
Jukes, when I'm watching this fight, it really does feel like Loops was very keen to try and find the flanks, but Mizexis was holding both flanks very well.
I think that what happened right here is we've seen this in the past. Yesterday, as a matter of fact, we saw Mizexis and Loops go into it. And what we saw is when Mizexis started getting into trouble, they disengaged completely from that fight. It was Loops, they just pushed it into the end. And I think that the one difference here in this scenario is Loops had some really big, crucial knocks, but then the zone started coming in at that same time. So I think that right then, there was a little bit of indecisiveness. Do we just go and straight push this, or do we just try and get a better angle rotation? And I think that little slight hesitation right there from Loops gave a big advantage for Mizexis, who had the positional advantage and was able to get them some extra huge knocks.
Well, and of course, we saw that final fight there between Cloud9 and Tribe as well. Let's take a look at the overall standings and see what's what. 609 points coming in here for Loops up towards the top. B4 is slowly closing that gap, but it's a slow and steady race up there right now, as catching up can be difficult. The big thing here, though, gentlemen, that I want to talk to you about is the difference between first and second and then third place, because that gap is getting very wide now, Seven, for teams to try and make up.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see other teams just fighting for that third place. XQ and Cloud9. Cloud9 now making a push. Look at them.
Damn.
They went from 5th place to 4th place. They're just having this. I think this might be their best day so far. So hopefully they go ahead and continue with that form, because I wouldn't be surprised if we end up seeing them at the end of the tournament in 3rd place. They are that kind of caliber team. So keep a close eye on that.
Well, I mean, the last play day was their best day, and now they're trying to catch up to that. And I think they're doing very, very well. They may even surpass. There's 2 more games remaining. We have 11 out through 20th here. Omen Elite, also top Kramer, El Batiste here. Still sneak on and up. Not that many points behind here, Jukes. So they are quietly playing their own game, but they're making their own game work.
I mean, there's so many different narratives to kind of talk about right now, because you have that contention for that 3rd place spot, which is $15,000. A big difference between 3rd and 4th. But at the end of the day, we're also looking at who's going to make it to top 8, who's going to make it to World League. And what's crazy is if you look at the scores right now, 8th place, 447 points. 9th and 10th, 444. 3 points difference, and 9th and 10th are tied right now. So literally every single game is going to be crucial going forward, especially when you have Wildcard and Tremcarreta sitting out right now.
Definitely. Let's take a look at the schedule. 2 more games remaining for you today. V for victory. Let's go. As we have Vikendi coming up next, and then we will finish things off with good old vanilla. Am I going to stick with this one? I don't know. Erangel here at the very end. But we're going to the snowy map where you get all your ice cream from. Why is today such an ice cream filled day? Vikendi is on the way here. Seven, talk to me about good old Vikendi. The circles have been varied now.
I'll tell you something that probably Cloud9 fans are going to enjoy about Vikendi coming up is that the last broadcast that we did, Cloud9 actually won that Vikendi, and they won it convincingly with 14 kills. So that's something I'm gonna go ahead and keep a close eye on, because let's say XQ doesn't have the best of games, Cloud9 could go ahead and make for that 3rd place push right now if they wanted to, and I think it would be great for them to try to make it. Honestly, they would need some out of this world game, but it will put them a little bit closer to that 3rd place and just more money in their pockets.
Yeah, they're on a beeline to potentially take those top spots, just like that T-Rex is on a beeline to try and eat some of these teams, but probably not. As we take a quick look further over Vikendi here, some great views, some great locations. Coal mine up here, nicely done. Okay, so Jukes, other than yourself, what other thoughts do you have here regarding Vikendi?
Hey, say, I mean, I've said it before. We got looking at Villa right now, and wild card is sitting out, so that's going to be wide open. But yeah, sticking to the ice cream thing, I think now's the time to go get it, ladies and gentlemen. Go get your ice cream, get your popcorn, because if we're sticking with the good old candy trend, we're going to be sitting around for a good little while. But man, I kid you not, towards that end zone is where it starts to get hectic. So looking forward to see who's going to get it right now. And Cloud9, they're on a roll. I mean, if they have 2 big games here today, who knows what could happen here? I mean, it's getting down to the wire here. Let's go.
with the circles working out the way they have done on Vikendi, it feels like our crunch is almost as severe as Sanhok 7 when we're seeing kind of going from 13 teams to 6 teams in the period of 1 circle movement. It can be a little bit scary for these teams because of course everybody really kind of wants to play central here on Vikendi, but sometimes we get circles that are the first circle and they've got 50% water. Then what the hell do you do? It's difficult.
I think going off that, I think the first circle from the last broadcast that we did on Vikendi was 50% water, which caused a lot of teams to just go ahead and find a compound and pretty much just wait it out. It gave me a lot of Miramar vibes of just people waiting until the end, so I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we see something along those lines. But I kind of want to see some of the teams just take more of an initiative and try to pursue those fights. Korean Real Betis, I know they're kind of passive, but they need to go ahead and get more kills. And hopefully Tribe here, they have won before in Vikendi. I want to see them perform even a little bit better here.
They were swimming on Vikendi. Jukes, you had a thought?
I just was saying, hey, you know what? I want to see you guys' thoughts right now. Bet how much percentage of this first circle is going to be in water and which side? I'm gonna go with 40% in the water, southwest.
Yeah.
Ooh.
7.
Ooh, okay. I'm gonna go ahead and say about. I'm kind of toxic. I'm gonna say 50% water north again.
Oh, okay.
Okay, based off what you
Carl?
going to say, I'm going to go 41% southwest.
You're going to Price is Right me right now?
I'm gonna Price is Right you.
I'm so done, dude. How dare you?
Wow.
How dare you
I don't
do
even
that
watch
to
The
me?
Price is
Goodness
Right.
gracious.
Is it still going on? I don't even know.
I don't know, actually. That's a great question.
Who knows? Who knows?
I'm sure Twitch chat or YouTube chat will let us know. Type it in right now.
We've started our own prices right. It doesn't matter. All right, we've made a try. All right, that's right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm sending you away. Oh, not yet, apparently. We can talk some more about the prices, right? Or ice cream, or whatever we want to do. This has been a weird day. Let's be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
It is.
You know what? Speaking of the Price is Right, I want to see if someone gets the MK14. If someone gets the MK14, you know what I like to call that? I like to call that the Bob Barker. Because if you go and you hear that thing shoot, that thing barks. Up close, I think it's one of the best weapons in the game. So hey, sticking to the theme, I wonder whichever team is going to be able to snag that one here in this Vikendi. It'd be huge.
Wait, who's Bob Barker?
That's the MK14, man. That thing
Just
is
the gun?
Boom. Oh, yeah, just the gun. Could be also the name of the host of The Price is Right. It could be just a little collaboration right there. But still, that is one scary gun to have here,
Guys,
especially in the late game.
I'm like an ignorant Brit. I don't know anything going on outside of Britain. I say that I haven't lived in Britain for 10 years. I know a few things, but I don't know what's going on in America. I have no clue regarding your television program.
So wait, you're telling me, Juke, so your favorite gun is Bob Barker. How about you, Kyle? Which one is yours? Because we're currently, I believe there is a remake right now, so we have to wait a little bit longer.
That's fine. That's fine.
Let's take a second here. Kyle, which one's your favorite gun?
My favorite gun? Ooh, actually, this is kind of a weird question because it's just been brought up, which actually is the MK14 because I feel like it's ultra versatile and an actual cannon. It is so strong. Are you in the same boat here as this, Duke? Because it's so good. It's so good.
In my opinion, it's one of the strongest guns to have in an up-close fight. I mean, the fire rate, it's shooting 7.6. I mean, the only time that's a little bit tough is like you maybe want to choose a Groza over it if you're going in like a 1v3, 1v4. Because even with the extended mag, you only get about like 20 rounds with that MK. But man, are those 20 rounds. If you're in a 1v2 situation, that's the gun to have for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, it's very nice. Well, what did you say, 7 was your gun?
Listen, I got 2 left thumbs. I got potato aim. I am the #1 pro noob. So I'm going to go ahead and play it safe. I'm going to say the M4. All right?
Okay.
It's a gun that I'm used to. And it's a good one, too. It makes me look good sometimes, so why not?
It's the true tried staple, right? It is the gun that you can navigate a lot to. And if you're having a hard time, the M4 is your way to go. Like, for a lot of situations, it's
I'll even give you a throwback. Back whenever PUBG Mobile Season 1 started, we were able to go ahead and put a ×8 scope on the M4. And I did not use any snipers until they removed that option, because I used to use my M4 as my AK as pretty much DMRs. And they worked wonders. And I'm pretty sure everybody currently watching at home that played PUBG Mobile since Season 1, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Those things were laser, baby. I miss them. Please bring it back.
Mate, back in the day, my loadout was an M4 with a red dot and an M4 with a scope, like when it came to that kind of stuff. Double M4 all day, right, Jukes?
The dream.
Yes.
It was so
The dream. It was so strong. It was so strong. I remember when the 8x M4 single fire was the meta back then in comp. Everybody, I mean, I'm talking about just a straight laser beam, all kinds of shenanigans going on. And you know what was really strong back then too, believe it or not?
Yeah.
The 8x M16. The 8x M16 back in the day was so strong. All you had to do was aim at the feet, the toes, you know? And if you just hit that foot with that shot, it would burst one to the foot, one to the chest, and one to the head every time with that 8x. And it was just, it was
All right,
the
gents.
good old days.
Well, I'm getting word that whilst we're making this remake, we will just go to a short break here so that all the players can get comfortable and good to go. So we'll go to that short break here for the PMPL Americas, and when we return, it's Vikendi. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the PMPL Americas as we are getting into game number 4 of the day very, very soon. And we are nearing what is the absolute conclusion here of the PMPL Americas as all of these teams vie for the top spots. 2 have already set themselves very high above the rest of the table. And a team like Cloud9, coming in off the back of our last play day, is doing phenomenally here as well in a second day in a row. I'm joined by Alex as well as Dave. Dave, I want to talk to you here for a moment because as I've just alluded to, Cloud9 doing fantastically so far, getting themselves a very high placement in our last game. How do you think they fare on Vikendi? Because they got the win on the last one.
Well, I mean, according to 7 on the desk right there, they do really well on Vikendi. And that's good news for your boy Mustache Dave, considering I came into the broadcast today like, listen, Cloud9, they're going to be top 3 easy. And Alex is like, are you sure about that? I'm like, yeah, I'm 100% sure about that, Alex.
How about yourself, Alex?
Gosh, what am I thinking for C9 today? I think, well, I mean, it's going to be good for them regardless. I think coming into this, especially today, they are going to be overtaking Wildcard Gaming, who are now in 5th. And obviously the issue for Wildcard Gaming is they're not playing today, which means that Villa is going to be open. Maybe we see C9 do more hot drops onto, you know, more locations where we saw on Military Island with Trim Caretta. And obviously Villa, it's always inside the zone. Good loot, good rotations, good positioning. But typically we see C9 go towards Vihar with the vehicles. Yeah. So I'm not sure. You know, yesterday they won Vikendi, which means a lot of the teams are going to be watching their Vikendi, watching how they did it. So are they going to change things up? I don't know. I'd like to see it.
Actually, Alex, I've not really asked you too much where your Hawkeye is landing on terms of teams that you think are going to be doing well here throughout the tournament, etc. I know that there's loops and kind of B4 all the way up at the top there, but beyond that, who do you think's almost a shoe-in for a World League, for example, when you look at the performances throughout the PMPL?
I mean, B4, XQuest. I mean, XQuest Gaming is another team as well on Vikendi that's really good typically. Yeah. It was more so weeks 1 and 2, but XQuest Gaming had more consistency on Erangel for the past week, whereas their Vikendi and their Sandhawk had kind of dipped a little bit. So I'd like to see more from XQuest Gaming. Gosh, I mean, for me, though, I'm a big fan of King A. Me and him really got along in Malaysia during Worlds. I'd love to, same with Omen Elite, though, the boys from Omen Elite. I want to see these North American teams try, get, and fight up for that 8th position, because otherwise, Trem Caretta, teams like Wildcard Gaming are going to build that lead even more so, because they still have 5 games to play with, Kalaris.
Yeah, definitely so. And I think, Dave, when you look at kind of the comparisons that we have in the Americas specifically, I think our North American teams are having a little bit of a hard time stacking up against some of the kind of South American teams coming into the tournament, right? We're seeing really big firepower and potential, I want to say, like Trem Caretta Furacao, in that kind of region, pushing up towards the top here of the tournament.
Yeah. I mean, North America specifically, definitely having a better time this time around compared to last season. I believe it was only Cloud9 that made it to the actual finals in Malaysia, because the majority, we had, Tempo Storm, we had Omen Elite. They did the qualifiers, right? But they didn't make the cut. So I want to say, comparing the 2 seasons, we're looking right now, we got Cloud9, Wildcard, Tempo. They're doing a lot better. So they have that experience, that lane experience from last time. They made a couple minor changes, and now they're up there at the top. They want redemption, Kalaris.
Yeah, absolutely. I am getting word that we have another remake.
More time.
Story time!
Story time with Dave. Breaking case of story time with Dave. The glass is broken. Dave, go, quick.
What's happening here? I'm gonna tell you what's happening real quick. Word on the street. You know, I'm always on the street. Is that all the teams, they were gonna play for Vikendi today, and they were gonna mix it up. They were gonna all drop Castle. So I think that's what's happening. Is these games they drop Castle, and it just like it blows everything up, and the game's over in 2 minutes. So we gotta keep remaking them, because they can't do that. It's just not right. We need a long game. We need at least 40 minutes of.
I love Castle. If that happens, I'm not complaining.
At least 40 minutes or less, or your money back.
What? I don't think we've had a 40-minute game. I think we had like a 31-minute game as the longest one.
Not possible.
Well, we're gonna add the time. I'm trying to convince them to add a couple more circles on Vikendi. Honestly, I mean, it would be nice.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, this was weird story time with Dave. This was weird time with Dave.
We actually spoke about PUBG. Usually it's something completely different.
I could talk about other stuff, guys. I got it.
Talk for days with Dave.
Hey, I want to mention quickly as well. I mean, it seems like we have about 5 more minutes anyway because the game's going to be remade for a third time. But it's Grunto Esports. Remember as well for Grunto, I don't think they are playing today. No, they're not playing today. But that was another team that we saw in Vikendi starting to really get consistent on Vikendi because, well, me and Dave, we cast every Vikendi game, so we start to see the patterns. And for me, it was Grunto, who started to hot drop Alpha 7. Once they started hot dropping Alpha 7, they were taking the drop away from Alpha 7. Then suddenly they started having better position inside the circle. Then suddenly they had more confidence. And it felt like it just built up, and they were consistently getting top 5 finishes on Vikendi. And obviously they're not here today, but that frees up more space for the teams like C9, etc., to try and get those points.
Yeah, I mean, when you compare Grunto's performances from week 1 to week 2, it was night and day, Dave. Like, I think in week 1, they were kind of 19th, 20th position, and then week 2, they ended up in, like, for that week specifically, about 12th position or something like that. It's not exactly World League right now, but you can see that things are starting to click for the team, and I think if they continue to click when they're actually here for a play day, then it could go their way, could go their favor.
Yeah. I mean, they only have 45 games, and the other teams above them, obviously, with 48, so they have some more played time in this actual tournament. But the thing is, like, you nailed it on the head. They started week 1. I think week 1, I mean, I remember looking at the like, you know how post game is like the damage. They had like multiple games where they had like 50 damage, 100 damage, 0 damage, and I was like, did they even pick up a gun? Did they even, take any shots out there? And it just goes to show you, like, having such a horrible week 1, it set them at such a disadvantage on the overall leaderboards, because right now they're in 17th position. So like you said as well, like week 2, they did a great job. They got like 2 chicken dinners, they got a couple more kills in week number 2, but being set back so far in leaderboards, regardless of how well you do, even at this point, if they come into these games every single day, get 2 chicken dinners, I want to say they might just be on the cusp of being top 8, because they're so far down there. And that's like the same thing with Team Solid, Mezix, Ace 1, like all those teams, bottom 5, bottom 4, like they need a miracle to pull up and be top 8 at this point. I mean, we're so far into the tournament.
I mean, Mezix,
just to touch on that.
Go on.
Oh, no. Oh, thank you. Just to touch on that, I think for Mazexis, they're starting to formulate like this new Ace 1 that we saw in week 2. If you remember, for Ace 1, it was like week 1 went awful for them. Week 2, they started getting more aggressive, taking more fights, and then they learned, okay, we can't take as many fights, let's reel it back a bit towards the latter half of week 2. And they started getting those high-end finishes. I mean, how many was it? 3 second places they managed to get in week 2? And then obviously for week 3, not quite the same story. But then again, for Mazexis, look at them in that last game against Loops. Look at them in the games where they're fighting other teams like B4 and Tribe. Mazexis are starting to get more aggressive now, and it might be because they have nothing to lose down in, well, the bottom half of the leaderboard, fair enough, but at least they're going to get experience. I mean, you're going to be fighting off versus teams like Loops, you're going to be learning things in those exchanges, and what can you carry forward into the next season of PMPL Americas?
Absolutely,
what is it about qualifying for the next season of Worlds? Teams are going to start to think about that next season, and with that, get the experience now while you can, because it's so different to scrims. I mean, even C9 showed that. It's very different to scrims.
Yeah, definitely. By the way, just so everybody's very aware out there watching the PMPL Americas right now, it's this or a break. You can have us chatting to each other about things of actual substance, or you can just kind of watch the timer. I'm going to go with voting for number 1 whilst we're waiting for this remake to happen. It is kind of unusual we have a double remake happen, but these things happen sometimes, and you're along for the ride with us. But it's a good point that you actually bring up about that, Alex, because when you look at teams that are down towards the bottom, my philosophy when I am looking at it is like, you're down towards the bottom, and maybe you're not going to be able to get to World League placements or something like that, but coming into the next one, I feel like you turn the aggression up and you see how much you can get away with in these moments, because they're kind of not necessarily your throwaway games. You don't want to call them that, because they're absolutely not that, because there's still prize money for bonus pool, as well as maybe getting up a few ranks here and there. But if you turn the aggression up and see how much you can get away with, that might leave you in good stead for future tournaments, future games, future PMPL.
Yeah, I think a good phrase as well there, Claris, is don't fear the man with nothing to lose, fear the man with everything to gain. Because, if you're going to be fighting B4 Loops who are there at first and second, if they go out 14th, 13th, they might even laugh that off, considering that they know they're pretty much guaranteed for Worlds. Obviously, that we know they're fighting for that $50,000 in first. Whereas you look at teams like Ace 1, Mazexis, well, they have everything to gain. They have nothing to lose in a sense, because they're already out. They have everything to gain. If they get kills, they get more points, they finish higher up. If they get kills, they get more experience, which is going to pay dividends in the next season. So I think for teams like Mazexis, I mean, who else I'm going to shout out? Grunto as well. Team Solid, just want to see who else I'm going to shout. I mean, Alpha 7 and Kultur, get more aggressive and find your limits as a team, because that's how you raise the bar.
And teams like Alpha 7 and Kultur that you're bringing up there are teams that have had a few chicken dinners under their belt, Dave. They know that they're able to hang with a lobby of this caliber. So for those guys, it might be necessarily just kind of looking back at some of the past weeks, past days worth of games and seeing, okay, let's compare that to our first couple of games, see where we went really right there, and maybe kind of make some switcheroos there, right?
Yeah, and a good phrase for those two teams, birds of a feather flock together, right? I mean, those two teams flocking together for sure here with, 2 to 3 chicken dinners, but they just need to, go back and just look at their micro plays and improve on them. Maybe next time before taking an engagement with level 1 vest or missing a helmet, maybe they'll be like, oh, guys, maybe we should get a helmet before making that breach. Just little things like this could add up so big in the end, especially when you are in that mid-pack. We got about 22 more games to go in total. So if they can, fix those micro mistakes, get some more chickens under the belt, get a little more aggressive, maybe even, I know, without trying to sound toxic, but maybe even, hunt down Team Solid, hunt down Ace One, hunt down Mazexis. Like, where these squads drop 90% of the time. Drop on them, take them out, because honestly, now that we get towards the end, you get a little desperate. And these teams, they might not always win their gunfights. You're like, we can take them out for some points. And imagine if they do that every single game. Obviously, it's going to be very bad for those teams at the bottom. They're going to be getting bullied. But that's the name of the game. I mean, this is a battle royale. Like, nobody's friends. I'm coming in the game. I'm trying to get my points. I'm trying to get my chicken dinner. And I don't care where you drop. I don't care who you are. I'm going to come for you.
I mean, one of the things that I've always pledged by when it comes to being in a rough position like this is, if you're going to drop on anyone, drop near the people that are around your drop spot. So you carve out extra little areas that you can potentially drop and have more free room on rotations and things like that, Alex. And that could be another alternative to actually, messing around with a little bit of the lobby here and trying to carve out your spot for the next PMPL again.
Obviously, playing devil's advocate, the issue there is obviously if you do drop in a new zone, you have to learn completely new rotation paths. And when we see some of these teams that do drop and try to hot drop for the first time, they may get the squad wipe, they may get those 2 kills and force a Criminal Batiste off into the distance. But then again, you see what happens when they start to rotate. They either get third-partied really quickly while they're trying to work out where to go because they've never been in that situation before, and lo and behold, you take a minute to rotate, a loops, a B4 eventually going to find you. But also you see they're not quite as confident in their rotations, and again, it's towards that late games where some teams start to struggle if they're in a new pathing.
Yeah. Someone got a chair? I feel like we're going to be here for a little while. Apparently we've got...
I've got one. I actually sit down when I cast, but when I'm standing up, you've got to be proper pronunciation, standing up tall and whatnot. But yeah, I do sit down and cast. No, I mean, you're standing
I sit on a ball, one of
hours?
those physio balls. Those balls that you do the crunches on.
What, you stand on the whole time, Dave?
Good pot. Yeah, I'm up. I'm bouncing on it right now.
I mean, you're tall enough. I don't think you need any more height, mate. You're not quite like me at an event where I need a box sometimes when I'm stood next to all the really tall people. Have we done it? Nah, we did a desk together, but we were sat. I remember, Dave. I remember. Do you remember? It was a PUBG mobile desk.
We did a bunch. I mean, hey, you and I, I've shaken your hand multiple times. I rode a taxi with you multiple times.
That's true.
So,
That's true.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, Clark.
All right, gentlemen, we're ready to go into the game. Enjoy. Thank you for your patience, ladies and gentlemen out there. It's time for game number 4.
Thank you, Kalaris. Yes, game 4, finally here on Vikendi. And actually, I kept, looking away from my webcam then. I could see the game has actually started. So we're going to be going into it about a minute or so late. But that's fine, because we can already start to see where the teams are going to be pathing, where they're going to be dropping, where they're going to be looting. Because typically it's that start of Vikendi, which is very slow to begin with. And yeah, Dave, we're already 2 minutes in. So if you take a look at the mini-map or the map screen that you have to your side, break down where teams are.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not liking Circle 1, so I might call for another remake, Who knows? But looking around, Cloud9, Vahar, that's their spot. Cloud9 is the team that I'm on the bandwagon, at least when it comes to today. I believe they can finish in that top 3 position. They're currently with 484 points, third place XQ with 510, and with circle number 1, you know, favoring them so well right now, I feel like they can get their loot, they can reposition, and pretty much, you know, just camp it out for the time being. Maybe take some shots on teams trying to rotate on in. This is looking like a Cloud9 dub, if you have to ask me. We got Loops down there to the south. We got Team Queso to the north. Besides these 3 teams, Team Queso, Cloud9, Loops, pretty much everybody else, all of the other 13 teams are going to be out there on the east side, outside of circle number 1.
Yeah, and I think as well, you mentioned Team Queso inside the Phase 1 circle. They didn't drop towards Trevno. Instead, they've gone towards what seems like the southern side of Goroka and maybe towards Dobro Mesto if they want to get there early. And for Pittsburgh Knights, they're going to be left alone now towards Cosmodrome. There's no Kultur, there's no Alpha 7 dropping there this time. And that will also mean they have to rotate out of Cosmodrome because the circle is so far to the west. I mean, what is that, 40% water? And actually, it's C9 inside Vahar, who are directly inside the center of it. So as you said before, this seems like for C9, the dream location.
The dream location to make the Mustache Dave dreams come true. Omen Elite over here in their Zimas on their snowmobiles, going to be cruising for bruising right past Team Queso. But we saw Team Queso, they're going to be a little bit out of position, so they're not opting to take the shots, not opting to take the fight because they're out there in the open with no cover. Very smart move for them. Looks like the Zima, though, actually being connected on. A little smoke coming from the engine. Might want to get an oil change on that bad boy. And here comes the pull-up from his Charme out here in the distance.
Yeah, versus Team Queso, although they're going to be going off in separate directions, so there's not going to be a firefight. Oh, I take that back. It's Omen Elite instead who are going to make the firefight come to fruition here, as it's going to be the 3-1 split. They've got Angry towards the flank side, and they've got the Hydra of Omen Elite here towards the center of this circle. And we're actually in a really important part as well. So for Omen Elite, they know that this could be the best, if not one of the best possible compounds to have in your arsenal moving forward with this zone. And I think as well for Loops, they thought the exact same thing. So both these teams should be fighting for it. Now it's just measuring each other up, really squaring up to each other, working out, is he taller than me? Is he stronger than me? Does he have more loot than me? Has he got better guns than me? But Federal, oh dear, there's going to be a Federal case here on the Annihilation. themselves out against Mezexis. So I think we are back to the feed. So yeah, we are going to be going back to the game. So we do have the game feed back, and we are going to be seeing that new zone, Dave.
And you know what? We didn't really lose anybody. That's
hey, there you go, Vikendi. We're still back to where we were before.
Exactly. So perfect timing over here. Levi still alive out there on the coast. Looks like the Knights looking to regroup up right now. Tribe's still going to be on the edge, and not the good edge. They're on the edge of the blue zone, and they are nowhere near the actual new zone. So we'll see what they can do and how they will make it on forward.
Yeah, we are actually going to be coming back to us as well in just a moment's notice, as we are about to reach that 20-minute mark here on Vikendi, and there's still 12 teams alive. 43 players are still up, and I think as well, typically on Vikendi we do have the slower starts, but I think this one's going to have a crescendo ending just off the fact that this circle, Dave, has gone so far towards the western side that there's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams that are currently outside of it towards the eastern side. Sorry, towards the eastern side. I'm correct there, yeah. Towards this eastern side. So for them to rotate in, it should be Carnage. And speaking of Carnage and the boys from Pittsburgh Knights, there's still 4 alive. They're still going to be inside the zone. And actually, if they do rekindle themselves up as a 4-man unit, they could have the best position inside this zone.
Yeah, 100% with you right there. The Knights pretty much looking the best right now as far as having a nice buffer around them. And when I say buffer, I mean like there's a lot of terrain in between them and any other enemy in that area. So we'll see what they can end up doing with that. Does look like Tempo Storm ended up making a crash, making a push on into Encharme in their compounds, but there has not been a fight yet. So they are going to be somewhat neighbors for the time being here, which is good. It's a good thing for Tempo Storm, considering the fact that if they were to take that fight, there's a lot of teams in the general area that you gotta bet they're gonna be wanting to third party for sure.
Yeah, they will. And actually, my map feed's just gone as well, Dave. Has yours gone too? I'm not sure if we can continue on, but I think we can go favorites and looking at who we saw. Obviously, it was Tempo Storm there in the firefight, as you said, but didn't take off just yet with Encharme Gaming. And Encharme Gaming as well, if you remember, Dave, just 10 minutes ago, they were in a firefight earlier, so maybe they're going to try and play more passive and try and avoid those fights. As we said before, there's 11 teams alive. We're just about to get into that 21-minute mark, and at that point, that's when the action kind of starts. But then again, for teams that did have a very active beginning, maybe they can try and wait for that 25, 26 mark at that phase 6 or so circle.
Yeah, I'm just thankful you and myself. We're so good looking, Alex. We're so good.
Oh,
looking.
Dave, you can't. Not to me. You're far better looking than me.
Nah. We're both gems. We're both gems. All right. Don't let no one tell you else. So, yeah, I mean, about 12 teams remaining in the actual game. Looks like Tribe, they were able to cut off the snake head right now. They're actually going to be in the zone. They have a little shack to themselves. They're smoking it up right now. There's Zima's on the outskirts of that, currently being peppered by Alpha 7. Alpha 7 on the outside of the zone, trying to make the pull up, and it looks like Tribe. No, it was not actually a shack. It was one of those tents, so they're looking to reposition here.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't have the map feed, so I'm not sure which teams currently are surrounding Tribe. It's going to be Alpha 7 currently towards the northern side of it. And they are actually going to be inside the circle. So really, it's more about gatekeeping away Alpha 7 as best as possible, because behind them, they also have Mezexis and Encharme Gaming to deal with.
Yeah, so we'll have to see how that one plays out. 36 players still alive in this game. About 22 minutes, just a little over 22 minutes here. Tribe going to be using these smokes, using these dossiers for cover, trying to pop out behind that hard cover and just try to take some shots, try to gatekeep Alpha 7 from making the breach on into his zone. And it does look like Alpha 7 are successful. They're going to be right there in the trees and the rocks, using it for cover. 5 kills so far on the side of Alpha 7, and here comes the engagement.
We spoke about teams like Alpha 7 culture having to try and get more aggressive here and try and fight for their points, as more players being dropped here by Encharme Gaming, who are, well, just losing players by the second. Paris Boy is still alive here, but eventually going to be dropped off, and I think that might be Encharme Gaming. Yeah, it is going to be Encharme Gaming out in 11th. But let's take a look at the zone as well, as it's going to be my map feedback up. So towards the northern side, Mezexis have a really good spot here, Dave. To the east of them, we've got Tempo Storm inside the last compound. And then we have Team Queso inside the center with arguably the best position here currently, as the next zone is just moments away from revealing itself.
Huge molly possibility from MidTech. Oh, deciding not to toss it quite yet. Here comes the mollies in the smoke. So if you're a tribe, if you're in the smokes, you're not going to see them right away. And King8 finding out firsthand. Ooh, that burns.
Yeah, down to... Oh, actually, he's going to be finished off with a Molotov as well. It goes deep inside that shack. Memo, though, can revive him, but again, we speak about this. When a team lands that first knock against their opposition, that's when they pull the trigger and try and finish off what they started. But then again, Tribe still up with 4 players, still trying to fend off as many as they can. Actually, I take that back. Sam has been killed, so there's only 3 players remaining here. And for Alpha 7, they are still going strong with 4 players, but they're outside the circle. 50 seconds remaining, so they have to deal with Tribe, and then they have to get inside the circle. And look at where Team Queso are. They are the only teams inside it with the best position possible.
Definitely the best position. I mean, they're right in the middle. So we'll see. If you are Team Queso, do you pop out? Do you try to take shots? Do you try to third party? Or do you just kind of turtle up, bunker down, and just go undetected and let everybody else kind of duke it out on the sides right now? As Tribe versus Alpha 7, this fight has been going on for a solid 5 minutes now. And Midtech actually now going to be popping back, taking some shots onto one of the members from Omen Elite in the tail side.
Finally, the action begins. Seagut kicks things off, though, making this a 3 versus 3. As Memo as well lands the headshot onto Abdul. As Lukatas now the last player for Alpha 7. Ooh, and for Tribe, they still have King8, and they have Memo, as Memo going to be going for the heal. Gets it off, and now can start spamming through the smoke, but he's just been blown up. Wait, what? Memo killed himself.
The vehicle explosion. But King8 is still alive.
Shot the vehicle.
So they won. They won the engagement, but still on the outskirts of the new zone. Another push right now. Tribe.
Yeah, I don't know if any team won that one there, Dave, because King is the last player now for Tribe. It's going to be Pittsburgh Knights up against Team Queso, and they're fighting for real estate, and maybe the only real estate left inside this Phase 7 circle. Molotov is perfect, going to be burning the tippy toes of Ayala, so you can try and get that heal off, and I think he shall. Yes, going to be okay for now, but then again, Pittsburgh Knights know exactly where these players are remaining. Tribe going to be taken out in 6th, and it's due to that very messy fight they had with Alpha 7, where, as I said, no one really won it. Both teams really losing out, as the same can now be said for Pittsburgh Knights, as Team Queso come rushing down the stairs. Carnage trying to see if he can avenge his teammates, but Mystic is about to join the fray as well, and when he does, he's going to be catching the players while they're healing, but no. 2 men come running in. J7 has been dropped. Maybe we're going to be seeing Mystic try and jump in a window here and try finish off 2 of these players from the side of Pittsburgh Knights. But no, it's going to be more dodging, darting, weaving around the lines of sight here. But the Molotov is going to be trying to go for the revive inside a Molotov, and it seems like it hasn't spread far enough. Oh, dearie me. This is so messy. Tempo Storm joining in to the party now as well, going for that third party to eliminate both these squads and try to get themselves into that top 3 for free if they can finish off the 2 teams inside this last remaining compound. But Marco, he was waiting for it, Dave. He actually catches a few of the players from Tempo unaware from the side. If only Marco could have done that from some of the players of Pittsburgh Knights, it would have been a little bit easier for them so far in this exchange.
Everybody just burning alive right now. Tempo utilizing this moment to breach on into this compound that is in the zone. The Knights are going to be getting chunked down. Mizik's on the outskirts right now, trying to get the 4th party. Spec with the pre-fire.
Yeah, we're about to see 4 of these final 5 remaining squads inside this compound. This is very reminiscent to the Culture. I think it was Team Queso, Culture, and Loops who fought like this as a 3-man squad inside one compound itself. But Tempo, now they're starting to iron out the kinks. Pittsburgh Knights taken out in 5th. And Mazexis have now joined the party. It's the grenade that lands! And now Tempo may realize this, and now Tempo might try and pounce on this. As Mazexis still waiting to see if any survivors try and exit this compound, because they want to be finishing them off. The last 4 squads are all neck and neck.
Honestly, if you're Tempo, you see these grenades, you hear these grenades landing on the 2nd story. You just gotta be like, okay, let's not push. Juicy, though, still alive. Gonna be spraying, taking down HH. Spec right now, trying to defend the door. Will take down Juicy. Hopefully, can get the revive onto HH.
Oh, Omen are going to be taken out. It's down to 3 teams. Omen, yes, they tried to get inside this. This is the only place available inside the zone, but Mazexis have made a very smart decision here. They decided to wait for the teams to kill each other off. And, well, they found themselves even more placement points as we're down to just 3. It's Team Queso with 2 players alive, it's Tempo with 3 players alive, and it's also Mazexis with 2 players alive as the zone, I think it's got inside the house, Dave.
Possibly. Looks like we might be coming down to it. Vega on the outskirts. 3 members on the 1st story from Tempo, and you know what? Team Queso, they have been bombarded multiple times here. Just the fact that they're still alive amazes me. 3 teams remaining. It's bound to have Tempo. Tempo is bound to take this fight, right? Especially with the blue zone. We might come down to a heal-off.
It might actually be a heal-off, could be a very important point to make. There's only one medkit here for Vega. Not sure about the rest of his teammates though, as they're going to be pulling the trigger as players from Team Queso drop left, right, and center. That was so quick. Whoa, what just happened there? Tempo just took out 2 squads in seconds, and they're going to finish it off as well. 12 kills. As soon as the zone came in, Tempo realized, right, Mazexis have to move, let's kill Mazexis. Right, Team Queso have to come down the stairs, let's kill Team Queso. And they made it work, and they had perfect timing.
Actually nuts. Actually, I mean, like you said, it came down to seconds. Spec 5 kills, HH 5 kills. Tempo able to get those revives at the end. Pretty much playing a huge role, huge factor in that chicken dinner. But Mazexis not opting to push on into the compound, playing the outskirts, you know, playing passive, getting second place right there. Yep. Great job from the squad.
6 kills for Mazexis, coming in second. I mean, I spoke about it before the Vikendi came. Mazexis is one of those teams that, I mean, even Kolaris thought the same thing too. You know, we wanted to see teams like Mazexis try and play more aggressive, be a part of more fights, and well, James, looked like it paid off.
Yeah, definitely so. Great to see them getting actually quite a few kills and then a pretty decent placement off the back of that. And I do appreciate our guys' radio broadcasters keeping us up to date with the movements going on the map. Sometimes these technical difficulties happen and sometimes it cannot be avoided. But Dave, Tempo Storm, one of your teams, one of your picks very early on to do well. Back on the rails here. I feel like they had a few difficult games, but this one worked out for them nicely.
Yeah, positioning. I mean, opting to pretty much fourth party that compound at the end there and take over that first 4 to themselves, playing such a huge role. But yeah, looking back at scrims, this is a team that had multiple chicken dinners in this lobby, so they are well prepared to make it to Worlds. All right, thank you very much, gents. It's time to send them on their way, and we'll get you back for the last Erangel of the day here as I head over to 7 and Hot Jukes here for all the things. He's juking, he's jiving, he's juking. That was weird.
The triple hot, that's what I'm talking about.
That's right. There was echo in here for some reason. I don't know what was going on. Anyway, 7 looking at that. Team Tempo Storm get themselves the win. They did have a good position, as Dave was mentioning here prior, and there were some fights towards the end that looked a little bit dicey, Juicy especially coming in and trying to spoil some of their situations, but Tempo holds down.
Yeah, and I think before we even acknowledge what Tempo did, I think we also got to acknowledge what Juicy was able to do, because he healed off for a long time outside that zone, and I think he waited until everybody was inside that building, and then he said, you know what, now is the time to push. That's why at the end, when you saw that engagement of him knocking another player and him just going for that fight, is because at that time, he didn't have any more heals, at least not that I could see from my perspective. And overall, though, Tempo needed a game like this. I think this is by far the best showing that they have had in a couple of days now. So it's good for them to go ahead and pick it up, because keep in mind, there are other players that are, there are other teams that are performing today, like Cloud9. So good for Tempo Storm to get that win. And not only just a win, they got 12 kills. That's solid.
Oof. Yeah, big. Jukes, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, you got to look at it from the outside perspective, as far as like, man, when it comes to Juicy hitting shots, he did not just hit against any player. He hit against HH24. In my opinion, one of the best players in this tournament right there. And that is some much needed points for Omen Elite. They needed these points big time, because Team Queso, this is another team that's in the running for this top 8, and they're kind of really close together. Had another great performance today right here. So huge game for Tempo Storm, another big game for Omen Elite, but man, dude, this last one's going to be huge to end up the day for sure.
Let's take a look at the points coming in here from this game and see how Tempo Storm was able to finish it all off. As previously mentioned, with those 12 kills, 32 points will be going Tempo Storm's way. Mazexis, second place with 20 points. A big game for Mazexis. And I feel like, what we were talking about, what I was talking about with Snods and Dave before this game, like wanting to see them be a bit more aggressive, a bit more to the wall here. It kind of paid off for them here throughout this game, so that's nice to see. 7 and normally get themselves up there too.
Yeah, it's something that we mentioned, especially when we saw the engagement earlier between them and Loops Esports. This is good for them. Like, they are now building confidence. Even if they don't end up making it to top 8, something that I always said, and you probably heard this me say this before, is that try to at least make a name for yourself. Try to at least make yourself a household name by doing an amazing play. And them doing this actually gives other teams a chance to go ahead and push up that leaderboard. Teams that might be in 9th or 10th place. So this is great for those teams. Miss X is trying to play that spoiler alert.
Let's take a look at our 9th through 16th as well, as XQ get themselves 3 kills on the board, as well as the 3 placement points. But aside from that, not too much occurring down here. It is the usual here for our bottom half. Now, moving on, Jukes, when you're kind of trying to deal with these kind of final circles in the area that they were, and they're kind of centering on a building, it can be a little bit difficult for some teams, depending on which kind of floor you've chosen, right? Because once you have chosen a floor or you've chosen a certain location, getting down and, you know, everybody's kind of covering the angles to traverse up and down, you're kind of stuck. So you kind of got to make the best of what you've got.
Definitely. I mean, it's so tough because anytime you're holding a house as a squad, there's only so many angles that you can hold when it comes to doors, windows, and especially like you're on the top floor and you got a team like Mazexis outside throwing nades on top of you. The bottom floor is trying to rush up. It's just hectic. It's all about just really making the best plays you possibly can. Hopefully you got some good kit, hit some good low toss grenades to be able to open up the fight with a good knock, and then just full send it. But man, that is the toughest part of this game. And Mazexis, man, it's good to be able to see them get some good points here at the end. And one thing I want to add as well is, regardless, even if you're a team right now in the bottom and you don't feel like you have a chance to be able to make it in the top 8, one thing is for sure, this is the best practice that you could possibly get as a squad. I mean, PMCO registration just started here as well. I mean, this you got to utilize this as the best. Use it to your best advantage. I mean, grow as a squad, get better, and come back next time. And again, like Seven said, make some highlights on the way out doing it. You know, put it on Twitter.
Yeah, put it on Twitter. Yeah, you're right. Let's take a look at the number coming in for Tempo Storm as well, and just quickly breeze over all of these. It's 1,700-ish damage coming in for them rounded on up. A lot of healing had to be done though, and a ton of steals coming out, Seven. So they went through a wall.
7 steals, that's pretty good. They took advantage of what they had, and I'm not surprised. As I mentioned, they needed this, man. I'm glad they went ahead and had this. Hopefully, this is going to go ahead and launch them up the leaderboard. And keep in mind, Tempo Storm is one of those teams that's currently in the top 5 that has 5 games less than everybody else. So that is huge for them. This is a confidence booster, and hopefully they can go ahead and continue that kind of performance from here on out.
Yeah, good stuff by Tempo Storm. So, unfortunately, we didn't get to see a huge amount of that game, so there isn't a whole lot we can really talk about. Jukes, do you have other things? Because usually I've got a lot of questions that I can keep going and keep going.
Sure. I mean, the one thing that I'm really focusing on right now is just the scoreboard. You know, you got to look at the different teams right now that are in contention for top 8, and Team Queso, all these teams that are in that 7th to like 11th, 12th can all interchange right now. I think, you know, Cloud9 having a huge game is really important. Tribe, even though they landed like around 6th place in this last game, still had 11 points compared to Team Queso's 14. So not a bad performance for them either. So I mean, Vikendi is one of those just really, really tough maps, as we saw in the early, you know, or as we saw and didn't saw. It was pretty much the same thing, you know, pretty relaxed for the most part. But man, towards the end is where it starts to ramp up, and your team just has to make plays. And that time, that's what Tempo does right there. Tempo, I mean, when I see HH24 in the house, I always expect something magical to happen, and it was a good way to end that game.
Let's take a look at the total damage then across the board for this lobby and see how that looks, because I have no clue. It will be quite even though. We actually lost 4 teams pretty early relative to a lot of our central position circles that we actually do have here, but 7, very, very even across the board here.
Yeah, and something mentioning about very early on that we were at least able to get a chance to look at was Omen pretty much biting loops. Yeah. I think that was good for them. I think fights like that is what they need right now to go ahead and just kickstart them. And overall, I got to praise again one more time the play from Juicy, just being able to heal off. I thought he was actually going to just wait out there, but he wasn't in Tribe. Look at that. Look at Tribe. 1,800 damage and only 5 kills. Man, it hurts me when I see that kind of stuff. I want them to go ahead and get more kills.
Yeah, definitely. And that's how the damage does line up. Jukes, I feel like, because we saw the very beginning of the game, I feel like It was a 42% water circle.
No! It had to be 40. 40, so, I saw it and I was like, where's my money? And then I totally forgot about the 41%. So someone in the chat, bust out the protractor, okay? I gotta know who won this one right here, okay? I mean, I wanna know to the exact degree how close that one was. But man, what a game. You know, your tempo, spec. I mean, this is one of the strongest squads in North America. I think HH24 and Tensa have some of the best synergy as a duo than pretty much almost any other duo there. Look at these shots right here. Loops, Kalski. I mean, this is what it's all about right here. Just hitting hip fires, hitting some crazy drop shots. You can see these Angry going into FPP right there inside of a house, which is a really, really underutilized strat. It's so good to be able to have that inside of a place. And look at Seagut. Seagut did some major damage in the last game. Now being able to put some shots down range as well. Man, this fight had it all.
Yeah, I mean, that was Breach 101. That was with the first person going in, going wide, and then the second person coming in for the shorter angle. That was very cool to see from Omen. But some of the final moments here, you see Juicy actually survive, and he gets a great spray on through with the micro Uzi. And actually, that was against a Groza, bear in mind. So, very, very impressive stuff.
Yeah, and something that I was able to see right there, that Juicy did have some pretty much some, I believe, bandages and some energy drinks, but he wasn't going to take the chance. He wanted to go ahead and get those extra knocks, and I like seeing that from them. I like seeing that just being a little bit extra aggressive, trying to secure those extra points, because keep in mind, 1 kill equals 1 point in the leaderboard, so you need
That's
those.
True. Yeah, even when we showed the points at the beginning of the game, I haven't really said that for a while, so thank you very much, Seven. I appreciate that. Let's take a look at the overall rankings here to see how Loops are doing up towards the top. Have they been able to push that gap even further? And how has Tempo Storm moved here as well? It looks like they have made a move. They move up to 4th position with Team Queso moving up to 5th. Cloud9 and Wildcard both have to do a little bit of a drop there, but Loops still solidly in that 1st place now. What do you make of it, Jukes?
I mean, look how close this is. Look how close we are right now. You got Wildcard with 480 points. You got Cloud9 with good old solid 495. It's so close. So darn close right now. I think anybody can make in top 8 right now. Omen Elite. I know we got some other teams that are going to be coming up here on the second side of the boards, but this is what I'm looking at in particular. Because right now, I mean, Loops, if they keep doing the way they're doing, it's gonna be a pretty close one between both them and B4 and who's gonna get first. But as far as who's gonna make top 8, it's anyone's game.
Mate, it is 1 point between 8th and 9th. So if you end the PMPL Americas 1 point behind qualifying for a World League, I mean, it's not obvious, it's not happening right now, but if you do, then heads will roll, I think, Seven. There is that would be
not only that, it's going to be such a heartbreaker, like not being able to qualify just because of 1 point. That literally equals 1 kill. So for all the players currently in this tournament, make sure if you get a chance to finish those kills, go for it. If you get a chance to steal some kills, go for it. Do pretty much what Tempo Storm just did. They stole 7 kills, and on top of that, they got the chicken dinner. It's easy. Just survive, baby.
Just survive. Yeah, just survive. Forehead. I'm not really a Twitch memer, but that's one of them that they seem to like using a lot. Anyway, we are now moving on. We're going to be going to Erangel for our last game here of the day, and we've seen plenty of Erangel so far. Let's check in with the schedule and see who's won these games throughout the day as well. Again, you know, sometimes our technical difficulties do occur, and it's actually been extremely rare here during the PMPL Americas, so of course we do apologize for that, but sometimes nothing can be done about it in the heat of the moment, and obviously all of these players are in the game playing, they're, you know, committed, so that's how things are going to play out. So Erangel's going to be our last match here for the day. Seven, what have you got for me here when it comes to Erangel? We've seen 2 great games today.
There's 3 teams I'm going to be looking out for, all right? And this might be me a little bit biased just from being an ambassador from NA before in previous tournaments, but I'm going to be looking out for Cloud9. The other team I'm going to be looking out is for Pittsburgh Knights and Omen Elite. Those 3 teams, I feel like they need to go ahead and have a great Erangel. You can probably go ahead and throw in Tribe Gaming as well in there, because they need to go ahead and finish good. Keep in mind, Tempo Storm, 4th place. They currently have 5 games less plays than everybody else in the top 5. So they're kind of in a way secure. They're going to be able to push up whenever those other teams sit out. So it's going to be interesting to watch how they perform here. And Cloud9, so far, they have performed pretty well in Erangel. So I want them to go ahead and continue that trend. We've seen before with Omen Elite get two wins pretty much at the end of the day with my boy Clutch Day. So hopefully they can go ahead and clutch up again. Anything can happen here, man. Everything's so close that I'm going to end up with no nails by the end of this turn.
All right, Duke. So 7 picked literally every North American team. So can you pick literally every South American team?
No, I'm not going to pick any South American teams right now. I'm just going to give advice to all these squads. And it's simple. I've been giving it out for years. And that's just don't die. I've said it multiple times. All you got to do is not die and you'll win. And I don't know why some of these squads just aren't listening, you know. But hopefully they're able to get that down here and finish strong here in the last match of the evening and the last match of me as an analyst, or at least for the PMPL so far. So let's go. I want to see some
we'll
action.
have you at World League, hopefully. Yo, if you're watching, let's get this man.
That'd be good.
Let's get this man to do West with me.
Actually, I feel like this was that meme, you know, where the dad's like walks into the door. Are you doing good, son? It's just like totally oblivious to how it occurs. But anyway, let's take a look at the rewards that you guys can earn in-game if you're actually watching over there as well. So make sure to boot up PUBG Mobile on your phone or on your tablet and get yourself some good old rewards for watching the PMPL Americas along with us. We might even be hanging out in the chat on Twitch or wherever you're watching. So watch there too, and you might be able to interact with us whilst the games are going on. It's always a fun time to tune in.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. And while you're in the game, if you want to, feel free to vote for this guy in the Ultimate Team Selection. This is Worlds Gaming North America. Vote for this guy.
Send them some roses.
All right, well, go away. I will see you during the game. Enjoy, boys. Enjoy. We're going to let them get gone, and we will bring on Alex and Dave once again. The Film Masters, the Radio Cast Masters from the last game. You know, it's trying time. Sometimes esports is trying, but we make it work. And that's how we earn the big bucks, Alex. We keep going and nothing stops us.
Do you know what? All those years at ESL UK, with all those, you know, tech issues and everything, it just prepared me for that moment. I was just ready for it, Kalaris. What was that, Sam? It's gone again? Don't worry, we're ready to fill.
Oh, Sam. Mr. Sam. I love Sam.
Sam.
I love Sam. Oh. Dave, how about yourself? You enjoyed your weekendy and now you're getting on some good old Erangel?
It was amazing. It was amazing. Best Vikendi I've seen yet. You know?
All right, stop.
You could see it.
I'm gone. Enjoy, boys.
Thank you. And well, 7 might be losing nails if we see some more clutch Tay, but I think I might be losing my voice as well if he keeps having these amazing clutches for the side of Omen Elite. But either way, coming into this one, Dave, it's the last game of the day, and obviously this is where the narratives kind of end for us on this day, because then you have to add the devil's advocate of who's played what amount of games, who's got 5 more, who's got 10 more games played, etc. And I think a big point as well that they spoke about on the desk is there's that 1 point keeping Tribe in 8th, and the 2 teams below them, Trem Coretta and Pittsburgh Knights, well, they've got 5 more games to catch up with them.
Yeah, 1 point. So, you know, Tribe looking to have a big game right now, the final game of the evening. And look at the flight plan. Looks like it's going to be pretty decent for Tribe, as Rawshawk is going to be right underneath that midway point of the plane. So they should be able to drop right down, get some loot, and possibly get a little aggressive and, you know, rack up some more kills like we saw in game number 1 here tonight from the squad.
Yeah, what's important to note as well, with this plane trajectory, we're seeing C9 jump early. This time they're not going to be going towards military base like we saw twice today earlier. Instead, they're going to be going to their normal spot, which is South Georgia Pool. But look at this. Yeah, we spoke about it many times during that 3rd game. Loops likes to drop near C9. And look exactly where Loops are, just north of Everest. So they're going to be in such close range here with C9. You've also got Lazarus, who are dropping North Georgia Pool. B4 as well, going towards Zaki. So again, lots here going towards Georgia Pool.
Yeah, and with circle number 1, we see
again
Barry, Primorsk, Quarry, wide open. Pretty much the whole southern half of circle number 1 unoccupied right now. And when we get circles like this, one thing I want to point out, the Knights, they love going up there to the top of Mount Everest and getting a lot of information, getting pretty nice sight lines, and even just taking shots out there in the distance. And with this flight plan that we did have in this game, I wouldn't be surprised if we see the Knights do that, because they 100% saw a lot of parachutes dropping out early to the north of them. So this could be a pretty decent game, pretty solid game for the Knights here. We'll have to see, really. I mean, Zarky got B4 all the way up there. They could easily take a boat and get on into the circle. They got a bunch of options. But the main story for me, all these teams in the East, like, they love their drop spots, but they need to, like, hurry up. They need to get that loot, get in vehicles, and hurry up and get on out of there pretty much.
Speaking of teams to the east, I want to highlight Team Solid, because we had a northern plane path, yet Team Solid didn't drop towards Severny like they did earlier. So instead they've opted to go towards Shelter, it seems, or at least Kevin's there so far. I'm not sure how many of the other players are close to him. Pepe is just towards Mansion right now, where Team Queso have been dropping, but strange to see that they didn't go towards Severny again. Obviously for Team Solid, currently at the bottom of the overall standings. And when I saw the overall scoreboard, Dave, just a second ago in that brief analyst segment, you can see it's the placement points can be there for Team Solid. It's the kills. They are really lacking kills. And they are playing for the circle, but only for the circle. And we can see really that if you want to do well in PUBG Mobile, you have to get the aggregate points. It's the placements and the kills combined.
Yeah. I mean, they got about 84 in total, to be exact. And this is a squad that's averaging around 5 points per game. And comparing them, of course, this is a huge comparison, but comparing them to the first place team, Loops, they average around 12.6 points per game. So just to kind of put that into perspective, like the huge difference between first and last, pretty much. It's so big. But look at over here. Team Queso having a pretty solid game. What was that? Game 3. Marco out here in the distance with Axel on the hunt right here.
Just to touch on your point as well, Dave, it's almost like some of the players in this tournament have 80 kills to themselves, let alone 80 kills spread across the whole of Team Solid. So for Team Solid, I'd like to see them have the Ace-1 and the Mezexis effect and start getting more aggressive and find the limitations of your teams as, well, Lukatas, he's found his limitations in terms of how many bullets he can catch. And the answer is about 4 or 5 before he dies. As, yeah, we have 2 kills already here happening on the side of Erangel.
Yep. Doing a good job at catching those bullets too. Trying to pull a Neo. Have you ever seen the Matrix? You know, Neo dodges.
No, I haven't.
Hold up.
I don't, Dave. We can't. Oh. That should have been for Vikendi. That should have been. There's lots of films I haven't seen. All right,
The
pop
Matrix?
culture references. I've seen a little bit of the first episode of The Matrix, and then I think I fell asleep during it, which is awful. I know.
Okay. We can't.
Don't. You're gonna make me look awful.
I can't, Alex. Jesus. Oh my goodness. So getting into this game, Alpha 7, we saw him just a moment ago. They're going to be over there in Yasnaya. You got Team Queso, you got Mezexis, and Alpha 7 all making the pull out from that city, that nice city. That city, Yasnaya, we haven't really seen any circles favor it in a long time, in a very long time. So, you know, I know squads, they love getting that loot, but at what point are you like, okay, the zone's here in PMPL Americas. It never goes to Yasnaya. So, like, do you change up your spots? I don't know. That's up for debate, of course, but definitely hope to show some love. Mezexis over here on the rotate right now. Just driving.
Yeah, and they're going to be coming into the circle very shortly, although Kreml Batiste are at the other edge of the circle, so they may be rotating into each other, and that could be another firefight that we have happen early on here on Erangel. Towards the north, though, it's very, very, very barren. Only towards the western side at Sharky, we have B4, and for B4, again, more of the same. They did the exact same in the third game on Erangel, where they drop towards Sharky and then they rotate southern towards Georgia Pool, and they kind of wait for the teams like Lazarus, C9, Loops, etc. to just rotate away at about that 7 to 8 minute mark, and then they make their move inside the phase 1 circle.
Yeah, we'll see B4, you know, they hear the phone ring and Morpheus is on the line, so we'll see if they can make that push on into the circle. Looks like, okay, so the Knights, they actually didn't go up there to Mount Everest, which we've seen them do before. Instead, they went into Gatka looking for a nice little spot to call themselves. And this is kind of like a replay from game number 3, XQ, all the way down there to the south, you know, driving past Ferry, looting Ferry, driving past Primorsk, looting Primorsk. The thing is, I hope they change, is if you can recall, they had a really early 2-2 split, and they lost one of the members because they went inside Quarry, and they just got caught off guard. So hopefully this time around, since it is so similar to that game number 3, they can stay together and not lose someone so foolishly like they did in game 3.
But again, adding on to your point, it's the same thing for XQuest Gaming, where they're rotating a few minutes earlier, and now we see Enshame Gaming and Tempo Storm who are leaving Pachinki, which would have meant if XQuest Gaming did stay like they have been doing for the first 2 weeks and 3 weeks of the PMPL Americas, then they'll be forced into those early fights, which aren't always favorable to them. And now they have Quarry all to themselves. So if the circle does come down towards the south, they're going to be very happy with that. As B4 is going to be, I think, is it Lazarus who are rotating? It should be Lazarus. Yeah. Yes, it is going to be Lazarus. So that makes a lot of sense. As well, they tried to see what was happening in North Georgia Pool, and it seems like they weren't expecting B4 to be here as Irish gets dropped. And yeah, they're going to have to leave him behind. Irish is just going to be cannon fodder here for B4. And that's going to make it now 61 players left, but there's only been 2 kills. So yeah, again, Dave, Team Solid have 3 players.
They got 3 players. They definitely do. And they have a free and clear pathway. They're going to be probably rotating on into Potato Hill. And we'll have to pay attention to them moving forward, as they are going to have that disadvantage. And talking about other teams real quick, we got Raven all the way out there. Jagger the Fragger also possibly in the hollow site from one of the members from Charme, Fox. Fox, when it comes to 2 days ago, Fox was a key player from the squad of Charme. And Paris Boy with the DP is going to be getting one of these shots out onto the Knights. Nice one, nice one.
You could see Raven there spotted out the buggy, wasn't sure whether or not to pull the trigger immediately, and then as he starts shooting, gives away his position, and then it was one of the players there, I think Paris Boy, as you said, who just whipped it around and landed the shots with the DP-28, but again, we're so early into this game, there's no point for Charme to try and chase down this kill onto Raven and instead play it safer for the later stages. There's still 16 teams left, so allow for the revive to happen. At least now you know where the Knights are.
Now you know. Now you know. Exactly. Looking at this next circle, it's going to pop here in just a moment. Alpha 7 hot on the trails of Team Solid. Team Solid currently just trying to run on out, trying to drive on out from that drive-by that Alpha 7 are attempting to do. Pachinki in this circle, wide open. I mean, what's going on? This is like 50-50, and everybody's on the west side right now. West side, the best side, huh, Alex?
Hey, maybe the East has got something to say as well, because at least Kremro Batista there, Team Solid, alongside with Alpha 7. And Alpha 7, they had their early exchangement. I believe it was with the side of Team Queso, so they're going to be down to just 3 players. Yeah, exactly. Lukatas was killed early, so 3 players for Alpha 7. I think that's why they're playing the edge so much. I think they're quite scared to go inside the center, because with 3 players left, it can be a lot harder to try to fight for those compounds inside the center, but also it's just harder to crash onto a compound of 4 when you've only got 3, or 2 in the case of Lazarus.
Lazarus, they cannot catch a break this game. They can't catch a break today in general. We saw Russell just a moment ago. Dacia, although it has flames, you know, to increase its kilometers per hour, it's going to be burning on up, as Russell is just going to be getting connected on by multiple people. Low out here just trying to take some shots. So they lost Irish. They lost Minwoo. 2 members already down and out just from rotating alone. Very challenging day for the squad, who currently find themselves in 13th position on the overall leaderboard.
Ooh, Tribe. They found where, well, should I say King A at least, has found where Tempo Storm are lurking. Although maybe not to his advantage or more to his detriment, as the wheels are going to be put out here on his buggy, but the smoke will give him some cover for now. But then again, it's just a shooting gallery here inside the smoke if King A was to stand up. And for Tempo, they have a very good compound here, and they're in the smack bang middle of the circle, so in terms of probability, they have a really strong chance that it does go in their favor. But a string of smokes is actually going to give the cover for King A. Oh, he's still going? No, he's not going to make it. And I think as well, he's still in the lines of sight. Yes, he is. So now he's down to just 20% HP. The reload from Spec. Oh, can he see him in his spectacles? I think no, he can't. So King A, you know, if Memo and Co are really quick on the rotation, maybe they can save King A, but it seems unlikely.
Yeah, I gotta give it to King A though. Definitely at least attempting to kind of, you know, bait it out a little bit, you know, tossing those smokes, letting them bloom, and, you know, waiting till the very end to kind of run up the hill and try to get behind that little hill to avoid the sight lines. But Tempo, I mean, they got the compound in the middle. They pretty much have nothing else to do besides just take shots into that smoke right there. So they will be getting 1 point right there. King A down and out, but King A, the IGL, can 100% continue to contribute to the squad here.
You say that, but he is the second highest killer for the side of Tribe, and he is one of those in-game leaders that does lead from the front. You know, he's the one going in first, typically, for the side of Tribe. But anyway, we're going to see how they fare, lacking their in-game lead. But as you said, he can still call from the grave, so it may actually be effective for them as B4 finally starting to get inside the circle now as they had a very long rotation from Sharky all the way through Georgia Paul. They've actually went eastern of Hospital, dodging out Omen Elite just about, so they're going to be safe and sound here, but they are rotating just next to Uneven and Beowulf. But the silver lining there for the side of B4 is that C9 are quite split here towards the western side of the circle.
Yeah, a little split. You got Adar all the way out there in the field. It's not exactly sure what the call is, so it will be very unfortunate if B4 kind of crash in and, take out Adar, take out Uneven. Hopefully they can regroup here. The next zone does pop. XQ all the way down there in the south near that gas station. You got the Knights already repositioning. Tribe still on the edge. Tempo still in it. But this is like the great migration right now. A lot of these teams being forced to just, send it down south.
But remember as well, there could be teams on that eastern bridge. I don't think Pittsburgh Knights or XQuest Gaming realize that no one has gone towards military base, although it can be quite obvious with the plane pathing at the start that if a team was to be on military base, they would have to land, towards Ferry Pier Primorsk at the start, get vehicles, and then rotate onto the island. But they would have already had to rotate off of it with that phase 1 and 2 circles. So I think for teams like Pittsburgh Knights and Alpha 7, they're going to be realizing that it is quite safe here towards the coastal line as Kultur. Now, rotating in from the northern side, going to be finding out the rest of the players here from Inshame Gaming. It's actually 4 players alive. So, for Fran, who's going to see who first?
And the Tribe update, Sam. The top fragger for the squad was just taken down and thirsted. So it's going to set Tribe back here. But Fran trying to take some shots onto Parasport. Parasport trying to reposition that buggy. What is going on? Parasport, can you get on into the shack? Can you get revived? Fran trying to get the thirst right here.
Yeah, trying to finish off the kill and get the points in his favor. It's going to be more players from Kultur finding kills onto Lazarus as well, as Lazarus have taken 2 casualties from the side of Kultur. XQuest Gaming as well did manage to find Alpha 7 in that rotation towards the eastern bridge that I was talking about just a few moments ago. And for Kultur, well, they've gained 1 kill and they've gained 2 knocks, but they can't get the conversion, so it's going to be frustrating in terms of points.
6 times on the M4. Perfect right there. Ooh, we've seen this compound. We've seen loops in this exact position win these fights before. Very comfortable. They are very comfortable taking this fight right here. The Knights, they got 2 members right here in the warehouse. Meanwhile, J7 on the off angle.
Oh, it's XQuest Gaming. They're going to be third partying. Yes, they are. The shots connect from easy. You can see him so far out, and now the Knights know that there's only 3 players left here for loops. Before, it was Mazexis, and now it's going to be the Knights, as they're going to be shining in armor and shining and gleaming with confidence, knowing that it's a 3 versus 2 now, as Becca is going to be dropped. Oh my god, that nade! What?
Oh my goodness. Loops. Back-to-back games when... Didn't they get taken out like 16th last game as well? Or if not 16th, 15th?
It was 12th, I think, but either way, it's the exact same place. Wow, now it's Omen Elite who are going to be crashing here towards Ferry Pier up against Team Queso. Marco has caught wind of this though, so then there is going to be a team approaching them. Although for the side of Omen Elite, they're already losing players here. The grenades are connecting both actually. Nico and Angry going to be dropped from the side of Omen Elite, and now for Juicy, he made it have to try and run away and save his chances for later on. Zute is going to be doing the same thing. They're leaving Angry and Nico just to be kill points now for Team Queso.
There's nothing you can do. I mean, you're getting chunked down. You're at the disadvantage. You're on the beach. You're on the shorelines. Not a lot of cover. And you don't want to lose these vehicles. You don't want them to explode because this is pretty much like your last ditch effort in order to make it on into this new circle. As we see Juicy right there, just able to pretty much outmaneuver a couple of members from Alpha 7. You got XQ in the trees, in the forest right here, trying to group on up as well, as that next zone, another shake and bake, sending it to the east.
Ooh, you're right. It's gone even further to the east. That's going to be favoring XQuest Gaming and Pittsburgh Knights really well. Speak of them as well. It's going to be Kevin without his teammates. I'm not sure where the rest of Team Solid are. They're going to be, yeah, they're actually so far away. Wow, Dave, take a look at that map. Kevin is the only player right now inside the zone for Team Solid, but besides that, his teammate Pepe and Pros are about 100, 200 meters away inside vehicles, so he's in a really sticky situation for now. But for the rest of the players here for XQuest Gaming, they're going to be feeling very confident going forward with how the circles are favored.
Yeah, and I really like how they're playing this one out, especially compared to map number 3. You know, they're kind of, easy, as I say, that is going to be connected on. But they're playing a lot closer together, you know, a lot closer. So HZL right there, tossing the smoke, should be able to get the revive. Kevin might have some sightlines on this one, but Easy does have that rock for cover. And Proza, sending it to the gas station. AZ with the third party on the DP.
Yeah, we're just speaking about how separated Team Solid were, and, well, that's it colorized for you as they do lose Proza, and considering they only joined the server with 3 players, they're now down to just 2, so equivocally just half a squad remaining now for Team Solid, and there's still 15 teams left.
Yeah, and Team Solid, they're playing their own game right now. You got Pepe out there in the grass, you got Kevin in the wheat fields, and Cole too, making the pull up onto Mezix, tossing grenades, and always with the crash.
Oh, always this time at the front. Going to be applying the damage now with the micro Uzi. Close proximity, we know that's where it's most effective, and Mazexis, well, this time they're the ones who are going to be crashed upon, as you really do see a big difference with Mazexis here, Dave. I'll take a time to speak about this. When Mazexis are the ones crashing, they seem so much better, but when they're the ones being crashed on, it just seems like pure panic.
Yeah, their defense mechanisms right now, not the strongest. You know, I don't really know how to pin that one down. I guess it's really like on-the-job training. You gotta get crashed on multiple times and really try new things and see what works best for the team when it comes to defending. But it definitely doesn't help when considering you got 3 up, the last, you already lost 1, and you're all on top of one another. You're all in that wooden shack that has an open ceiling, has an open door. All it takes is 1 player to pull up with the pre-fire, and there goes the squad. So maybe, you know, when it comes to defending, maybe separate, maybe play 1 player on the off angle to be able to defend against a crash in that particular situation. But I do like the aggression from Mezix, though, especially today. Like you said, when they come to making the breaches, they got the confidence. Now they just need to get the whole package together.
They do indeed, as Tempo Storm. We didn't actually really see it on our screens. It must have been a third party while we were dissecting some other action, but they're only down to just Tempo. Yeah, H24 is the last player remaining, although there's no players remaining anymore now for Team Solid. They're going to be taken out in 14th. Dave, what were you about to say?
I said rip Kevin. I said it.
Rip Kevin in the chat.
Rip Kevin. F's in the chat for Kevin.
Well, F's in the chat now for Tempo Storm as well, as they're going to be taken out in 13th. Easy pickings there from the side. I think it was C9. I didn't actually see it on my screens, but C9 are the closest team, so it makes sense. And they've got 1 kill, so we'll go with that for now, as B4 are directly in front of Cloud9. So Cloud9 have to get past B4 if they want any chance of getting inside this Phase 5 circle.
Very interesting rotation from XQ Gaming. They've been in the south the whole game. They had the Fairy Pier, they had Primorse. But what we saw there, they wrapped all the way around the east side, and now they're in the north. They're possibly setting up to try to gatekeep a couple of these squads and rack up some kills and get really aggressive here. Or maybe they just want to avoid this forest area altogether, as we see squads on top of one another right now. I mean, uneven, fragging out.
Oh my gosh, shrapnel flying everywhere here between these teams, but the shots are going to be connecting through the smoke as well. Unaware of Kultur as to where these bullets are coming from, but they can probably imagine when they see the trajectory from the grenades just hopping in, sailing over their heads, and it's going to be setting them sail for 11th, as in Charme Gaming, 15th season ranked. Wow, they were one of the teams in week 1 which we were quite scared of for these North American and South American squads, but instead it seems like as the tournament has gone on, unfortunately success hasn't followed them. Lazarus as well do go out in 10th, and now we're down to just 9 teams with 26 left. In terms of solo players, you've got Mitek coming out from Alpha 7, you've got Juicy as well for Omen, and that was that really tough firefight that they had at the start of the game, leaving Juicy last alive. And again for Tribe, as Sam was killed, Seagull was killed off, now down to just Memo. So C9, they have 4 alive, B4 with 4 alive, same can be said as well for the Pittsburgh Knights, and with how many kills the Knights have had in this game, they're actually going to be 8th now. I think they have taken over Tribe.
Very important fight right now for B4 as well. They need to defend. They need to pretty much take out Cloud9. Cloud9, the only team right now with free and clear sight lines onto B4's position, because Team Queso, they are near, but they're south of that road, and there's a big dip. So really, Cloud9 and B4 are kind of on that hill that overlook the Team Queso compounds right now. So B4, they have the hard cover, they have the concrete shack, and over here in the distance, this is completely opposite from that other fight in the south. You got the Knights snaking it right now. XQ as well. Snaking it. HZL prepping some grenades.
7 kills, 4 alive, and look at the position here from Jagger. Slowly creeping in, as you said. He is going to be the first point of contact for the Knights. Carnage is on the left side as Jagger towards the right side. HCL has spotted out Jagger. Jagger jumps onto his feet, fires off a few rounds, but then jumps back down. The Molotov now from HCL trying to see if he can split up the players from Pittsburgh Knights, and he shall. They're going to be rekindling themselves. Oh, forget all about that, because it's C9 versus B4. B4, they're all stacked on each other. It makes them so easy to be traded here, but it seems like they're making it work for a moment. Whoa! Maxon managed to get a drop, though. That was amazing there onto Beowulf, as he was backed up by Mixera. And now it's going to be just one player alive here, and he's going to be going down. C9, they make it happen. B4 are eliminated. Oh, and so are Omen Elite. We're down to 6 teams, Dave.
Oh, more fights happening. More
fights. Yeah, I'll take this one, Dave. It's not even going to last very long at all. Knights as well eliminated. They had 4 players alive, but XQuest Gaming showing us why they're hot in 3rd or 4th right now, because the live standing is going to be changing a lot after this game is over, because we've seen B4, we've seen Loops taken out so early, and 7 mentioned on the desk. When those teams go out early, it really shakes things up here for more teams such as Alpha 7, XQuest Gaming, Kremrul, Batiste to try and get back into this pitch. 10 kills so far as well for XQuest Gaming, remember, as Kremrul, Batiste, it's going to be Unico just wiping the floor here with players from Team K, so he's going to spot out all 4 of them.
Yeah, and for them to win that northern side of the circle, that's gonna play a huge role in moving forward right now, as they are gonna do a little 2-1 split. Cloud9 though, taking out B4, pretty much rolling on up. One thing to know about that B4 engagement, kind of what I wanted to see from Mezix earlier on, is Mixera playing that off angle while the other 3 members were in that hard cover. I mean, they played it to the best of their ability. So 4 teams remaining right now. 4 teams. Cream. Look at Cream. 4 up from Cream. You got Mittech from Alpha 7 still alive out there. The Warrior from the squad. 3 up from Cloud9.
Yeah, and right now, as you said, the only team of 4 alive is going to be Kremrul, Batiste, and that shot as well. I wasn't sure which player it was from Kremrul, Batiste, but it was amazing onto HZL as he was dropped, but he will be revived for now, and now AZ trying to see if he can find an opening for his team onto C9, but instead, you can actually see Mitek's been spotted now. I think it's by Cream. I think Cream or Batiste have spotted that Mitek there lurking towards the southern side of the circle, so they should be able to dispatch. Yeah, he's going to be healing up. Oh, not healing up for much longer. Yeah, he's hit the deck there with that explosion. Now we're down to 3 teams and 10 players. 7 kills currently for one of these squads. I think it was Cream that we did see with 7 kills. Regardless, though, a lot of these teams have found themselves killed with just the nature of the circles. It's really come down to a battle of the fittest here as C9. 3 players up still. The same can be said, though, for XQuest Gaming as Kremrul, Batiste. Yes, they're the ones on 7 kills. And they've looked bloody good doing it, as Pyra slightly split off from the rest of his team, so can't give covering fire here from XQuest Gaming. Instead, he's in a 1 versus 4 versus Cream.
Yeah, and Cream and both XQ are taking shots on the Cloud9. Cloud9 are on the outside of the zone, trying to make their way on in right now. Will Cloud9 be able to avoid the bullets, avoid the shots coming out from multiple angles? Pyra might opt to heal on up right now. Or maybe Cloud9 can luck out. Maybe XQ Shifan will make the push up and, try to backstab Cream while they are going to be tunnel vision. And here comes Adder, just crawling over here, trying to get behind this tree, trying to get behind that bush, trying to get on into the zone.
I have to remember the zone doesn't favor them. They're the only team currently outside of the zone. So for C9, they're going to be at the picking order, or at the bottom, should I say, of the pecking order of both these teams, because both XQuest Gaming and Kremrul, Batiste can shoot down onto C9 as they do lose Pyra. He is going to be dropped outside the zone, so he's going to be dying out to that blue zone damage. And now it's down to Adder and Uneven. I mean, if you're a C9 fan now, you really have to hope that Kremrul, Batiste and XQuest Gaming have their own fight here towards the central circle, because both these players here from C9 haven't actually been able to get inside the zone just yet.
Not only that, you see Cream starting to toss out some smokes. They want this crate, but HZL is going to be using that crate as the perfect bait. Same thing with Shifan. Both of these members from XQ are going to be prone right now in the grass, trying to mow it down. It looks like Nitsu was able to pick up that AUG from the crate with the level 3 gear.
Yeah, and he's putting it to really good effect here. AZ Going to be dropped from the side of XQuest Gaming. Only 2 players still left for them, but they can't really revive him with how open their circle is. So really, it's like a 4 versus a 2 versus a 2. C9, they've been quiet though, and quiet is what they need to be because they have to wait for C9, or should I say XQuest Gaming, to try and fight out Kremreal Batiste, as Zyfan still just crawling away. HZL has managed to get to his comrade as well, I believe. No, he hasn't, so XQuest Gaming are going to be losing AZ in just a moment's notice. Yeah, he is going to die now to Nitsu, so that kill has been confirmed. Ooh, 4 players still up here for Cream, so this should be their chicken dinner, and this should be them getting onto that first page here of the overall rankings that they've been stuck towards 11th for so long.
Cash rules everything around me. That's what they're chanting right now. Cream coming into this game in 12th place with the numbers advantage. Nitsu with that Uzi. The Extendo uneven right now, and Adar, the last 2 remaining members for Cloud9. They're going to watch that Molly burn right in front of them. That Molly, though, almost connecting onto him. So Cream, they're going to have some type of idea that there are some snakes over there. So really, Cream, they need to make sure not to all push out and pretty much get tunnel vision with these snakes. They need to work as a unit right now and clear out every single side. Let's see. This is Cream's game to win.
Zyfan has to rotate inside the circle and try and join up HZL. For C9, they're actually going to be inside this circle. It's really actually gone against the side of XQuest Gaming, so maybe that's a silver lining here for C9, but as you said, this is Kremreal Batiste's game to throw away now, as Zyfan now able to crawl inside the zone. Kremreal Batiste going to be showing themselves inside the center of it, and they could actually be shot and quarantined between both XQuest Gaming and C9, as C9 pull the trigger. Here they come. That's uneven. Valiant attempt, but he's going to be dropped immediately. Kremreal Batiste, they were waiting for a kamikaze kind of play to come out from one of these players, and they were ready and primed for it. Ada not going to be making the same mistake. They're going to be keeping to his name and start to snake his way into the zone as Kremreal Batiste lose a player to HZL. It's going to be confirmed as well. 2 versus 3 now. HZL really close, crawling again. He can stand up. Use the smoke to his advantage as he spots out 2, 3 players all in the open now. Goes for the hipfire spray, can't connect it. It's Ada instead who finishes off the kill, confirmed, and now to 1 versus 3. What can Ada do? Takes down no one. Gets at least 1 kill, but does get traded out. So that does mean C9 finishing second, and we have to take our hats off there for Kremreal Batiste. In the end, what is that? 2, 4, 6, 12 kills for them. For the side of C9, again, 9 kills for C9 coming in second, so they're going to be really happy. That performance, 20 points. But yeah, Kremreal Batiste, it felt like we've been waiting for that big performance for them for a few weeks now, or should I say a few days now, because Cream, they were constantly playing passive, getting top 3, top 2, but they were losing out on those really crucial engagements. But now, they made it work, and to great effect.
Yeah. I mean, Nitsu has been putting up the numbers when it comes to damage, able to get 6 kills right there that game. One thing kind of to think about, though, right there, uneven. We saw him. They're like, Adder, watch and learn, my man. And just, pretty much sending it on into the 4 members of Cream, getting taken out immediately. Imagine if Adar and both Uneven were alive at the end there to make it a 2v4. I don't know. Might have saw Cloud9 get the dub there. But regardless, Cloud9 having an amazing game 1, trying to hold on to that consistency. Cream, like I mentioned, 12th place coming into today. Bunch of kills. The chicken dinner. Great way to end off the day for that squad as well.
Yeah. Definitely so. Kremreal Batiste getting themselves that victory. They're a team that, over the last play day or so, we've had a bit more of a focal point on there, and them getting themselves the victory is great stuff. I feel like the uneven Hail Mary, Alex, was interesting.
I think it was really effective because he kind of baited the team. I think if, Dave said what happened if Ada joined him. I think if Ada joined him, they both die and they get 3rd. I think actually the fact that Ada waited, so they used uneven as bait, he dies, and then XQuest Gaming like, oh my god, they're fighting C9, let's try 3rd party it, and then Ada's just waiting for XQuest Gaming to die. They die, he's like, alright, 2nd, I'll have that.
Yeah.
And there you go, they finished 2nd. I thought it was really smart, actually.
Absolutely. All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Enjoy the rest of your day as we are going to head over to 7 and Hot Jukes. And I need some hand sanitizer after this. Make sure to wash your hands every single time, ladies and gents out there. 7, yeah, there you go, Hot Jukes. He knows. Wash your hands. So, 7. Looking at how things played out there, Kremreal Batiste get themselves the victory. Great to see Cloud9 as well, though. Another big performance by them. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, another big performance by Cloud9, but I think we got to go ahead and give credit to Kremreal Batiste. They've been that passive team. We even said they're that team where they're able to go ahead and get some nice placing, but they always end up within the range of 3 to 5 kills. This time, they pushed it up a notch. They went with the chicken dinner and 12 kills. That is just so unexpected from them, and something that I love to see, because we mentioned, I believe currently they're playing 50 games. The next team that has played 50 games is Tribe, but they're not even in the top 8. So we got to go ahead and move up even farther. Team Queso is currently in 5th place with 50 games, and it's about a 70 point gap. So Creme Real Betis starting to make a move for it, and if they go ahead and continue with the performances we've seen before and get more kills, I wouldn't be surprised if this is one of those teams, even though they've been quiet, they could end up in the top 8.
That's been their MO really, kind of quiet wins, but some of them been able to blast it out. Let's take a look at the overall map ranking here for this. Creme Real Betis up towards the top with 32 points, 12 kills coming in for them. Cloud9, another big game, 23 points going their way. Yesterday, or last player day even, I should say, 94 points was their shot. I wonder where they're at now today, Duke, because it's been a great day for them.
Man, I can't believe how this has turned out to be, because it's going to be so close towards the end right here. Creme Real Betis needed to have at least one solid chicken dinner win, and they finally got it here in the end. The Rotation Kings, I kid you not. If you see any guy, I mean, they got the safety hats on. They like to play it nice and safe throughout every single map, and it works out for them. You know, then finally they got a good position. We're able to work as a squad and get a chicken dinner with some solid kills. I know, like, just thinking about the top of my head of where the scoreboard was at before, I know that's going to be really, really tough on Omen Elite especially, man. This is going to be a close one.
Damn, on 9th through 16th, you couldn't get any better a point distribution in terms of the actual levels of performance. It works out so nicely. 1 kill for the people that were able to get the more placement points each time. So, yep, very neat, very tidy. That's what I like to see. Very nice, very nice. So
very binary. Look at that, just 1
fair.
zeros and 1 zeros.
Yeah, it'll do well, it'll do well. Of course, Seven, looking at this game and how it unfolded, a lot of teams were focused kind of around that woodland area, just north of that road, which is always leading from the kind of West Bridge down towards Primosk as well. And there is a lot of cover in there, of course, but it's mostly a lot of trees, maybe a few rocks here and there. And Cloud9 eventually got themselves to a shack and had a little fight and a scrap around there and managed to pick everybody up during all that. So that was impressive in itself.
Yeah, and Cloud9 was able to take advantage of that, and I believe they ended up in a fight with B4 and won that fight. So good for them to go ahead and win those engagements. They'll need that more, especially in the coming days as we're pretty much getting to the end of the tournament here. If you get any chance, if the game gives you any opportunity, grab it and take full advantage, because now is the time. You cannot wait until the last day, because guess what? If you end up losing by 1 point, something that we've been mentioning, that's going to be heartbreaking.
Yeah.
And that's going to stay with you until you're probably a grandfather, dude.
Maybe. Let's take a look at the team stats as well. Coming in for Creme Real Betis as they put up the numbers. We have 1,700 damage coming in for them. 12 kills, 9 knocks. They're able to pick up a few steals here and there, Jukes. You were enjoying that one, I see.
Oh man, can you imagine? You know, just bringing out the good old photo calendar, be like, hey, look, this day is a day your daddy and his team choked. You know, you do not want to have that in the memory book, you know, not at all. You don't want to show that to the grandkids. Got to show that, you know what, we got it done. We got it done at the end game. And you know what, Creme Real Betis couldn't have gotten it done at a better time right now. They need every single point. You like that transition? That's how we do it, right? They need every single point that they could get right now, because, man, it is such a close race for top 8.
Back in my day when Winchesters were commonplace. Anyway, let's take a look as well at the Mountain Dew Game Fuel highlights here for this game, our final game of the day. So, good stuff indeed once again. Very heavy, like we're getting a lot of these kind of Western Gatka area circles, and then of course they're kind of dividing their attention from there on out. But a lot of action in these fields, Seven, to start things off.
Yeah, one of the other teams that I actually wanted to see kind of wake up a little bit was PK, and they did, and they woke up in a good manner, and hopefully we'll be able to see it here at some point in the highlights, because they ended up getting a full squad wipe on loops with a grenade. If I'm not mistaken, I think it might have been Raven, and PK ended up with 7 kills. This is stuff that we need to see from those teams currently in contention for top 8, and trust me, we're probably gonna go ahead and sound like a broken record on this last week, but the reason why I make sure you guys are aware of this is because it's gonna that plays such a huge part, especially towards the end. As we were kind of joking around, you don't want to be that team that just doesn't make that cut by 1 point. That's going to be so heartbreaking. And right here, one thing that I do want to go ahead and point out from Real Betis is that they waited, they were patient. They didn't really change up anything of their strats besides just getting more kills. They were very passive there at the end. Even though they had the most players, they knew they were going up against 2 different squads, a 2v2 situation, and they were like, you know what, let's wait it out a little bit longer. One of those squads is going to make a mistake. We'll be able to capitalize on it, and it turned out well for them, because guess what? They ended up being able to take care of an even on the rush, and then they took care of XQG, and then at the end, it was a 4v1, and it was just an easy clap for him, and hopefully in Sandhawk, they go ahead and continue that kind of boat strap we've been seeing, because I know we've been enjoying it here and there.
He likes this boat a lot. By the way, Ada with the iron sight spray down towards the very end. Nice stuff, not gonna lie. Some iron sights are easier than others though, I suppose, Duke. Some iron sights are all over the place. What do you think?
Definitely. I think at that range, it's always tough as a player because you don't know whether to like ADS or hip fire. I think he was just like at that perfect range where he decided to hip fire, but he was just a little too far back, and that scar spray was just a little too tough. But man, you saw the Cream Real using that Uzi, and that's the gun to hip fire right there, and they were able to take out Cloud9. But man, what a close one for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look and see if it's a close one in the overall damage done by all of these teams for Erangel. As we take a look-see, we have XQuest blasting out points on target with 2,400 damage almost coming in there for them. Pittsburgh Knights, as you previously mentioned, 7, not too bad at all. Kultu, almost 1,500 coming in from them as well. Actually, I'm kind of surprised to see the Kultu damage coming in. Maybe I wasn't paying as much attention to that's the thing sometimes in PUBG Mobile, where it's like sometimes it's really difficult to focus on all 16 teams at the same time.
Oh yeah.
But you know, they're able to put it up, Jukes.
One thing I've always been seeing like lately is like Colt2 and Alpha 7 just seem to be getting into it. I don't know if they have the same ideas when it comes to rotations, but I always see Colt2 BG, Alpha 7, and Enshame kind of getting into those early game fights. I think that's where we're seeing a lot of that damage come from. But man, at the end of the day, I mean, like I said, we sound like a broken record because of Tom Bay, and like, you know, 7 has mentioned multiple times, you don't want to lose by 1 point, and the reason why we're stressing this is because that's the way it's gonna look like right here. It's that close, ladies and gentlemen. I think anybody right now between that 6th and 12th place can pretty much it's up for grabs.
Yeah, definitely. 7, you thought?
No, I agree with that. I was actually looking at my leaderboard here, and yeah, through 6 through 12 is so close. All it takes is for you to go ahead and have a great day. And keep in mind, as we go ahead and go on a little bit deeper here, we're actually going to be seeing some of the analysts. So you know what? Let me hold on to that thought, and then let me go ahead and break down what happened here between PK and Loops, as they actually found themselves in a familiar location. Except last time, Loops was actually inside the warehouse throwing grenades out. I don't remember the top of my head which team it was, but it was completely the opposite. Texas. And something that it was interesting here for me was that Loops didn't actually move. I believe Raven started throwing grenades. They even started throwing Molotovs. And Loops decided to go ahead and just wait it out. I think they thought maybe PK was going to forget about them, or PK didn't think it was still there. And they just stayed there for so long that it allowed Raven to just go ahead and throw more grenades. And guess what? That happened. You cannot go ahead and do that. No matter if you are currently the first place team, you need to go ahead and start rotating it. You cannot let them take that much advantage of just them knowing where your location at. And right here, I feel like this was a huge engagement for Cloud9 and B4. They did end up losing Beowulf right there, but overall, Pyra was able to go in and clutch up and win that 1v1. And this right here, just in a mental aspect for players, this is huge, especially for a team like Cloud9 right now that they need to go ahead and make a push for it. They need to make sure they're secured that top 8 spot. So I love seeing stuff like that from Cloud9.
Yeah, that was... I mean, both of those engagements are really interesting. God, there's so much I want to talk about. The funny thing about the Pittsburgh Knights versus Loops one, Hot Jukes, is that when you look at how Loops were positioned, all very huddled up, of course, Pittsburgh Knights assumed, I guess, more of Loops, right? They were pre-firing around corners, mollying around that corner, but there was just no one there to be seen. So, I think they gave Loops too much credit in that situation. What do you think?
Oh, yeah, and PK happens to know that area really well. They always usually like to loot that spot, so they know every little nook and cranny when it comes to that warehouse specifically, and they had to figure, you know what? They're probably hiding in between those two canisters, and Raven, with the good old sidearm toss, was able to get that nade right between and be able to get a huge, huge kill. But look at the overall rankings here. This is what I've been wanting to see since we got to this board, and look at this. Loops, 616 points in first place. You know that's where they like to be. But what I'm looking at though is this 8th place right here, and look how close it is. PK moving up just a little bit, Tribe moving down. It is anybody's game right now. Two, three good games and it's all over.
Pittsburgh Knights getting those points really very much so important for them to try and widen any gaps that actually do occur there. Crown Real Batiste move up to 11th place. They're trying to move into the striking distance of that top 8. It is not said and done by any stretch of the imagination. There is still good opportunities for teams to move into that top 8, and Kultu will move up to 15th place over in Charme. Seven, any thoughts looking at this?
I think looking at 13 through 20, something that I wouldn't be surprised, especially as I was going to mention earlier, as we progress through the tournament, now we're getting to the final days, I wouldn't be surprised if some of those teams decide to maybe hot drop or just challenge teams more, because at this point, they're going to start thinking, hey, our tournament's pretty much over. Might as well go ahead and do something. Maybe go ahead and get a Twitch clip, maybe put a highlight up on Twitter, get a bunch of followers to start a career or something like that. This is the best play to take advantage of that, honestly.
Yeah.
They have a lot of eyes on them, and they might as well take advantage on it. One team I wouldn't be surprised if it gets hot drop is Tempo Storm. They have been so comfortable with just landing in Pachinki that I wouldn't be surprised if maybe one of those teams says, you know what, let's land there. Let's see what happens. Let's go ahead and challenge them a little bit.
Might be good practice for them when it comes to
it would actually
going into potential World League and having to deal with other teams going up against them. Jukes, kind of final thoughts before we wrap things up?
Final thoughts right now. Honestly, I'm really looking at 11th and 12th place between Cream Real Betis and Omen Elite. You know, I think that these are two teams that, you know, Cream likes to play it pretty passive throughout, and it seems to have been working for them. They get consistent placements, and they needed at least one big win to really jump them up ahead. And it's going to be a tough one because right now, just looking at the scoreboard alone, between them, there's about a 50-point difference. And all these teams, we've seen so many of them be able to have such great performances that are in the top 8 already. So to make up a 50-point gap, there's still a few days left. But you got to remember, Tempo Storm, Wildcard, PK, Trem, all are in the top 8, and they've only played 45 games. You know, so man, they got a lot of work ahead of them. I can't wait to the next day to see how it all turns out, man. They got to frag out, get it done. Let's go.
Thank you very much, Jukes. And Jukes, thank you very much for being along with us for these days, and a pleasure working alongside you. You've been spectacular, friend. And Seven, I'm stuck with him forever, it seems like, so. I love
you as well,
also,
brother. Always good to see you, Calaris, man. It's honestly been a pleasure, and it's good to look up to you as a mentor, man. You crush it. You crush it as a host.
Oh, God. Oh, I'll walk off. Oh. We're ending on that. We're going away. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in around the world here for the PMPL Americas. We shall see you next play day, same time, same place, when it starts to heat up even more than it already is here, to find out who's getting that first place spot and who is moving on to World League. We'll see you in a few.